Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Without You, A Friends to Lovers Small-Town Romance by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Tim Page and Sarah Puckett. Chapter 1. Brody. "Don't do it, man," my friend Chad warns. It's a warning that I'll ignore completely because, right now, I'm brilliant. There's nothing that could change my mind. Johnny, the polar opposite of Chad, who makes up our trio of friends, winces. I agree, not a good idea. Even though Johnny saying it's a bad idea should give me a little bit of warning, or at the very least make me take a second thought about my actions, I don't pay either of them any mind. They're wrong. And even if they're actually right, which I can admit is entirely possible, it's not going to make me change my mind. Instead, I drain the last of my beer and crush the can, tossing it into the back of the bed of my truck. Shaking my head, I pop open another, because that's another one of my brilliant ideas. I think it's a great fucking idea. Chad's still shaking his head, eyeing me warily. "That's the beer talking. I'm telling you, it's the exact opposite of a great fucking idea. It's not just bad, it's the worst idea you've ever had." I offer him my grin that usually gets me out of about anything. Though considering he has a penis and doesn't look at me the same way women do, I'm not sure that my smile or good looks have any sort of effect on him. See, that's where you're wrong. Again, the worst idea I've had happened a few years ago when I made her mine. Okay, I'll give you that one, but seriously, think about this a minute. I have. You won't change my mind. And just to say, I'm a little offended that you didn't make it clear that I righted that bad idea when I happily no longer called her mine. Thought that went without saying, Johnny says. Then let's get the show on the road, y'all. I'm ready to see the fear in his eyes. My friends groan, and Chad side-eyes me, then turns to Johnny. Do you feel like we're in the middle of a Garth Brooks song, too? Johnny nods. Oh yeah, but... He slams the last of his beer, crushing the can just like I did moments ago. Fuck it, I'm down. Let's do this shit. We're going to jail, aren't we? Chad groans. I grin. Maybe. Chad, the sensible one of the three of us, groans again. I need another first. That's the spirit. I reach into the cooler and hand him another beer, and one to Johnny. Ice bites into my skin, and I wince, then slide it into my koozie. We're working on case number 2, so it's not as if it takes us long to finish them off, but holding a can that's wet from being in an icy cooler is annoying as all hell. Johnny belches, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, and readjusts his dirty old ball cap. Ready? In a moment of rare nervousness, I hesitate, but only for a second. I've never been the type of guy to second-guess my actions. Blame it on my dad, I suppose, for raising me to be sure of myself and know who I am. Unapologetically. Some may call me cocky. I call it self-confidence. There's a big difference. If I was just simply cocky, it wouldn't be warranted. But what I'm about to do is way outside the realm of the norm, even for me. I'm ready. Chad still doesn't look sure, and maybe he's right, but I'm committed now. The three of us walk through the crowded parking lot, and my friends stand back a bit while I open the heavy metal door. Then we're inside, and like we've just walked into a movie, I swear every pair of eyes turn to us, the music stops on a screech, and a baby cries. Whispers of, "Why is he here?" and "Oh shit," can be heard like a wave over the tables and chairs. I don't care, though. I have my target in sight and one thing on my mind. Her. And next to her, he looks shell-shocked, a little worried, and a lot ticked off. But he also looks like he's a pansy who can't stand up for himself, so I, on the other hand, am not worried. Not one bit, because I can hold my own. Again, I don't care. It's not cocky. It's having self-confidence and knowing who I am. I might not drive a foreign luxury car like he does, but that doesn't make me less of a man. Besides, what did she think? I was born and raised in this small town tucked into the Smoky Mountains and have no desire or intentions of moving away. She did, but yet wanted to hold her wedding here, probably to show everyone that she'd moved on. When we broke up, I earned the right to claim the town as my own. If she didn't want me anywhere near her wedding, she should have chosen a different location. At least that's what my alcohol-laden brain is telling me at the moment. I really wish the DJ would play that song right now, Johnny murmurs behind me, making Chad chuckle. He's not wrong. If Friends in Low Places kicked on right about now, it would be nothing short of perfection. Hannah stands from her chair, her veil trailing down her back and over her shoulders. I always knew she'd make a beautiful bride, and I wasn't wrong. I'm man enough to admit that. However, it doesn't deter me from my plan. My brilliant fucking plan. Hannah's husband reaches up and grabs her hand, shaking his head. She looks from him to me before she sits back down. Damn, I wish I had one more beer. Some extra liquid courage never hurt anyone. Well, that's not exactly a true statement. Johnny, Chad, and I take a step forward. Somewhere in the crowded reception hall, I hear a gasp, then a glass must tip over because commotion is happening in the corner when a woman jumps from her chair and people start dabbing up liquid with their napkins. 4 more steps, around a table of late 20-somethings who seem to be relishing in whatever is about to go down. Must be his friends, because I don't recognize them as any of Hannah's, but they do look entertained. In fact, a few of them are snickering and settling into their chairs like they're ready for a show. I make brief eye contact with one of Hannah's bridesmaids, Katie, who has her lips pressed together and is clearly trying to stop herself from laughing. It's definitely not working, though. She's seconds away from losing it if the shake in her shoulders is anything to go by. Interesting. Maybe Katie is Team Brody after all. I just assumed that after our breakup, all her friends would be on her side. Now, though, I'm not so sure. To test my theory, I shoot her a wink, which makes her eyes widen and a little giggle to escape that she quickly covers up with her hand covering her mouth. Or tries to, anyway. Oh yeah, she's on my side. All the more reason to go through with my plan. I always liked her the best of all of Hannah's friends. She's funny and confident in herself. We always got along really well, and I honestly always wondered how Katie and Hannah had remained friends for so long. They have very little in common, and didn't meet until Katie moved here junior year. Hannah and I weren't dating in high school, but they became friends quickly. I make my way through the rest of the tables and plant my feet in front of the head table. I watch as Hannah stares at me with curiosity, taking a sip of champagne and setting her glass back down, pretending to be cool and collected. But I know her. She's anything but. In fact, she's probably shaking with nerves right now. Behind me, Johnny says, "Sup, Hannah?" I can picture him giving her a single chin nod to drive home his point of not giving a shit whether this is appropriate or not. Chad clears his throat and says simply, "Hannah?"
"Boys."
Next to her, her pussy of a now husband finally speaks up. "What are y'all doing here, Brody?" Really? That's all he has to ask? Nothing like, "Get the fuck out of here"? If it were me sitting there, not with Hannah, of course, because I could give a shit less about that past, but if it were someone else, someone like... My eyes trail to my left and I make contact with her. I shake my head to clear that particular thought from my mind. Not the time, Brody. Not the time. Anyway, if it were me getting married and some punk ex-boyfriend showed up, obviously drunk off his ass with his friends in tow at our wedding, I'd usher his ass out, none too gently, I might add. I turn around and look to Johnny, who crosses his arms, then stumbles a bit because we're fucking trashed, but quickly recovers and rights himself, nodding to let me know he's good. I do my best not to laugh at him, because it's a miracle I'm standing on 2 feet and not slurring. Then I catch the eyes of Hannah's parents. They always loved me, were heartbroken when we broke up, actually. Her daddy came to my house and begged me to give her another chance, but she had made it clear I wasn't good enough, and there was no way I was letting her sink her claws back into me. Life is way too short to spend it with someone who thinks my tax bracket means more about me than who I am as a person. I'm a working-class man and proud of it. Blue-collar man to my very core and wouldn't have it any other way. Being a mechanic is honorable work, and anyone who thinks I'm beneath them simply because I don't spend my time sitting at a desk or behind a computer screen can fuck right off. Giving her parents a little wave, they return the gesture with a smile. I'm a little surprised that they aren't going to stop me from being here. It's their daughter's wedding day, after all. However, maybe they just really don't like her husband, Cameron. He's the exact opposite of me, and one of those who thinks someone like me is beneath him because I'm a grease monkey who has calloused, dirty hands. Hannah's daddy may have spent his working life in an office doing something with investments for people, but he never once looked at me as though I wasn't on the same level as him. He always seemed genuinely interested in my career and appreciated the work I do. In fact, he would often ask me if he could help or if I could teach him things like how to change the oil in his vehicles. I turned back around and faced the happy couple, spreading my arms out beside me, grinning widely. My invitation got lost in the mail. Thought I'd congratulate y'all. Someone coughs a laugh and murmurs happen all around us. Johnny and Chad chuckle.
Congratulate us?
Hannah asks, skeptically, as she should. I didn't exactly handle the news that she slept with her coworker all that well. Cameron is a douchebag with a capital D, and I always hated him. Hannah knew it, too. When she slept with him, it was worse than just cheating. It was stabbing me in the back over and over again. 1,000 lashes. If she wanted me to end it, fucking Cameron was definitely the way to make me walk away. Right. Congratulations, Han-Han, Johnny shouts, using his nickname for her that she absolutely hates. Super happy for you.
Uh-huh. Thanks, John.
It's Johnny. Unlike Hannah, who let the nickname slide, Johnny corrects her. More than likely just to be a shit.
Whatever,
she snaps.
Just leave,
she whispers, lowering her head. I'm sure she's determined not to make a scene, but that's not really my style, and she knows it. That's why she keeps eyeing her guests, hoping that they aren't paying attention. Too bad for her they are. Why wouldn't they be? This is their entertainment. Reaching a hand behind me, I feel the object Johnny swiped on his way over here land in the palm of my hand, and I bring it around, smirking at Hannah's now horrified expression. I lift the microphone to my mouth, tap it once to make sure it's on, and spin around. Evening, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces out there, some new to me. I assume you're on Cameron's side, though, so I won't ask for introductions. The rest of you, hope you're doing well. Missed some of y'all. I put my hand over my eyes, even though there's no sun or anything blocking me from seeing the person I'm looking for. Uncle Zeb, where are you? Here, boy, Uncle Zeb shouts. I look in the corner, and there he sits, arm in the air, waving away. Come see me after you're done here, he yells as he stands up, points at me, then hands cupping his mouth, he shouts again, Damn, it's good to see you. His wife is sitting next to him, shaking her head but laughing. Like I said, Hannah's family loved me. Zeb is Hannah's dad's brother, and the two together were fun as shit. How Hannah got such a princess complex is beyond my understanding. Her family might have had a lot of wealth, but they never acted like it. They don't live in a fancy, expensive house. They drove cars until the wheels basically fell off. Will do, I respond, pointing at him. I might not miss Hannah, but damn, her family was fun. They really knew how to let loose on the weekends, but it wasn't just about that. We would spend hours around a campfire cracking up over their antics as kids. Johnny and Chad both chuckle, and I flash a smile at Katie when I turn back around. She tips her bottle of beer in my direction, and I tip my imaginary hat back to her. She returns a bright smile, her lips coated in deep red and her blonde hair pulled up into something fancy. She looks gorgeous. I always thought she was pretty, beautiful even. But now that the blinders are gone, I can't understand for a second how I could have missed just how pretty she is.
Can we please get on with this? You're kind of interrupting my wedding reception in case you hadn't noticed. You not,
she says, catching herself before cursing in front of her wedding guests. What's wrong? You can't just say the word asshole in front of all these people? Don't think they cussed themselves. Forgot to wear the mask for a good long second, did you? I tease. Though it's the truth. She might have left me because she thought she was too good for me, but I don't forget for 1 second where it is she came from. Maybe why I got along so well with her family. Her daddy was a white-collar guy, but didn't act like it. Damn, that sounded judgmental even in my own head, but I don't know how else to explain it.
Just get on with it. If you're here to try to win me back, it's obviously too late.
She places a hand on Cameron's shoulder and then kisses him, keeping her eyes on me. I don't miss her smirk, as if kissing her husband in front of me will hurt me in some way. I raise my eyebrows and hear Johnny whisper, "Gross," behind me. I chuckle at his truth. I might be here to be a shithead and interrupt their wedding reception, but it's not because I want her in my life. I just couldn't help myself. Like I said, she totally stabbed me in the back when she went after Cameron. She knew how I felt about him. My gut feeling, the marriage won't last more than a few years and he'll have cheated on her. It's just the type of guy he is. Anyway, I came here because I wanted to congratulate the happy couple. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is that I know you're still butthurt over the fact that I married someone else, and you had to come here to try to get me back. It's too late in case you weren't positive.
Butthurt, huh? Do I look butthurt to you? Think I'm all tore up over not calling you mine? Don't look butthurt or tore up to me, Chad says. I glance behind me and do a double take when I see he has a plate of food in his hand, shoveling some potatoes in his mouth. He points to the plate, then leans over so we can see the not-so-happy bride and groom. Good choice in the garlic mashed, Han. They're fucking amazing. And this pork? He leans back and lets out a loud, whoop, have mercy. Hell, the booze is definitely getting to him. The one who was supposed to keep Johnny and me in line is now off the rails completely. Fuck, I love my friends. They're the best.
Holy crap, y'all are so annoying. Just get on with it already, she half growls, half screams.
Fists tight at her sides and face getting red. I don't really mean to laugh, but damn, it's funny. Probably not my most mature moment, coming here and interrupting her reception, and I feel a twinge of regret for it. But I can't let that get to me right now. Even though she's pissed. Like, raging mad pissed. But she won't show it, and I know this because in 3, 2, 1, she shakes off her anger, smiles, places a hand on her new husband's shoulder, and looks down at him lovingly. It's so classic Hannah, so predictable that it doesn't even surprise me. Now, I have no doubt that she doesn't love him, but I see the facade she's putting up. Hannah might love him, she might even be happy with him, but I can see in her eyes that he's not the person she wants him to be. He's not nearly man enough for her. She might want the appearance of being with someone who doesn't get dirty for a living, but at the end of the day, I know without a shadow of a doubt that she wants a man in her life who can fix shit and take care of whatever she needs. Probably makes me sound like a jerk, but fact is, his version of working hard is putting in 41 hours rather than the standard 40. He doesn't know the difference between a Phillips screwdriver and a flathead screwdriver. His hands are softer than most women's. I know this because I shook his hand once when I met him. He winced at the pressure from my completely normal handshake. But maybe I'm wrong, and that's what she was looking for all along, and if that's the case, I definitely wasn't the right guy for her. I smile wide. There she is, mask firmly in place so I can continue. She falters, her smile dropping for a second before it's back.
Let's just get on with this, shall we? You need money? Is that why you're here?
What a bitch. Johnny actually coughs the word behind me. She knows damn good and well I might not be in the tax bracket that she wanted so desperately to live in, or wasn't, anyway, but I make pretty good money, and bonus for me, it started with me. No money backing me when I decided I wanted to open my own shop. No daddy's inheritance to get me started. I worked my fingers to the bone working construction, roofing, laying cement, whatever it took by day, and as a mechanic at night. I took on side jobs and did them in my own garage for over 10 years, not getting to sleep until the early hours of the morning, only to have to be up and alert by 6, ready to do it all over again. Yeah, that's it. I'm praying that you kept a spare 20 in your wedding dress, and I came over here to see if you could give it to me. Fuck no, I don't need money. She rolls her eyes and scoffs.
Right. So what is it then?
I wanted to congratulate you, like I said. I'm being aloof only to piss her off further. I might have started it, but her snarky comment about me needing money, then her clear dismissal of me saying I don't need it, pissed me off too. Eye for an eye, I guess you could say. We were always pretty good at that. Growing up the poor kids in a rich kid town, we knew how to use our words to get our point across if someone was making fun of us. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Cameron swallows hard after saying those 4 words, like he just poked a bear and is terrified of the ramifications of it. Another glaringly obvious difference between us. I would have said it along with a satisfied smirk, knowing that I was getting to the girl. Cameron's voice trembled. I glance at Hannah, but her mask doesn't cover the twinge of annoyance that brought her. It almost brings me a bit of happiness, but I'm a big enough person to admit that I don't want her settling. Cameron might bring her financial stability, but I pray there's more to it than that. Looking behind me, Johnny nods once, encouraging me to do what I set out to do. He now has a plate in his hands, too. Johnny lifts his fork in my direction and says around a mouthful of food, "Chad was right. This is fucking delicious. You need some before we leave." I shake my head and turn around. "Hannah?"
Brody.
"Congratulations on your wedding." I wonder if she realizes that I said wedding and not marriage, because that's what she's all about. The show, the party, not what comes after.
You said that already,
she shouts. Several times, actually, just to annoy her. It worked, too. Looks like after all these years, I still know how to set her off. I know, I also needed to tell you thank you.
Thank you?
She asks skeptically. Yeah, thank you.
For what?
Well, you see, since I wasn't distracted by you, I focused on my work. She rolls her eyes.
Oh, good. Your fabulous job as a mechanic. Bless your heart.
She giggles like she just really dug in there. She says the word mechanic like it's a curse word. What she doesn't realize is that not a single other person in this room is laughing with her. Not even Cameron's seemingly stuffy family. She's only acting like a snob, and no one missed it. That's right, my job as a lowly mechanic. The one that I'm so damn good at it caught the attention of this fancy schmancy bigwig, I say, letting my southern twang really hit home. If she thinks I'm nothing more than a redneck hillbilly, I can act the part. I shrug as if I'm stupid. They used a lot of big words I didn't really understand, but I signed the contract anyway. Oh, that gets her attention. Her back goes straight and she narrows her eyes.
Contract?
The one with lots of numbers. Yeah, I don't really know what I signed since I'm a hick and all, but hopefully that doesn't bite me in the ass.
Cut the crap, Brody. What contract?
Chad and Johnny chuckle behind me. She's about to blow, my friend. Better wrap it up so we can get on with our night celebrating.
Celebrating what?
She huffs, irritated with me. I'm not even embarrassed to say that it makes me a little happy. I look at my friends briefly, and then a quick glance at Katie because I can't seem to take my eyes off her. She smiles, and I want to say screw it, drop the microphone, grab her hand, and drag her out of here so she can join us for the night. But that's not why I'm here, and I know that will only cause problems. Or more problems, anyway. Seems like you're right, boys. All right. I take a deep breath and look to Hannah and hold her eyes so I know she's paying attention to what I'm about to say. Thinking about the song, I take a few steps and steal Cameron's glass of champagne and lift it to my lips, chugging down half of it before returning to my spot by the guys. Ah, good booze, Hannah. Her jaw clenches and eyes narrow. Okay, I'll get on with it so you can get on with your night. I just wanted to let you know before you saw it somewhere else, life might get a little crazy around here. For me, anyway. You see, I did some work for a guy who spread the word to some of his friends. Seems as though these friends have quite deep pockets. The Nashville kind of deep pockets. They started talking, think my work needs to happen on their trucks and whatever else they drive. The vehicles that end up in their country music videos. She shakes her head and furrows her eyebrows.
I don't get it.
I glance over at Katie, who's smiling wide, her hand pressed to her chest as she nods at me. She bites her bottom lip, her eyes alight with happiness. For me. I don't know how I know it, but I do. I smile back at her before regrettably turning my attention back to Hannah. I signed a contract with a company that produces those videos, Hannah. They want me to do all the work to get the trucks and other vehicles ready per the talent specifications.
Talent?
She asks quietly. I know her well enough to realize that the wheels are turning inside her head right now. She's hoping that I'm lying, but even if she doesn't want to admit it, she knows the talent I possess. Plus, I'm not a liar, never have been. What's the point in lying when it only causes problems? You know, all those guys who I listen to on the radio, but you can't stand because you say their music sucks? Yeah, those are the ones. My customer, the producer, had me sign a contract that I'd do all their work. It was a nice little bonus. I spin around and face the crowd. I apologize, y'all, if your quiet lives are interrupted once in a while when they come here. Seems these country music guys know what they want and like to be pretty hands-on. Might be around quite a bit. Murmurs of excitement happen, but it's Uncle Zeb's voice that breaks through the crowd. You shitting us, boy? I chuckle. No, Uncle Zeb, I'm not shitting you.
He's not your uncle.
He can call me Uncle all he wants, Hannah. That boy's family. She rolls her eyes and huffs.
Fine, whatever. Congratulations, I guess.
I smirk and face her. One last time. Thank you, Hannah. Means a lot to me. I know I wasn't the man you wanted, and I'm happy about that. See, you cheating on me with Cameron did me a favor. Helped me to clearly see what and who I want in my life. And someone who's... I turn and quickly say to her parents, sorry about this, but you know it's true. Then I say to Hannah, a stuck-up bitch who thinks she's better than everyone else has no room in my life. I signed a 7-figure contract with a company I never saw coming my way, and I can't tell you how excited I am about that. I don't miss the quick inhalation of breath when I say the figure out loud. It's really no one's business, and I didn't intend to say it, but the alcohol has loosened my tongue a bit. Besides, it kind of helped drive the point home. Hannah clears her throat.
Well, good for you. Hope that works out for you.
She just blessed my heart again without saying the words. Hope that works out for you is her way of saying good luck, you're going to need it because you're just a grease monkey and we'll find a way to screw it up. I don't let her words get to me, though, because I know the truth. I'm amazing at what I do, and the fact that I just signed this contract is proof of that. Customizing a truck that comes off the line is what I do best. Working on their motors, making the exterior and interior unique so it doesn't look like another one out there, it's what I was born to do, and now I'm getting recognized for it. I offer her my biggest grin, hoping that she realizes that I didn't come here to impress her. Thanks, Hannah. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have celebrating with my buddies to do. See, they're actually happy for me. I'm happy for you too, boy, Uncle Zeb hollers.
Us too,
I hear behind me and turn around. Hannah's mama is standing, her hands clasped together in front of her.
We are so proud of you. Always knew someone would take a second look at you and never look back.
She walks around the table and comes to me, hugging me tightly.
Not that this was the best time to let us know, but I'm still very happy for you,
she whispers. Sorry about that. Might have had a little to do with the celebrating that happened beforehand.
Figured as much,
she says, wrinkling her nose at me.
It's okay. I understand.
It wasn't because of this, I say, throwing an arm behind me toward Hannah and Cameron.
Figured that too. You two didn't belong together.
I chuckle and widen my eyes. You're right about that.
Not that I don't want to spend more time with you and hear more about this new venture, but probably time for you and the boys to head out. This is her reception, after all.
I wince. I know it's not my best moment. Sorry, ma'am. Truly.
Enough of the reunion already, Mom.
Hannah, Cameron, I apologize for the interruption. I wasn't thinking clearly, but I wish the best for you both. May you have a long and happy marriage. Thanks, Brody, Cameron says, giving me a nod. But if you don't mind, we'd like to get on with our night. Of course. Thanks for the meal, Han-Han.
Ugh, you're so annoying, John.
It's Johnny. Cameron might have been civil, which is impressive considering I just acted like a drunken asshole, but Hannah is clearly not of the same mindset. She clears her throat to get my attention.
So that's it, huh? You just wanted to brag about your new job? Is this really the tactic you're using now?
Tactic? I question.
To get me back,
she says in a bored tone. She stands up and shrugs off Cameron when he tries to stop her, walks around the table and comes to stand in front of me. I've long forgotten the microphone in my hand, not needing it because the entire room is silent, waiting with bated breath for what's about to happen and be said. Hannah pokes me in the chest, her eyes close to shooting fire in my direction.
Lying about some big company that miraculously found you? Brody Redding, you're nothing but a guy with 0 goals and nothing to offer anyone. There's no way what you're saying is true.
Instantly my ire kicks up, and I squeeze the metal handle tightly. Until this moment, I've been the one doing the digging, and now it's her turn. I work hard not to let it show that she got to me. She didn't, at least not in the way that she was trying. But it does irritate me because I'm a guy and don't like someone telling me that I don't have ambition. Lying, huh?
Of course you're lying.
And I'm nothing?
You heard me. Proof of that is you showing up here tonight. What kind of dickhead does that? I'm so glad I dropped you. I should have done it months before I did, actually, especially since that's how long I'd been cheating on you.
She shrugs as if she now has an upper hand. What she doesn't know, though, is that I found that out long ago, because the woman Cameron was with was being cheated on as well. She tracked me down on social media and let me know, even though Hannah and I had been broken up for a year and I no longer cared, she wanted to make sure I knew. She wasn't quite as over the breakup as I was, apparently. I snap my fingers and make an aha motion. I heard something about that. Too bad I don't give a shit. Didn't when I heard about it from the girl Cameron cast off, and definitely don't now. But you're right, coming here was kind of a dickhead move. I'm sorry for interrupting your fine evening, I say into the microphone before lowering it and leaning in close. I'm sorry for putting a damper on your wedding reception, but something tells me this won't be your only one. Best of luck to you and Cameron, Hannah. I want you to have everything in life you deserve. Before walking away, I stop at her parents' table and notice that the couple sitting with them, who I assume are Cameron's parents, are sitting quietly, barely paying attention. Huh. I would have thought that at least someone would have stopped the insanity of me being here brought on. Apparently not. Sincerely apologize, sir. I shouldn't have stopped in tonight. I hope you know this isn't normal for me. Apology accepted, Brody. Congratulations to you. Never met a harder working man, and I have no doubt you'll do great things. Thank you, sir. Means a lot to me. We'll leave now, I say to him, gathering Chad and Johnny. With one last look over my shoulder, I make eye contact with the one person I wished was coming with us. Not Uncle Zeb, though that would be fun. Definitely not Hannah. Katie. With a small smile, she offers up a wave, and I give her one in return. It's crazy that I haven't thought of Katie in years, but something tells me now I won't get her out of my mind for quite some time.
Chapter 2. Katie. Holy crap. That just happened. I want to laugh, but I know Hannah would murder me, so instead I fist my hands so my nails bite into my palms. I can't decide which was the best part. Hannah's obvious frustration, not by the fact that Brody and his friends showed up here, but because of his announcement about signing some sort of huge contract. Or if it was just getting to see Brody again. It was clear that he didn't show up here tonight because he missed Hannah or wanted her back. Even though I'm pretty sure that's how Hannah will spin this story for the rest of her life. I watch as Brody, Chad, and Johnny walk out the door and can't help but wish I was going with them. I didn't grow up with them like Hannah did, since my family didn't move here until I was a junior in high school, but I always liked them. A lot more than I care to admit, actually. When Hannah called me a year ago to tell me she was getting married and asked if I'd be a bridesmaid, I thought it was a joke. We hadn't really spent much time together in years and had barely kept in touch. We both moved away from this small town, and as things happen, we only checked in with each other for birthdays and such, commenting on each other's posts on social media. I still remember trying not to feel happy when Hannah made a big showing of changing her relationship status to single after her breakup with Brody. Then it went back to in a relationship soon after, only with Cameron this time. Again, I was a little ashamed of myself for the little flutter of giddiness I felt, knowing that Brody and Hannah were no longer together. It always surprised me that they dated because they never seemed to have much in common. She always said she wanted the big city life, she called it. Wanted a husband who worked in an office with regular hours and didn't get dirty for a living. Knowing all that, I couldn't understand what the two of them had in common. So, yeah, I wasn't shocked to see they'd broken up and stayed broken up. But looking at her now, as she, too, watches Brody march out of here in all his confidence and sexiness, I understand. There is no denying how attractive Brody Redding is, and she clearly agrees. Maybe she always liked the idea of being with a man like she described, but in the end, she really wanted someone like Brody. Whatever. She married Cameron, and now Brody's single. And he winked at me and kept looking. I wanted to run after them and go wherever they were going. Cammy, another of Hannah's bridesmaids, leans over and whispers. She looks like she's torn between rushing after that hottie and doing the proper thing and staying here. I giggle. Yep. You look the same, just saying. Yep. I don't deny it. Done with the pretend, she turns and faces me, since everyone else is talking and no one is paying attention to us. Seriously, did you see the eyes he was giving you? Girl, if I wasn't pregnant already, I'd have gotten pregnant just from sitting here. My eyes widen. You're pregnant? 17 weeks, she says, beaming. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I've been keeping it pretty quiet because we had 2 miscarriages before this one, so we're nervous to tell people. You're actually the first person not in the family that I've told. I give her a sweet face and press a hand to my chest and fan my face with the other like I'm drying my tears. Aw, I'm so honored. She rolls her eyes at me. She knows I'm being serious about being honored, but over the top about it. You're such a dork. Right. Anyway, tell me everything. She does. No hesitation, goes on to tell me everything about the miscarriages and the pregnancy so far. Cammy grew up here also, and we were friends for the short time I lived here during high school. We didn't stay incredibly close after that, but social media at least kept me informed. From what I understand, she got shot of her jerk of an ex-husband and moved to Minnesota, where she met her now husband, Owen. I heard he owns a resort on the Canadian border, but that's about all I know. I always got along really well with Cammy, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was a bridesmaid also, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. She's hilarious and funny and writes these amazing romance novels that I can't get enough of. Once she's finished, she calls her husband Owen over to introduce him to me. He's a handsome guy who looks like he belongs here in the Tennessee mountains. He leans over the table and kisses her on the mouth, and her soft look she gives him makes me all melty. They're in love. Not the in love for other people type of love. They're head over heels, happily stuck together for life kind of in love. Thank God we eloped, Cammy. Right? Y'all eloped? I ask them. Yep. He asked me on a Wednesday night if I would be his wife. Friday, I looked at him and said, why not now? I'm sick of waiting. No. Were your families and friends upset? Oh, yeah. We received a ton of shit about it, especially from his sister. But then we reminded them that we saved them the planning and money that goes into a wedding, and they saw how happy we were, so they didn't care. Plus, it was my second marriage, so I was like, meh, let's just be married. Having a big wedding the first time didn't pan out so well for me in the end. I'd say it did. Owen reminds her. If that one hadn't been what it was, we wouldn't have met. True. And thank goodness I hightailed it out of here to come to you, right? Right. Anyway, we had a small family-only reception with both sides, but it was mainly a barbecue up at the lake where we live. Owen owns a resort in northern Minnesota. Not sure if you knew that. We own it, he corrects, and Cammy smiles. I notice Owen hasn't once taken his eyes off her. Everyone brought gifts that we told them we didn't want, but they ignored us, and I wore a pretty little white sundress. So sexy, Owen says, still watching his wife. Damn, that dress. Cammy giggles and continues. Yeah, he kind of couldn't keep his hands off me, and we ended up having sex in our bedroom during the party. I smiled at them because this is a great story, and I want to keep hearing more. Did anyone know? My brother-in-law, Owen says, grinning. But he just high-fived me. Nice, I laugh. Do you regret not having the big wedding and reception? Heck no, Cammy replies instantly. Owen and I already lived together when he finally proposed. She emphasizes the word finally, making Owen grin. We didn't want to wait any longer after that. We snuck away to Vegas, got married, came home with a marriage license, and these. She lifts her hand to show her tattooed wedding ring finger. And couldn't have been happier. We didn't have to wait around to start our marriage and seriously saved some mega bucks and headaches. It's not that I never wanted a wedding, but it was perfect for us, and I wouldn't change it for anything. I love that. I gush. So what was that all about? Owen asks about what I assume was Brody's appearance. Cammy bursts out laughing. She broke up with him because he's a mechanic, basically. He got drunk, showed up here tonight, and totally pulled a friends in low places. Owen barks out a laugh. If what he was saying is true, she'll be regretting that. He wasn't lying. Brody's not like that. I tell them. He isn't, Cammy agrees. He's a good guy. He's the one with that black truck you have a hard-on for. She teases Owen. Oh, no kidding. Makes sense then. That thing is awesome. I saw it 2 days ago and can't stop thinking about it. Dork, Cammy snorts. He kept looking in your direction, and I was about to come kick some ass. Then I realized he had eyes for this one. He points at me. That's what I told her. He was looking at you like he had some ideas running through his head, if you know what I mean. I squirm in my seat, not uncomfortable with the idea. Oh no, with the prospect of it. Shut up, I murmur, a little embarrassed and not wanting to make a scene. I'm also a little worried that Hannah will hear, or that she'll be mad at me for some reason, even though I didn't do anything. It's not like I knew Brody was coming here tonight. Cammy and Owen laugh at my expense, and she nudges me with her shoulder. You saw it too, right? Instead of saying it out loud, I nod, which only makes them laugh harder. I guess that's going to be a thing sooner than later. Owen murmurs. I feel red stain my cheeks and duck my head. I agree. Since we were here at the beginning, I'm demanding that when it happens, you let us know. Besides, this is like a romance novel, and I have all sorts of ideas rolling around in my head now. Oh boy, I grumble as Owen chuckles. Don't mind her. Everything turns into a book in her mind. So I'm nothing special? Is that what you're trying to say? I ask, joking. Exactly. Owen grins. And it's easy to see why Cammy fell in love with him, or at least was attracted to him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Hannah and Cameron stand up together. She looks beautiful today, not that she doesn't usually, and I feel not just a small pang of shame that I've been thinking the things that I've been thinking. Hannah's not a bad person, and I'm being catty, which I don't like. It makes me feel like I'm in 6th grade all over again, talking bad about my friends behind their back. Whether Hannah and I are close or not is of no concern. We're still friends, and today's her wedding day. Together, Hannah and Cameron move about the reception hall, stopping to talk to all the guests and presumably thank them for coming. Cammy and Owen are huddled together after Owen brought a chair over to sit next to her. It's amazing how you can be surrounded by people but feel more alone than ever before. I stand up and mutter that I need to use the restroom, even though I don't think neither Cammy nor Owen are paying attention, and make my way there. After doing my business and washing my hands, I stare at myself in the mirror. 4 months ago, the company I worked for let me go. Because I'm the worst money manager in the history of money managing, and I have a spending habit paired with a wage that didn't necessarily support this habit, I was forced to move home, and also forced to take a good hard look at what I'm doing with my life. I have no job prospects, no real aspirations on what I want to do with my life. I'm 32 years old and am currently jobless, living with my parents, and have a pitiful amount of money in my checking account. Savings? I blew through about a quarter of that during the last 4 months that I've been out of work and was trying to find something else. I moved home before I spent it all because I got control of myself. Oh, and the topping on the craptastic cake that is currently my pathetic excuse for a life? My cat died. Right in front of me as I was packing the contents of my ground floor apartment into the back of my dad's truck. She got out when the door was left open, ran across the street, right in front of a car, and that was that. It was awful, and I cried right there in the middle of the street, yelling at the driver, who wasn't at fault, but I needed to blame someone, and that poor man was there. He felt awful, kept apologizing and asking how he could help, but there was nothing he could do. To say I was in a bad mental place already would be putting it mildly, and that just pushed me over the top. Since that day, just 3 weeks ago, I've been mopey, crying off and on in a constant pity party, and I'm pretty sure my parents are days away from kicking me out if I don't stop. Especially my daddy, since he is letting me work for him in the meantime until I find something permanent, and I'm certain he's just tired of being around me. 2 days ago, he snuck out of the house rather than the two of us riding together. I couldn't even blame him, though. Quite honestly, after living on my own for over 12 years, being around my parents this often isn't exactly thrilling. I'm not normally a wreck, but everything snowballed since I lost my job because the company shut down. And if I'm being honest, I'm not where I'd like to be at this point in my life. Filing papers at my dad's insurance office and transferring them to the new online system isn't how I expected to fill my days. But yet I'm grateful for it. If I didn't at least have this to do to keep me busy, I'd be even more of a basket case than I already am. I look at my reflection and reach into the pocket of my dress. Yes, pockets. Hannah did good when she picked out the bridesmaids' dresses. And pull out my deep red lipstick, reapplying a heavy coat along my bottom lip. I rub my lips together, then fill them in with more color. The door to the restroom opens, and the sound of laughter fills the small space, right along with Hannah. Oh, good. I thought I saw you come in here, and I have to pee so bad. Hannah practically yanks up her skirt as she barges past me and into a stall. Help me, please, Katie. I jump to action and shake off my shock, trying not to laugh at her expression. I help her hold her dress up, the material bunching around her chest. She takes a seat and sighs with relief, making me giggle. Oh my gosh, I had to go so bad. I saw you come in here like 10 minutes ago and kept trying to excuse myself, but people kept talking to me, and I couldn't get away. And I kept thinking, I am going to pee straight down my leg at my own wedding reception, and after all the crap Brody just pulled that people will never forget, I didn't want to add to the crazy that they would never forget. She rambles and can't stop talking. Another laugh bubbles out of me. People will forget the Brody thing, but probably not you wetting yourself if it had happened. She snorts. Right? And don't lie. People won't forget about Brody coming in here like a lunatic. Hannah rolls her eyes, and I bite my bottom lip. I'm sorry that happened, I say, not knowing what else to say, handing her a bunch of toilet paper. I wouldn't necessarily call him a lunatic, but I can see her point in being frustrated. She finishes up and I help her stand, moving out of the stall before dropping her dress and moving to the sink to wash her hands. Are you okay? I ask her. I am. I'm mad that he showed up, though. I thought he was over it. Over me. I resist the urge to roll my eyes because that's not what he showed up here for. But I don't think anyone will be able to convince Hannah of that. Well, you're married now, so it doesn't matter, right? She beams and turns to face me, lifting her hand and squealing. Very true. I'm married. And you're happy. That's what's important. You and Cameron have the rest of your lives together. Plus the honeymoon. I remind her, grinning. The honeymoon is something she hasn't been able to stop talking about, so I'm certain that bringing it up will help brighten her mood and get her mind off of Brody. They're going to a resort on an island in the Caribbean that sounds beautiful. I've never left the United States. You're so right, Katie. Thank you. I needed that reminder. I am so excited for the honeymoon. And everything up to the point that Brody and his band of hoodlums showed up was perfect. Focusing on anything but how amazing the day has been just ruins it, she says with a definitive nod. Yes, I agree. I'm so glad you could be here in the wedding. It's like you lost your job for a reason, right? I mean, if you hadn't, who knows if you would have been able to be my bridesmaid? She rolls her eyes and huffs. You lived so far away, and you didn't really keep in contact a whole lot. She adds the last comment, like I was the only one who moved away from Benton, Tennessee. I raise my eyebrows. She can't possibly be suggesting that it was a good thing that I lost my job in order for me to be here for the wedding. I suppose that could be the silver lining in losing my job and having to move home with my parents. Hannah completely misses my sarcasm and smiles at me while she checks her appearance. Exactly. See? You need to look at the bright side of things, Katie. You're always so negative. I'm really not. But I'm not going to go there with her because if I've learned something in my 32 years, it's when to pick my battles. This is not one of those times. We make our way back to the reception, and she moves around, her smile firmly in place as she talks to her guests and dances with her new husband. I take a seat with a few friends I haven't seen in a while, and we chat and catch up. Nothing too personal because it's obviously one of those hi, how are you type of situations where you honestly don't care but don't want to look like a jerk by not asking about their lives. When I bluntly say, I just lost my job and moved back in with my parents, so my life is going pretty spectacularly at the moment. The guests at the table laugh nervously and slowly disappear, leaving me alone at the table. Seems about right. Chapter 3. Katie. Fancy seeing you here, a male voice says against my ear. The heat of his obviously large body presses against my back, and I spin around quickly. What greets me is the man I haven't been able to stop thinking about since I last saw him at my friend's wedding reception 2 weeks ago. Brody. Katie. We stare at each other for a few beats. Then it's my turn to order. Large black coffee, room for a splash of cream and a blueberry scone, please. Got it. And for you, sir. Oh, no, we're not. Same. My treat. Brody hands over a $20 bill and winks at me, much like he did at Hannah's reception, and just like it did then, my insides clench. I've had a crush on this man for as long as I've known him. Not just a fleeting crush, either. I'm talking full-on daydreams about him, green with jealousy when Hannah and he were together, and wanting to contact him the second I heard about their breakup to see how he was. I hadn't seen him in a few years when he showed up at Hannah and Cameron's wedding reception, but one look in his direction told me that I hadn't gotten over my crush. Not in the slightest. There's so many things about Brody Redding that I just like. So handsome, funny, hardworking, kind. Oh my gosh, he's one of the kindest people I've ever met. Always willing to help someone out, lend a hand to complete strangers. And don't even get me started on him. He's all man. His hands are calloused and slightly grease-stained, arms full of muscle. Damn, he's so sexy. And I know that he knows it, but he doesn't act like it. He's confident in who he is, but he's not cocky by any means. And his smile, it's the single most amazing smile I've ever seen in my life, especially when his jaw is covered by perfectly groomed scruff like it is now. His smile is heart-stopping. He's wearing boot-cut jeans that drape over heavy brown work boots, a dark gray t-shirt with the Carhartt logo on his left chest, and a wooden cross that hangs from a thin black leather string. It looks like something that's handcrafted. And I wonder if his daddy made it for him because back in the day, I remember he used to create a lot of jewelry, ornaments, decorate boxes, and other little intricate things out of wood. My eyes eat up every gorgeous bit of him in a matter of only a few seconds. But when they travel back up to meet his, I don't see anything other than exactly what I know my eyes are showing too. Heat, want, desire. You didn't have to do that, I say quietly, remembering my manners when it comes to him buying me a coffee and breakfast pastry. But thank you. You're welcome. We wait patiently for our drinks as we're handed our plastic-wrapped scones. These scones are amazing. Have you had them before? I ask, feeling a little awkward because I don't know what to say to him. I haven't. But you ordered one? He shrugs one of his strong shoulders. I trust you. Those 3 words, they do something to me. Hopefully you aren't disappointed, I tell him, ducking my head. When our coffees are handed to us, we both add a splash of half and half and put the lid on. You staying here or heading out? I was going to leave, but if he's staying, there's no way I'm going to admit that. I think I'll take it to that back table. Want company? Absolutely. Sure, I say, shrugging like it's not a big deal. Though it is. A huge deal. Because girl code tells me I shouldn't even want him, much less sit and have coffee with the guy who my friend used to date and who almost ruined her wedding reception. But Hannah never was that good of a friend to me. In fact, when she asked me to be a bridesmaid, I was, and still am, 95% sure it was only because she wanted a certain number of bridesmaids standing up with her. His answering chuckle tells me that he knows I'm not feeling nearly as nonchalant about us sharing a coffee as I'm trying to appear. We settle at a table, and I take the lid off my coffee, blowing lightly at the hot liquid before taking a large sip. It's deliciously bitter, and comforting, and hot. When I was growing up, I thought that liking coffee meant I was an adult. I'd watched my parents drink coffee together in the morning to help them wake up. In the warmer months, they'd sit out on the deck, and my sister and I would sit in the living room and watch cartoons through sleepy eyes and hair wild from sleep. In the colder months, they'd sit around the wood-burning stove together. That heated our home from the fire. They let us watch TV as long as we kept it quiet while they had their coffee. They never watched the morning news, aside from a quick check for the weather, saying it put a damper on their day. Wouldn't read the paper either. I used to think that meant they were out of touch, but as I got older, I started to realize they were right. There's rarely positive news being shared. It was always Mama and Daddy's time together, they called it. And my sister Erica and I would always say that when we found the guy to share coffee and breakfast with in the morning, we'd never let him go. My sister found her forever guy a few years ago, and I stood beside her as they pledged their lives to one another for life. She's happy, and he's perfect for her. And yes, they kept their tradition of morning coffee time together. What are you thinking about over there? Brody's deep voice interrupts my thoughts, and I startle to realize that I have been staring at my coffee for who knows how long. Sorry, I say sheepishly. It's okay. So, what's going through that pretty head of yours? He called me pretty. Or my head pretty, anyway. That tiny compliment makes me blush. To cover it, I bite my bottom lip and shake my head, letting my blonde hair whoosh around my shoulders. You'll think it's weird. His eyes twinkle when he says, Try me. He takes a big and loud, purposeful slurp of his coffee, grinning at his own obnoxiousness. You're so mature. He waggles his eyebrows and bites into his scone with his white teeth. Clearly, I've lost my mind if I'm focusing on the man's teeth. But they are attractive. Not perfectly straight, like he went through years of wearing braces, And for whatever reason, that makes them even more attractive to me.
I know. Anyway, tell me what you were so distracted by.
Nothing, just memories, I guess.
Good memories?
He asks and takes another bite. I bite into my own scone and almost close my eyes at the tender, soft texture of the pastry. They're so delicious. And I know I could make my own, but I'm positive they wouldn't taste even half as good. After I swallow my bite, I drink some coffee to wash it down and reply, of my parents.
Oh, yeah? How are Gina and Frank doing?
The fact that he remembers my parents' names kind of messes with my insides. Man, at one time I had it bad for Brody, and apparently 5 minutes in his presence has brought all of those feelings back to life. They're good. Great, actually. Frank is hoping to retire at the end of the year, and Gina's up to her usual antics.
Usual antics being looking at women's you-know-whats all day long?
You know it. My mama is a labor and delivery nurse and loves working in the obstetrics department, being there when mothers bring babies into the world. He grins that boyish grin that I love and shakes his head.
She's crazy.
Nah. I mean, she is, but not because of that. He laughs loudly, throwing his head back.
Oh, come on. Mama Gina isn't crazy. Not like my mom.
Well, no. No one's quite that crazy, I tease.
Fuck, right? She's not gotten any better with age either.
Yet you love her.
I do. Though, did you know that Dad's officially done? He asked for a divorce a few years ago.
I reach across the table on instinct and grab his hand in mine. He immediately turns it over so our palms are touching. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. He shrugs a shoulder but doesn't release my hand.
It was a long time coming. I mean, she wasn't willing to change, so he didn't have a choice. He tried to love her through it, but I guess it was just a deal breaker in the end. He thought that maybe if he threatened the divorce, she'd stop. Apparently not.
Is she still,
stealing? Oh, yeah.
He says, leaning back and releasing my hand to rub it across his jaw.
Little shit here and there, I'm sure. She wouldn't stop when it came to losing her family, so I doubt if now that she's lost us, she's gone all noble and stopped. Dad hated it. It's an addiction, But Mama wouldn't even try to stop. Dad begged her over and over again, but she said it made her happy. She's lost all her friends.
I flip my hand around and am embarrassed when a giggle slips out. Well, yeah. I'm sure none of them really want her to come over for wine if they're afraid she's going to get sticky fingers in their house. I mean, if it were me, I wouldn't want to even go shopping with her in case she took something and then I ended up being an accessory to her criminal ways. The corner of his mouth ticks up in amusement.
Criminal ways, huh?
I wince because I realize that probably came out rudely, but he didn't seem bothered, so I try to brush it off and hope he wasn't offended. Sorry, that was rude of me.
No, it wasn't. It's the truth. She tried therapy, and after she'd gotten caught that one time and ended up in her little stint in county jail for 30 days, we really thought she'd stop.
But she's still like the Beagle Boys from DuckTales, huh? Does she wear one of those little black masks over her eyes so people don't know it's her?
I kind of missed your way of telling it like it is.
I wince, again, because I really do need to find a filter at some point in my life. Rather than talk again, I shove a giant bite of scone in my mouth, so big that my cheeks puff out and I know I look ridiculous, but it's better than continually talking and saying whatever's on my mind. This time it's Brody who reaches over the table for my hand.
Hey, quit.
Quit what? I mumble around scone crumbs, a few flying out of my mouth. I'm such a delight.
I meant it. I missed your brand of honesty. No, she's not nearly as crafty as Ma Beagle was when she'd wear her black eye mask. She just takes shit, which is why she was in jail. I like that you can joke with me about it and not try to pretend that it didn't happen. My mom's a klepto. I know it. All her ex-friends know it. My dad knows it. Hell, I'm pretty sure even Pastor Warren knows it. I can accept it now because I realize that I'm not the one responsible for her actions, and it doesn't have anything to do with me. I look down at our joined hands and back up to his eyes. He squeezes me once, then slides his hand away again. How's your sister? Married, happy, trying to get pregnant. Bet that makes Frank and Gina happy. They're ready to be grandparents for sure. They complain all the time that their friends get to have grandbabies, but we don't even give them grand pets. Apparently, my fish doesn't count. I grumble like it really bothers me. It doesn't. Obviously, I know a goldfish isn't grand pet worthy, but I love giving my parents grief about it. And what about you? What are you doing back here? Just visiting your parents after the wedding? I shake my head. Nope, I'm here again. Moved home right before the wedding. His jaw drops down just slightly, and if I wasn't watching him so closely, I might not have noticed. But I'm addicted to his face, so I did notice. You live here again? Nodding, I confirm. Yeah. Are you working anywhere? For my dad, which is a little humbling and makes me feel like I can't adult properly and have to run to my parents for not only a job, but a place to live. But it's only temporary. I lost my job from layoffs, and I didn't really have another choice but to move home. I didn't have enough saved up to live for months, and my severance was a joke because they technically gave us enough notice. Daddy needed my help around the office, so I'm doing that until I find something more permanent. Want to sling tires? Actually, fuck that. You'd be a giant distraction for my guys. I want to ask why only his guys, but I'm not nearly that brave. Instead, I flex my arms, which aren't that muscular, but I can fake it with the best of them, and say, "What? You don't think I'd be able to handle the work?" He rolls his eyes and tosses the balled-up cellophane that was around his scone at me, which I deflect easily. Shut up. You know that's not what I meant. I wink at him this time, and his eyes flare. So, what are you doing for Frank? Not enough to keep me busy, that's for sure. Filing paperwork, helping him get everything into a more automated system so he can retire. But it's boring. I grouch. But I'm grateful for the work anyway. Well, that goes without saying, he teases, tipping his almost empty coffee cup in my direction. I roll my eyes. What is it you did again? I mean your work. I feel like there's a lot I never learned about you. Besides my mama staring at vaginas for a living, of course. Of course. I smile and hate that I can feel how shy it is. So, tell me about you. How do you spend your days? Or how did you before you moved back to Benton? I worked at a large architectural firm. I helped with the day-to-day operations, otherwise known as an assistant, I say, wrinkling my nose. It wasn't my life stream, but I actually loved it. Everyone who worked there was very nice, and it was a relaxed atmosphere. But the firm was having a lot of financial problems and had to shut down. The owner had a hard time not spending more than what we were taking in, wanting a fancier office than we needed, and paid for expensive retreats. It was nice of him to want to do that. It was just premature. He needed to build up his business first before all that. Hence the reason he had to shut down. Bummer. Yep, it was. But it wasn't exactly unexpected either, because we all saw the writing on the wall. So, anyway, here I am. Hate that you lost your job, but glad to have you here. I'm a little ashamed to admit how much more I want there to be to his statement. I'm glad to be back home, too. Feels a little weird, but it's good. Plus, I just started taking classes to become a massage therapist. I have about 5 weeks left before I'm done. He looks surprised by my announcement. Massage therapy? Is that what you've always wanted to do? No, it was never in my plan. But when I found out I was going to be losing my job working for the firm, I decided a fresh start was what I needed. I was driving along one day, and it might sound crazy, but I started going through the alphabet and would think of a career with each letter. When I got to M, I said massage therapy out loud, and it just kind of stuck. I didn't go any farther in the alphabet, just stopped right there. That's a kick-ass way to come up with what to do with your life. I wrinkle my nose, thinking he's teasing me, but he corrects himself. I mean it. Promise. You actually considered your options, and then you found something that you knew you could be passionate about, and went for it. It's cool. Thanks, Brody. That means a lot. Welcome. So, everything happens for a reason, right? The way his eyes travel over my face gives me a little flutter in my stomach. Right. So tell me about you. What's this about your new contract? He grins and looks away. Now that was definitely unexpected. I was just doing my thing, you know. Turns out I did my thing for the right person, and he told absolutely the right person, who told a few more right people, and here I am, suddenly doing custom work for trucks that will be in country music videos. Wow, that's crazy. It is. You ready for it? Like, is it a happy, unexpected thing for you, or is it something that you're like, dang, how do I get out of it? Definitely a happy thing. I mean, it's a little overwhelming and intimidating, and I'm positive the first time I meet an artist, I'll probably want to throw up, but I'm excited too. I'm so happy for you. I remember way back in the day, your truck always looked pretty amazing. He blushes. Blushes. And there's no way I can ignore it, so I nudge his foot with mine and tease him. Aw, is the big bad Brody Redding embarrassed to accept a compliment? Shut up, he murmurs. I giggle, and he looks up at me, his chin still tucked so his face is angled down. So, I was a little surprised to see you at Hannah's reception, he says, leaning back in his chair. She just needed bodies, I explain with a flick of my wrist. He nods like he actually agrees, or at least understands what I'm getting at. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Everything is such a presentation, right? Make sure it looks good on the outside. Yeah, I sigh. I don't mean to talk bad. That's not who I am. I sigh again. No, it isn't. But you weren't lying, he says with a shrug. I might have been surprised, but it was definitely a good surprise. You still look, beautiful. I press my lips together and whisper a quiet, "Thank you. Welcome." His phone rings loudly, a shrill sound that has me jumping in my seat, my hand flying to my chest on instinct. He grabs his phone and must hit ignore because it silences immediately. Sorry, I keep it turned up because it's hard to hear in the shop. You don't say, I say sarcastically. Goodness, that terrified me. Yeah, I'm used to it now, but it scared the shit out of me for a week straight. It rings again, and I, of course, almost jump out of my seat. He chuckles at my expense. Sorry. Apparently, the shop is wondering where I am. Oh, were they expecting you? Of course they were, dumbass. They probably were because it's 7:30 in the morning, and we've been here for 30 minutes already. He's probably usually been at his shop for an hour by now. He looks at me for a moment, then says, Yeah, but they'll get over it. He smiles and gives me another wink. I had something better to do. Well, now my stomach is really fluttering. His phone starts ringing again, and I jump in my seat again. Someone really needs to talk to you. He looks down at his phone. Yeah, you mind? Not at all. Go ahead. He slides his thumb across the screen and answers. Yeah? He listens quietly for a few seconds, then says, Got it. Be there in 10. Hang tight. Brody shoves his phone back in his pocket. Gotta go? Yep. Sorry. Don't apologize. You're a big deal now, right? Nah, never that. But I'd really like to have coffee or something again. Yeah? Of course. We barely had time to scratch the surface, he says, standing up. I stand up also, and we grab our trash, bringing it to the trash can by the door of the coffee shop. He holds the door open for me, and I brush past him, discreetly inhaling. He smells of soap and spice, and oh my gosh, it's not even that strong or anything overly sexy, but it is delicious. Did you just sniff me? He asks, humor heavy in his tone. I stop in my tracks. Okay, so apparently I wasn't discreet. How embarrassing. I shake my head fast. Nope, I didn't. Side to side, side to side. If I say it didn't happen, right? No. Right. Okay, he says, trying not to laugh. I sigh, relenting. Fine, I did. But you sniffed me first, I exclaim, even though I'm lying through my teeth. So it was a mutual sniffing? He surprises me by replying. I point at him and narrow my eyes. You know, a gentleman would have just let it slide. He grins. All right, I'll let you off the hook. Because I am a gentleman. Sometimes. He adds with a chuckle. I roll my eyes. Anyway, I murmur. Thanks again for the coffee and scone. My pleasure, he says. Maybe I'll bump into you again soon? Yeah, maybe. Hopefully, I don't add. I walk to my car that's conveniently parked next to a pickup that is so obviously his. It's enormous, shiny, black everywhere. The windows, the wheels, the door handles, the paint. Though there's traces of mud near the back tires, which for some reason makes it even better. Yours? I ask, even though I've already deduced it is. How'd you guess? Because it looks like you? All fancy without looking fancy. I joke. I open my door and slide into the driver's seat. You have me pegged, he calls, climbing up into his truck. See you soon, Katie girl. Shaking my head, I shut my door and start my car, shift into reverse and glance at Brody before backing out of my parking space. He's looking at me, watching with an expression that I don't understand, but all I can think about is that one day I'd love to know each and every one of his expressions.
Chapter 4. Brody. Well, that was a perfect way to start my day. Even with the interruption from my phone ringing, because normally I've been at the shop for at least an hour, so my guys were checking in, it was the best kind of surprise to walk into the coffee shop and see Katie standing there. She's so damn pretty it makes me crazy. I knew I needed to be at the shop, but I didn't care at the time. I wanted to look at her and listen to her and share coffee and that weird triangle biscuit thing that I didn't really like nearly as much as I let on, but it was worth eating it to be in her presence. "About fucking time," Johnny shouts at me from under the hood of the car he's working on. He doesn't even raise his head, but he's a grease monkey like me. He knows the sound of my pickup. "Sleep in, B?" "Yeah, you know me, always sleeping late." He stands up straight and wipes his hands on a rag that was draped over the open hood. He lifts a chin. "Then what? Had something to do? You my mother or something?" I flip him off and smirk as I walk into my office. He gives me a weird look, which kind of makes sense because he and I know way too much about each other. I know more about his bowel movements and how often he jacks off than I should, that's for damn sure. I've barely sat down when he barges in, leans against the doorway, and crosses his arms but doesn't say a word. I look up, and he raises an eyebrow. "You're such a nosy asshole, you know that?" He shrugs. "And?" I drop my head back and look at the ceiling, spin my chair to face him, and shift my gaze to him. "Stopped for a coffee." "And?" he repeats. "Saw Katie," I say, grinning, picking up a pen and clicking it several times in a row. He goes from annoyed with his boss to happy for his best friend in an instant. "Oh, really?" Johnny shuts the door and has a seat across from me, rubbing his hands together like an excited teenage girl who just heard some juicy gossip. I don't hide my eye roll. "Tell me everything." "There's nothing to tell." "Bullshit," he says, crossing his arms over his chest. No lie, I ran into her at the coffee shop. We sat together and drank coffee, and that's it. Since when do you go to the coffee shop? He asks, raising his eyebrow at me. Since I saw her walk into the coffee shop and decided I desperately needed another cup of coffee this morning, I reply honestly, raising my own eyebrow. He throws his head back, laughing. You going for it? I shrug. Not sure. She's beautiful and I always liked her, but yeah, it would be a little weird, right? Weird how? Because of Hannah? She was a bridesmaid in Hannah's wedding, I remind him. She was there the night that I stormed in and pulled a friends in low places that no one will ever forget. Katie probably thinks I'm a piece of shit. Did she act like it this morning when you were drinking coffee for however long? Well, no, I admit. Actually, she said the only reason she was a bridesmaid was because Hannah needed more bodies up there with her. I got the feeling there isn't a ton of friendship left between the two. Then what's the problem? You think Hannah's gonna sit back and let it happen? She'll shit all over our relationship. Now it's a relationship, huh? He teases. Thought there was nothing to tell. Fuck me, but you're such a gossip girl. He shrugs, not caring. I am what I am. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I want to see you happy. Happy. Interesting. I'm happy. Sure you are, but what I mean is happy for more reasons than just the fact that you kick ass at your job. Personal life happy. I'm happy there too, I tell him. I'm not unhappy, though I don't go to sleep at night with a smile on my face because of how I spend my evening. He's not wrong in the fact that I kick ass at my job, and that's why I'm happy. Is it enough, though? Is that enough? He asks, reading my thoughts. For now, yes. Let's get to work, okay? Fill me in on the morning, I say. Conversation is tabled then. Got it. He continues on, telling me about the delivery that he was notified would be delayed, the reason he was calling me this morning, and goes on about the number and type of jobs we have lined up for the day. This is our typical. He knows the jobs on the schedule like the back of his hand, and I trust that he assigns the appropriate person to do the work, and that includes assigning me to whatever needs to be done. I like knowing what's going on. It's important to me, and not just because I'm the one who signs everyone's checks. This is the business I built, and it may be shifting into something that I never expected, but that doesn't mean I don't care about what got me here. I'll never forget. It's not who I am. What day did they say the wheels would be here? 2 days. Damn, why the delay? He scrubs a hand over his face and groans. Some dipshit doesn't know how to run a forklift and ended up dropping the load, dented a bunch of the wheels or something like that. I honestly don't know. I stopped listening because I was annoyed that it was going to put us back a couple days. I chuckle. It'll be fine. We padded our timeline, remember? We have to because stuff like this happens, I remind him. Yeah, still annoying. Now it's a little less padded than it was before, but I guess we've still got plenty of time. I wave him off. What else? He stands up and backs toward the door, opening it behind him. Nada, just work, work, work. You're a slave driver. I grin. Better get to it then. He shuts the door behind him, knowing that I can't get any of the office work done otherwise. This is the only part of owning the company that I hate. I'd rather be getting my hands dirty than pushing papers, but it's an evil necessity. I work for about 10 minutes before my mind wanders back to the blonde beauty I spent an hour with this morning. I can't stop myself from reaching for my phone and going onto social media to do some research on her. I'm happily surprised to see that we're still social media friends, though it says a lot about how often I scroll through the site since I couldn't even remember my password, much less who I'm friends with. She doesn't post often, but there are a few recent things, especially about moving back home. She's also tagged in quite a few pictures, including some from Hannah's bachelorette party and wedding. I wonder if Hannah realizes that one of her bridesmaids outshined her on her wedding day. I also wonder how, when I was dating Hannah, I somehow missed how breathtakingly beautiful Katie is. Though I suppose it would have made me quite the dick if I had. After about 10 minutes, I set my phone down and sit back in my seat. I only spent an hour with Katie this morning, but I already know I like her. She's funny and kind and sweet, and I really want to get to know her better. However, what I told Johnny this morning holds true. Hannah is just petty enough that she'll flip out if I pursue anything with Katie. She's territorial, and even though she's married and has no claim to me, I'm afraid she wouldn't be happy about it. And it's not that I care what she thinks, but Katie might. My phone rings, startling the shit out of me, and I almost throw the damn thing because I was so caught up simply staring at a picture of Katie. Once I have my heart in control, I answer, "Eric, hey, what's up, man?" Eric is the country music video producer who first contacted me about getting vehicles ready to be in the videos after I worked on his own truck. "Not much, B. You ready for this?" he asks, meaning the influx of business he keeps saying will come my way once word gets out. "Of course." Good, 'cause shit's about to get real." "Why do you say that?" "Got a few shipments coming your way. The first is 3 trucks. One will have 2 muscle cars, and the third is a Jeep." My heart starts racing because I wasn't expecting them so soon, and the new shop that's being built won't be ready for a few more weeks. "Eric, I thought you were going to give me plenty of time before vehicles started arriving." "This is me giving you a heads up. You've got 6 weeks before they get there." I breathe a sigh of relief because I know the new shop will be completed by then. When I signed the contract, my daddy sat down with me and told me to take a good hard look around my current shop, Benton's Tire. It's not a bad place, but it's also a working shop. My guys do things like oil changes and tire rotations, regular maintenance on vehicles to keep them in top running order. What I'll be doing to these vehicles will require a shop that's set up for it. I met with Chad because he's a contractor, and he offered to get it up and going for me. I'm sure it helped that I'm paying him extra for the rush job. He understands exactly what I need in the new shop he's building for me. Once it's ready, I'll work completely out of that shop rather than taking up space at Benton's Tire. Johnny will run the day-to-day operations there, and I'll pop in when I'm needed. I'll have to double-check with Chad that the building will be done in time, but I'm not too worried. That will give us 4 weeks after he initially thought it'd be done to get it organized and set up. That's more than enough. 6 weeks, that works. You gave me a heart attack, man. I was afraid they were coming in a few days. Ha! I'm not that much of a jerk. You got some time right now to go over the details? Yeah, I've got time. For the next 15 minutes, we discuss the specifics for each vehicle. Lucky for me, nothing he's talking about is out of my wheelhouse. As he's talking, I type everything into the computer program Chad set up for me. All products that I need to order link directly to my suppliers, even though most of what we put onto the vehicles is custom. It makes it easier to keep everything in order. The Ram pickup is the first priority. Luke's video is scheduled to shoot in March, and we need it ready to go and delivered a few weeks early. March? That's 6 months from now. I don't know what I was expecting, but having this much time to work on the vehicles definitely wasn't it. I'm not an idiot, though. I won't admit that to him. I'm sure at some point he'll tell me I only have 3 weeks to work on a truck, and right now I'm not about to kick the gift horse in the mouth, so to speak. Got it. That works here. He goes over the timeline for the rest of the vehicles, and we hang up with a plan set in place. Luke will be by in January to check progress. I try to mask my excitement over him coming to check on his truck by simply saying, "Just keep me updated so I know when to expect him." "Will do. How many are you able to work on at a time?" "Right now we're planning on 2 at a time, but if the jobs increase, then we'll hire more people on and bump it up to 3 or possibly 4. "That should work for now." "For now?" He's quiet for a second. Then, "Brody, you realize what this contract is going to do for your business, don't you?" I have a good idea, but have been afraid to dream of it. Hell, I couldn't even dream of signing a contract like this one, so anything beyond that is truly unthinkable for me. Luckily, he's not waiting for my reply, and he continues with, "Once word gets out, everyone is going to be calling you, wanting you to work on their vehicles too." "Let's just take it one project at a time, yeah?" He chuckles. "That's fine, but what I'm telling you now is prepare yourself. Prepare your guys. Make sure whatever building you're putting up is going to be big enough." "Eric, you realize who you're talking to, right? The only thing I know how to do is work on cars and trucks. Which is the reason why your business is going to blow up bigger than you ever imagined." "It already has," I tell him. "I get that, but..." He sighs. "I want you ready." "Ready?" "Prepared for what's to come. It's going to happen, Brody. It would have anyway once people discovered you on your own, but with your name associated with these artists, people will notice and start calling. There's nothing like star power to make a business skyrocket." I'm a big enough man to admit he's making me a little, actually a lot, nervous. I'm not looking for fame. Heck, I wasn't even looking for fortune. I was perfectly happy just being me. What if we leave the contract as it is? What do you mean? I love what I do, and I know it won't change who I am. The money, I mean. But I'm not sure I'm ready for what you're suggesting. Your business to explode? Right. I don't need my name in lights, Eric. That's not who I am, and I'm not ready for my life to change. Well, ready for it or not, it's going to happen. You know this, though. What's the big deal now? Don't tell me you don't think you can do the work. Shit, Eric, the work isn't the issue. I don't like attention, that's all. He blows out a breath and chuckles. I'm sure I sound like a complete idiot to him. He's surrounded by people in the limelight, so I'm sure he can't fathom a guy not wanting attention. Here's something else, Redding. Look, if it's going to be a problem, tell me now so we can work around this. It's not like you need to advertise your association with the projects, and we can do our best to keep your name hidden as much as possible. But we give credit where credit's due, and you deserve this credit, my man. You're the best in the business, and don't even realize it, which is part of what makes you the best. Best in the business, huh? I said what I said. Johnny pokes his head in. Mikey needs... Crap, sorry, boss. Didn't know you were on the phone. Into the phone, I say, hang on a second, Eric. No problem. What's up? That the producer? Yeah, we're going over everything now. Give me 5 minutes, yeah? You got it. He shuts the door behind him as he leaves, and I get back to work. Sorry about that. You're working. I interrupted. It's not a problem. We're pretty well done anyway. So listen, I might freak out a tad at a time or two, and I apologize in advance for that, but you've met me. I wear Levi's and boots, and not just when I'm working. I'm a common guy. You don't say, he teases. Also, you're far from common. Agree to disagree on that one? He chuckles again and then goes on, I get it, I do, but nothing is going to change for you unless you want it to. You want your life to stay private? It will. Easy as that, huh? It is. For some reason, I believe him. Something I will later learn was a mistake.
Chapter 5. Katie. You can't be serious. He shrugs his shoulders, not caring. Sorry, Katie. It's just not working out. My jaw drops, then snaps closed before opening again. But you're my dad. Daddy shrugs and looks away from me, fiddling with his beard. That's why I'm doing this. You can't be serious, I repeat. What am I supposed to do? Now he just looks nervous because he has no answer for me. Your mama and I need this. I'm not denying that, but I take a deep breath and will the tears to stay away. We want what's best for you, darling. You know we do, but you're relying on this, on us. Of course I am, I cry. And that's why it's time. You know we love you, but we're... He pauses and lowers his voice as if he's about to say something scandalous. Concerned. My heart beats a little faster at the word concerned, and I bite my lower lip to stop it from trembling. Growing up, concern over me was a thing, kind of like being disappointed in me. Concern meant worried, and worried made me feel guilty and nervous. Concerned? I whisper. Yes, he says quietly. He repeats what he was saying earlier. You're relying on us and not trying. Not trying? I'm going to school and working for you at the same time. How is that not trying? Are you going to just keep repeating everything I say, or are we going to have a conversation? I release my lip and blow out a breath. Have a conversation, I murmur. What's going on, Katie? I shrug, my face downturned so I'm looking at the desk rather than his face. He knocks once on the desk to get my attention, and he offers me his dad look that says he already knows, but he wants me to admit it to him. Talk to me. It all got so screwed up. What did? My life, I answer miserably. Everything about it. I used to have it all planned so well. I had goals and I knew what I wanted to accomplish. It felt like my life was all over the place and I couldn't catch up. And it feels so weird to be in school again, like I was a failure earlier in life.
Maybe it's time to stop looking at this left turn like it's a bad thing and take it for the second chance that it is. You have a clean slate, kiddo. Take advantage of that. Do what you want to do rather than what you think you have to do. Like learning how to be a massage therapist. Who cares that you realized it later? It's not like you're 70 and just starting a new job. You're still young.
Well, what I have to do now is have a job that pays me enough money so I can move out of your house.
Don't be a smartass, Caitlin Marie. I'm trying to help you. You should know that by now.
Nodding, I say, I understand, and I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
Yeah, I get that. You had 4 months to pull your head out of your ass and get over it, too.
My jaw drops because Daddy never cusses. Dad!
I'm old, and I'm allowed to lose my filter. Don't judge me.
I giggle and lean back in my chair, letting my head fall back, too. So, y'all are kicking me out of my home, huh?
Mama and I need our privacy. You realize we haven't had naked Thursdays since you got here. You've been living with us for over 2 months, sweetheart. 2 months. That's a long time. When you came home for Hannah's wedding, we thought it was just temporary, but it's been forever since I've been able to come home from work and walk around the house naked. I miss it.
I sputter and almost fall out of my chair. Dad! He grins and shrugs a shoulder.
I am who I am.
Scrunching at my nose, I shudder and tell him, nasty is what you are. That only makes him grin broader.
Your mama never seemed bothered by my nakedness. In fact, she started to join me. That is, until you came along and ruined it.
I think it's time to stop discussing this.
Of course, at first she always wanted to wear her underwear and would just go topless.
Did you not hear me say it's time to stop discussing you and Mama being naked?
Oh, I heard you. Just wanted you to know what you're preventing. You're blocking our private time.
I gag. You're making it worse. I'll find a new place to live. I relent, though it's not so much relenting at this point as wanting to get the heck out of my Mama and Daddy's house. How can I think of sitting on the couch anymore? He swipes his hands against each other.
Then my plan worked out perfectly.
Oh my gosh, you are such a jerk. I laugh.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
I roll my eyes. I've lived with you for a few months, Daddy. It's not like it's been a year or anything.
I had gotten used to a certain way of life, and you know how I am about change.
Clearly, I don't know much about you. He stands from behind his desk, and I have to admit, I'm glad to see he's wearing pants. And obviously, I can't let it go, so... Good to see that you didn't take on the no pants policy here at the office as well. He laughs loudly and leans against the desk.
You are such a smartass.
My grin fades quickly when I see the look on his face.
Real talk, darling. You don't need to leave right now, obviously, but we want you thinking ahead. I know that you don't like living with us any more than we like having you there.
He lifts a hand to stop me when he sees I'm about to say something because, ouch.
Don't go there with me, you know what I mean. Of course we like having you there, but we also see that you're sad and unhappy. We're afraid you're going to settle in and not leave.
He teases.
Just kidding. Actually, we just want you on your feet and moving forward, not...
He trails off. Settling in, I answer for him, using his words.
Right.
He grimaces slightly.
I'm not doing a very good job of explaining this, am I?
No, you are. It's just not exactly what I expected. I hope to have a little more time, I admit.
We're not kicking you out in the streets tonight. We understand it takes time to find a place to live.
It's not as if I haven't been trying. That's actually a lie. I had planned to stay with them rent-free until I finished with massage therapy school mainly. Not because I enjoy living with my parents again, but it was helping me to save money.
We know that too. We'll help, and I'll put some feelers out to see what's out there for rentals in town. That is, if you want to stay in town," he adds on hopefully.
Oh, so you want me in Benton, just not in your house.
Daddy points at me and clicks his tongue. Bingo. I roll my eyes. Fine. I'll start looking. Naked Thursdays are on the horizon, he cheers.
Y'all are so gross. Why did you feel the need to tell me about your nakedness?
To help you understand the gravity of the situation here, he jokes.
You are just full of jokes today, aren't you?
When aren't I?
He asks. There's a lot of truth to that. He's always been a jokester, and he's never been shy about showing affection to my mother, so the fact that he instigated Naked Thursdays isn't a surprise in the least.
Any ideas on what you want to do with the rest of your life now that you're released from the confines of living at home? Aside from massaging people, that is. He asks, settling once again behind his desk.
Not a single one. He winces.
Really? No idea where you want to work or who you want to work with?
Well, I had planned on playing in the WNBA, but I'm 5'1", I say with a shrug.
And you're a terrible basketball player,
he adds. There is that.
Anything else, since being a pro basketball player is off the table?
I had high hopes of being a drug dealer.
But you're a wuss and would crack at the first sign of pressure.
There's also that.
Okay, so no selling of illegal drugs.
I take in a deep breath and wonder if I'm ready to say out loud what I really want to do with my life. My parents, nudist that they apparently are, have always been incredibly supportive of me. Well, that is, until I interrupted their extracurricular activities.
What is it? Tell me.
You promise not to laugh?
Why would I laugh? I just told you I like to walk around the house naked. Not sure there's any secrets between us now.
Let's change that, shall we? Going forward, feel free to keep your naked stories to yourself.
No guarantees.
I sigh, feeling defeated and very grossed out by my parents. That's probably the best I can hope for. Okay, massage therapy. I'm really happy I decided to go back to school for it, But there are a lot of options.
Exactly what I was asking about,
he reminds me. I know. So that's what I want to do, but yeah, I need to figure out who with, and that's what I don't want you laughing about because I have so many options and I'm confused. Like, just anyone or athletes? Maybe start there and go on to something like physical therapy? That would be more school again, which I wouldn't be thrilled about, but it's something I think about down the line. There are so many options.
Well, you may be small, but you are mighty, and I have no doubt that you can work with anyone you want. Hell, maybe you could get onto a professional sports team or something. I don't know if that's even a thing, but I could see you doing that.
Really?
Really. Maybe start with finishing school, working in the field for a bit, and then deciding.
That's what I'm thinking too. But can I tell you what I really, really want to do?
Of course.
Build some sort of wellness center here in Benton. It's something our little town doesn't have.
What do you mean?
A one-stop shop, kind of. Like I could do massages and maybe there's a therapist there for people who need to talk through life. But more than that, kind of like a day spa, but deeper. As I'm talking, his smile continues to grow.
I love the idea.
Yeah?
Absolutely. You're right. Benton doesn't have anything like that, and we need it. I have no doubt that it will happen for you.
Thanks, Daddy. I'm only concerned about the cost now. I would prefer to work for myself. A lot of people rent a room from a salon or chiropractor and set up their own business that way.
And now we just made that concern a little worse.
He winces, and I try not to laugh. Maintaining a straight face isn't easy. It's not your fault, Daddy. Promise.
It is. I'm the one kicking you out of my house. A father should support his child, not throw her out onto the streets.
Unlike my daddy, who can tease and joke all day long, I instantly feel guilty for making him feel bad. Stop, Daddy. You're right. It was a temporary thing, me living with y'all, and I was prepared for that. I'll use some of my savings and then build it back up once I get a good client base and have some extra money to set aside.
So you really want to open your own place, huh?
I shrug. Part of the dream.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I reply.
When can you start looking for a place to set up? Will people consider it before you have your degree?
Well, that's the good part. I just happened to call a place yesterday because I wanted to figure out my options. I pause and he raises his eyebrows, his eyes twinkling and a smile forming. He likes that I was taking charge before he mentioned something to me. Either it makes him feel less guilty, or he just simply likes knowing that I was making some plans on my own.
And?
The salon I called has a massage room already, but the person who works for them just let them know she's moving out of town and won't be working for them anymore. It isn't exactly what I was hoping for, because it would be working for them rather than renting a space. But I can't expect everything at once, right? I'll build up my clientele and go from there.
That's great, Katie.
It's meant to be, right?
Seems like it.
He steeples his fingers together and stares at me, thinking. I can practically see the numbers and ideas flying through his brain like in a cartoon. What? I ask.
Just thinking.
Shaking my head, I stand up. I know he'll tell me what he's thinking about when he's ready. My guess is he's going to tell Mama that they should pay for my schooling to become a massage therapist. But what he doesn't know yet is that I won't allow it. This was my decision, and I'm an adult. I was okay with moving in with them until I got back on my feet, but I won't accept anything more. You think you can hold off on Naked Thursdays until I move out?
Depends.
On?
How long it takes you to find a place.
I'll start looking now, I promise with a grin, and turn to walk out of his office. At least he didn't fire me as well. It's not the job I want forever, but at least I'm earning money.
Katie.
Daddy calls out, and I stop and turn to look at him. Yeah?
You know you can stay with us for as long as you need, right?
You're giving me whiplash, Daddy. The look on his face is sad.
I know. Dad guilt is a real thing, darling.
No need to feel guilty, Daddy. I don't want to live with you and Mom either, remember?
I suppose.
His abrupt change gives me pause. Daddy, he waves me off.
I think your mom's menopause is catching.
I don't think it works that way, but I'll give you a pass this one time.
Thanks. Want to order pizza tonight? We can discuss everything with your mother about the salon thing and maybe help you get started looking for a place.
Do I ever say no to pizza?
No, you do not. I raised you right.
I wink at him, then make my way back to the files to keep working away. 10 minutes later, as I'm scanning files, my phone pings and I look at it, seeing a number I don't recognize. Unknown.
I can't stop thinking about.
Unknown.
That scone.
A laugh bubbles out of me, and I feel my cheeks flame with heat. Brody. I have no idea how he got my number, but I'm not even mad that he did. On the contrary, I'm damn near giddy that he went to any sort of effort to be able to reach out to me. Me. For a second there, I thought you were going to say, me. That coffee. I bite my lip while I wait for his reply, seeing those 3 bubbles pop up. I quickly add Brody's name to my contacts. My stomach flutters when those bubbles disappear and a new text comes in. Brody.
That too. But the company was better.
Oh my gosh. The smile I'm sporting is so big that my cheeks hurt. I don't even know how to respond to him. I go for deflection. Me. The baristas there are quite nice. Brody.
That's exactly who I was talking about. How'd you know?
Me. Lucky guess. Brody.
How about seeing if it was a fluke and going again tomorrow? It's been a few weeks, so it will be a good test.
Me. Which leads me to ask why it's been weeks since I've seen you.
Brody. Please hold. I've got to go tell Johnny that you missed me. BRB.
Brody.
Okay, I'm back. He seemed to think that I was making it up, so I might need you to verify that information for me.
I smile at my phone, giggling like a teenager. Me. Oh my gosh, you two are ridiculous.
Brody. It's kind of awesome, though, isn't it? Anyway, the day I had such great company at the coffee shop, I got a call from the producer of the music videos, and work has gotten a little busy.
Me. In a good way, I hope.
Brody. Definitely. We need to catch up. I would like to see you.
I do a little shimmy in front of the giant multi-purpose printer that I'm using to scan all the documents.
What's got you so happy?
I hear Daddy ask, his voice filled with humor. I scream, throw the phone in the air, and it lands on the, thankfully, carpeted floor. Dad!
What's wrong? So jumpy. Do you need to be drug tested?
He jokes. Dad, I admonish, rolling my eyes. You are ridiculous.
If it isn't drugs, it's a boy.
I am 32 years old, Daddy. If I'm jumpy over a boy, then I've got problems.
Pardon me. Man, then.
Whatever, I mutter, making him laugh and thankfully walking away. Me. I suppose that can be arranged.
Brody. Took you long enough to reply. Smirk emoji. Had me worried there for a second.
Me. What kind of lady would I be if I didn't make you sweat a little?
Brody. Oh, I see how it is. Playing games, huh?
Me. Girl shrugging emoji. He follows up with a laughing emoji and a looking forward to breakfast. Maybe Hannah was partially right. There was a silver lining to my life falling apart, and that silver lining might just be in the form of an extremely sexy, funny, and kind Brody Redding. Looks like my luck might be turning around.
Chapter 6. Brody. I'm already predictable, huh? Katie asks as she takes a seat across from me, wrapping her hands around the cup of coffee I have waiting for her. Already? I counter. I had hoped to keep the mystery alive for a little bit longer anyway, she explains with a little laugh. I smile back and look into her gorgeous bright blue eyes. She holds my stare even as I feel my eyes drop to her deep red lips. Those lips will invade my dreams tonight. I already know it. Plump and the color of rubies, so inviting I want to reach over and rub my thumb over her lower lip and pray to God that she bites the pad. I can picture it all going down so perfectly, my heart begins to beat a little faster. My pulse is racing, and the crotch of my jeans grows a little tighter. I've known Katie since we were 16, and just as many years later, I'm discovering exactly how enticing and beautiful this woman is. Part of me is annoyed that I missed out, but the bigger part of me is simply grateful that I finally opened my eyes. Sure, one could argue that we didn't live in the same town or have much contact with each other for the past 14 years, but that's not a great excuse. Now I can't stop thinking about her and wondering what it would be like to kiss those lips and hold her hand. To take her in my arms and pull her close, letting my body speak for me to show her how badly I want her. But it's more than just the physical sight of her that does me in. She's so damn sweet and funny, cute, and gives great banter. I want to spend time with her and do ordinary things, along with some not-so-ordinary things. I wonder what she likes to watch, or if she even likes television at all. I'd love to sit around and do nothing but lounge on the couch and binge-watch a show for hours as we eat pizza and any other junk food we can get our hands on. Selfishly, I want her to sit in the shop with me while I work on cars, just so I have the presence of her company and can talk to her and listen to her voice. I want to lift up the console in my pickup so she can slide in right next to me on the bench seat as we go on long drives getting lost on dusty country roads. I can stretch my arm across the back of the front seat, and she can rest her hand on my leg and her head on my shoulder, cuddle together around a bonfire and go fishing. All the ways I want to spend time with her make me want to find out what she likes and wants to do. What does Katie enjoy doing to fill her time? Does she read or do yoga, ride a bike or go hiking? Maybe she's like me and loves to do a whole lot of nothing but be a bum in my spare time. I have no idea, but I want to find out. Everything. I want to find out everything about her. Not just what she likes, but also what she doesn't like, what makes her tick. Unfortunately, thinking of how Katie likes to fill her time and makes her tick also makes me think of what she likes to do in the bedroom. I have to shift in my seat to stop from embarrassing myself. Clearly, I'm having a hard time not letting my mind go there with my thoughts of Katie. Not surprising, though. What? I both watch and hear her lips say, making me realize I've been staring at her for several minutes without saying anything. She probably thinks I'm a freak or obsessed with her mouth. Maybe I am. I lift my eyes to hers and take in the blush on her cheeks. You probably don't want to know. She raises a single eyebrow. Well, now I definitely want to know. When she finishes talking, she pops a piece of scone in her mouth and starts chewing. It's probably best if I don't freak you out. I pause, then add ruefully, yet anyway. She studies me while taking a drink of her coffee and setting it back down on the table between us. So this is what being mysterious is supposed to look like? Stick with me and I'll teach you a thing or two, I say. Her bright blues widen and she takes in a sharp inhalation of breath. By her reaction, I think her mind might be in the gutter as well. However, my earlier thoughts make me wonder something I probably should have asked in the beginning. Are you seeing anyone? I ask her out of the blue, and her jaw drops. Are you being serious right now? Yes. Would I be here right now if I was seeing someone? What would that say about me as a person? Is that what you think of me? Whoa, slow down, Katie. That's not what I think of you at all. But here's the deal. I want to get to know you and realized that I've been thinking a certain way that wouldn't be appropriate if you were seeing someone. I won't be that guy. You want to get to know me? She asks quietly. Figured that was kind of obvious. Figured it would have been obvious that if I was seeing someone, I would have told you rather than gotten together for coffee again, she counters. I wince. Yeah. Yeah? Brody. Chuckling, I do my best to smooth it over. I'm sorry, okay? The face she pulls looks like she tasted something funny, which she probably did, seeing as how I just said something that definitely left a bad taste in her mouth. Then she proves my theory when she asks, why would you suddenly ask that? Here's where I get to decide whether to be truthful or not, but given the fact that I actually like her, and not just because she's pretty, gorgeous even, I go with telling her how I feel and why I asked her if she was seeing someone. Leaning forward so my arms are resting on the tabletop, I lower my voice and say, I was thinking about you and all the things I want to do with you and, quite frankly, to you, and then it hit me that I had never asked if you were free to do things like meet me for coffee and all the other things that quite honestly make me feel like a bit of a perv for thinking about right now, sitting here in this coffee shop. Though to be fair, I've been thinking of you since I saw you at Hannah's wedding. Haven't been able to keep you out of my mind, so it's not as if you walking in here today suddenly flipped a switch in me. You may not want to hear this, and I might be making it awkward between us now, but I thought I'd lay it all out there so you know what I'm feeling. As I was delivering that little bit, or a lot of information, things grew, and not just for me. Katie's eyes grew big, her cheeks grew rosy, and her breathing grew faster. All the things? She asks quietly. I nod once. All of them. Are there a lot? Oh, yeah, there are. Care to share with the class? I shake my head. Not here. Oh. With a wink, I say even lower, my voice coming out deep and husky. Yeah. Oh. Oh my, I see her lips say, but the words don't come out. I grin, loving the fact that maybe I'm getting to her too, even if only a little. Now she's staring at my mouth, and I can't help but feel a little bit of pride. She can stare at me all she wants for however long as she wants, as long as her eyes keep telling me that she's into me like I'm into her. Like maybe everything I said to her just moments ago is what she's feeling too. She shifts in her seat slightly, but her eyes stare unseeingly. Whatever she's thinking, I want in on it. Katie.
Yeah?
She asks, breathless. We're in the coffee shop. Maybe we should talk about this somewhere else?
Yeah.
This yeah is just as breathless as the first, and it makes me grin. I want to reach across the table and grab her hand in mine, but I resist the urge. Are you listening to me or just staring at me?
Staring?
She's not lying. She's still staring at my lips, and the fact that she just admitted to that is a clear indication that she's not really listening to a thing I'm saying. I'm wearing women's underwear, I say, testing it out, curious if she is paying any attention to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I sit back in my seat, and it breaks her stare on my mouth. Katie.
What?
Are you even listening to what I'm saying?
No, sorry,
she eventually admits. See, I have the same effect on you as you do on me. That gets her attention.
Huh? What just happened?
I can't help it. I bark out a laugh. Nothing to worry about.
I'm not sure that's true,
she murmurs. Chuckling, I make a decision. Let's talk about something else. Tell me what you're up to today. Her demeanor changes in an instant. Gone are the slumped shoulders and embarrassed expression, replaced with a brightness that stuns me. Katie sits up straighter in her seat. Her eyes light up and smile is nearly blinding. Whoa, what has you so excited?
I talked to my daddy yesterday. He and Mama kicked me out of the house.
Confusion has me furrowing my eyebrows. And that's a good thing?
Well, yeah, I don't want to live with my parents. It sucks to have to start looking for a place to live because that's kind of time-consuming, but it's not like I planned to be living with my parents in my 30s.
So you're looking for a rental? Or a place to buy? She bursts out laughing.
It'll be a little while before I can afford to purchase anything. So yeah, renting.
A thought hits me. One that's likely going to freak her out, but I have a place to rent if you're interested.
You do?
Yeah. I nod and swallow hard, hoping she doesn't think I'm a weirdo for suggesting this. It's a garage apartment.
Your garage?
She asks hesitantly. Another nod. Another swallow. My home garage, not my work garage. And it's above the garage, so separate from it.
I see.
It's been empty for a little over a month. Definitely nothing fancy, I add on. It's a studio apartment, but you're welcome to come take a look.
You're serious?
I am. Why, is that weird?
No, it's just really, really, really nice of you. How much is it?
Not much, really. The last tenant paid me $400, but there's no way I would accept that from Katie. But I also know I can't tell her she can live there for free, even though I would let her. $250 a month. Her jaw drops and she starts shaking her head.
No way, that's not enough, Brody. You're surely not serious.
I shrug. I'm serious. Like I said, it's not much. It's above the garage I park my vehicles in, Katie. There's one room plus a bathroom.
Still, that's cheap.
It is. Dirt cheap, actually. Even the guy who paid me $400 said that. I'm not doing it for the money, though. Damon, the guy who just moved out, needed a helping hand. He'd just gotten out of prison for making some shitty choices. He did his time and learned from his mistakes, but that meant he needed a place to live that he could afford. I told him I would rent it to him for what he could afford if he helped with the yard work and fixing up the apartment. He shot me an offer, and I accepted, knowing that I could have probably gotten more, but I didn't care. He was getting a place to live, work to do to stay out of trouble, and I trusted that he was ready to turn his life around. Luckily, that trust didn't backfire on me. Want to take a look? It's fully furnished and move-in ready.
Fully furnished?
Yeah, I figured people wouldn't want to move their stuff in and out because of the stairs. It's nothing fancy, but the guy who moved out was a clean freak. No smoking, no pets. Like I said, it's not fancy or especially expensive furniture, but it's clean and comfortable. What do you think? Have I convinced you yet?
Yeah, you kind of had me at $250, though, she admits. I also had the luxury of discovering that my mama and daddy have a day designated to being naked in their house, or they did before I moved back in with them anyway, so the prospect of moving out of there sooner rather than later is pretty appealing.
Lifting her scone up, she adds,
But I want to finish my scone first.
I don't know how to digest the bomb she just dropped about her parents' nakedness, so I just file it away for discussion at another time. Of course, I murmur. So what are you up to today? I ask her.
Oh, I didn't tell you the best part.
There's more? I thought it was enough to learn Frank and Gina like to spend their days naked, and you're going to move into the apartment above my garage.
Yeah, we've unfolded a lot in the last 15 minutes, huh?
That we have. So the best part of the news isn't that you're moving out of your mommy and daddy's house?
Nope, that's just the second best, even though finding out that my daddy is very fond of his naked time and I'm ecstatic that I won't be around to actually witness it.
Well, that sounds like a story that I want to hear sometime soon. I pop a bite of scone in my mouth and motion for her to continue as I chew.
Yeah, it was a little concerning to hear about it all directly from his mouth. Anyway, you know how I'm taking classes for massage therapy, and I told you I only have a little over a month left, right?
Yep.
Anyway, I have class the rest of the day, like always, but I have an interview, kind of, with a salon tonight to discuss me work in there.
Here in town?
Yeah, I was originally thinking of renting a space, but really this is a great way to start for me. I'm excited.
She practically cheers.
More excited than I expected to be, actually. Honestly, I'm surprised by how much I love massage therapy because I thought maybe touching complete strangers would kind of gross me out, but it's so satisfying. I love knowing that I'll be helping people feel better and helping them relax.
I can tell this is exactly what you should be doing, I say honestly, and I'm excited for you. You don't mind being back in school?
Not really. It's not boring like sitting through a math class would be, for me anyway. Plus, since I'm doing the accelerated program, it's kept me super busy and moving through it quickly, which helps. I think the next little bit while I finish up school and work as much as I can for Dad will be crazy busy.
I'll say it'll be crazy. Busy, too. No time for a personal life. Here I am thinking about having her move in basically into my house or garage, and that we'd be able to spend all sorts of time together and get to know each other. I feel like a selfish ass feeling a twinge of disappointment that that's not going to happen, but at the same time, I love seeing the smile on her face. It might be crazy and busy, but I have faith in you that you can handle it.
I'm not so sure, but thanks, Brody. That means a lot to me.
So you actually think you'll enjoy rubbing your hands on strangers for money, huh? I ask, teasing. Though I'm man enough to admit that I'm more than a little jealous of anyone she'll be rubbing. I also realize there's far more to being a massage therapist than rubbing on people for money, and by the look she's giving me, she knows I'm just teasing her.
I mean, maybe not when they're super hairy, but imagine what it would be like if someone like Thor lays down on the table, she says, fanning herself. Pretty sure I can handle it.
Great, I'll be sure to get rid of any Thor lookalikes in town. She snorts and rolls her eyes. So what else? I know you have more plans for your career change.
I really need to work on that mysterious thing, huh?
She sighs, then continues.
I really would like to open my own place someday, so I'm not renting a room for my table or working for someone. But that will come with time. I need to pay my dues, so to speak. But yeah, it's a down-the-road dream. I've considered other areas too, like physical therapy, but that's more school, and right now that's not appealing.
You've been thinking a lot about this. I say it like the statement that it is.
A lot,
she agrees, balling up the cellophane the scone was in. I'll offer up my services of practice if you need a guinea pig, in case all the local Thors of the community aren't available, of course.
So generous.
I place a hand on my chest and tell her in a serious voice, that's me, a constant giver. She giggles and reaches over, taking my empty coffee cup and hers. Holding her attention, I ask, you know what I've been thinking about?
What?
She asks, standing up and depositing our trash in the bin. I stand too and join her in walking out the door, my hand on her lower back. Us. We stop walking and turn to look at one another.
You kind of alluded to that earlier.
Here I thought you said I was mysterious.
She shrugs. Sometimes you just lay it all out there. Sometimes not so much.
How's this? I'd really like to spend time with you, and not just showing you the apartment you're going to be moving into. You're going to be busy over the next few months, from the way it sounds, and I'm busy because I have this contract that is going to require me to work pretty insane hours, but that doesn't mean we can't find time.
We didn't even talk about you. What's going on with your new adventure?
New adventure? I ask, leaning against the door of my pickup.
Well, I'm not sure what else to call it.
I take a risk and reach out to grab her hand in mine, pulling her close. She stumbles a bit, but unfortunately doesn't fall into me. I'd really like to wrap my arms around her, but this is the second time we've spent time together. That's pushing it. Don't try to change the subject. She looks between us, where our fingers are intertwined, and I give her a gentle squeeze. I know we've both got a lot going on, but even with all that, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. The last month I kept hoping to bump into you again. It was driving me crazy to not see you, and I gotta admit, I wanted to reach out to you the morning after we had coffee, not a month after. Are you feeling any of that?
I am, but I'm also a little worried.
Worried about? I prompt her, and she looks too nervous to answer. And don't say Hannah. For one thing, she's not in this. Hannah's married and thankfully moved on. She doesn't live here, and this is the biggest point, she doesn't hold a place in my life anymore. I don't think about her. I think about you.
I gathered that.
She squeezes my fingers.
I think about you, too.
Do you?
I do, and yes, I'd love to do all the things despite our busy schedules.
Relief washes over me because for as much as we've tiptoed around it, she's never just come out and said the words that I needed to hear. Maybe this new living situation will work out then.
Is that why you wanted me to live above your garage? For an easy booty call?
She asks, and I can't tell if she's serious or not. And because I can't tell, my next words come out carefully. If I've offended her, I don't want to make it worse, and I'm definitely not okay with her thinking that's all I want. Do you really think that's why I offered up my apartment?
Well, you've talked a lot about the things you want to do with me.
She was serious, or at the very least partially serious. That niggle of doubt is obviously there. And that holds true, but that's not why I offered it. You need a place to live, I have a place you can live. I also want us to go on dates and learn more about each other. Yes, I want to explore the attraction between us. Of course I do. But don't think for a second that's all I want.
Her shoulders drop. I'm sorry for doubting you.
It's okay.
When do you want me to stop over to look at the apartment?
Tonight, okay?
She nods. It's perfect.
Good. I lean down and kiss her on the cheek because I can't help myself, then murmur, I'll text you the address. I'll make us some dinner too. No fighting me on that.
Okay,
she whispers. Okay, I whisper in return, then kiss her on the temple and get in my pickup before I decide against what's right and continue to be the respectful man that I am and instead make out with her for everyone to see. Right here on the side of the street, in the morning, while everyone in Benton is going to work and dropping their kids off at school. I'll see you tonight, I say through my now rolled down window.
You will.
By the time I've arrived at the shop, my smile is still planted on my face and stays there for the rest of the day.
Chapter 7. Katie. It's perfect.
Yeah?
It is. I turn to face Brody, who's leaning against the counter in my kitchen. The apartment he has above his garage is exactly what I need and want. Aside from not having a bathtub to soak in, it has everything. Even the furniture is great, comfortable and clean, neutral enough that I can decorate to add in my own touch and not be restricted.
So you'll take it?
Absolutely. I can't believe you only want $250 a month for rent for this place. It's actually pretty big. He shrugs one shoulder.
It's still an apartment above a garage. It's built pretty solid, but you'll still hear me pull in and park my truck.
I wave him off. That's not a big deal. It won't bother me. He pulls out a rental agreement from his back pocket that's been folded in half the long way and puts it on the kitchen table. I read through it and sign at the bottom. He does the same. There's nothing about first and last month's rent. No deposit. It's a steal. Quite literally. I feel like I'm taking advantage of you.
Nah, this is the same contract I gave the guy who lived here before you.
So I'm nothing special, huh?
Nope, not a bit,
he says, his eyes twinkling. My stomach growls, embarrassingly loudly, in fact, and he chuckles.
Time to eat?
Sounds that way, doesn't it?
It sure does. I have a couple of steaks marinating. That work for you? Oh, I didn't tell you I'm a vegetarian? Oh, you are? He asks, barely covering his disappointment. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I do have baked potatoes and Caesar salad, too. Oh, do you eat Caesar dressing? It has anchovies, right? And eggs. My lip twitches as he carries on. I do eat Caesar dressing. He blows out a breath. Oh, good. I think I have some beans, maybe. Or peanut butter. Do you need protein? Yep, protein is always good. Okay, so how about if I just eat a steak, since I was just joking anyway? Are you joking right now? I feel like such an asshole. Laughing hard, I admit. Yeah, I was completely joking around with you. Of course I'm not a vegetarian. He shakes his head and says, Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. I just hadn't pegged you as not eating meat. Now I kind of wish that I was so that I could have surprised you. You'll surprise me one day, I'm sure. One can only hope. Now, you told me you're going to grill me a perfect steak? You're correct, I did. Before we head down to my place, here are your keys. You're welcome to move your stuff in whenever it works for you. Most of it is still boxed up, so it won't be too hard. We'd already put the furniture in a storage pod, and since I don't need that, it'll go quickly. I can help, he tells me as we go down the stairs that leads to the apartment. I'll call Johnny and Chad, too. Guiding me to his back door, he reaches around me to twist the knob, hand on my lower back. Honestly, Brody, y'all don't have to do that. Entering through the door, we walk into the kitchen. The ugliest kitchen I've ever seen in my life. It's so ugly, in fact, that it halts me in my steps. Brody looks over at me with a knowing grin. What's wrong? Nothing. Leaning down, so close I can feel his chest against my back, his lips graze my ear, and he says, You're a terrible liar, you know that? I resist the urge to lean against him. Nothing's wrong. What would be wrong? The kitchen. That's what's wrong. The appliances are pea green, with the exception of the microwave, which is technically white but has yellowed over time. The linoleum is chipped, cracked, and dingy. It appears it was white with pale blue flowers in the corner at one point in time, but now it's just not. The cupboards are metal, and the countertops? Well, they've definitely seen better days. I'm not even sure if it's sanitary to be standing in here right now. Though, to be fair, it doesn't feel dirty so much as just blech. He moves about the hideous kitchen as if nothing is wrong. Like I claimed. However, he knows. There's no way he doesn't. Love what you've done with the place, I say, turning to him with wide eyes. He's right, I'm a terrible liar, but I don't want to offend him either. Do you now? He looks at me over his shoulder as he reaches a hand under the refrigerator, that's likely one of the first to ever be invented, and pulls out a container of steaks. Feel free to walk around, see the rest of the house. I'll just get the potatoes started. I hesitate because I'm not sure what to expect. The apartment is updated nicely. It's nothing fancy, but it's modern and definitely not from the 60s. Go on, my house won't bite. He grins and winks like he does, and my stomach flutters like it always does whenever he winks at me. I take one more look around the kitchen and then turn, walking forward and through the open doorway. I stop short again. I look back and see Brody grinning at the counter as he wraps foil around 2 potatoes. The living room is fantastic. It's masculine and sexy and exactly how I pictured Brody's living room to look. A large, deep chocolate brown leather couch with brass buttons on the arms, 2 oversized chairs with matching ottomans on either side of the couch, simple wooden end tables stained in a walnut color beside the chairs on the couch side, all facing a stone wall with a fireplace, a large TV hanging above the fireplace. Hanging on the wall behind the couch is a large black and white canvas photo of a man.
I step closer and look a little harder and realize it's a picture of Johnny Cash. I study it for a few moments, then move through the rest of the space. It's average size, and he has it decorated very simple. There's a wall with some family pictures, also in black and white. One that makes me smile is of him with his parents when he was probably about 8 years old. He looks like a mess, missing a couple teeth and dirty, proudly holding a fish in the air. His mom's expression is hilarious, a cross between happy and disgusted, but his dad is smiling big, looking down at Brody rather than at the camera, his hand on his shoulder. There are a few other pictures of people I don't recognize. One of Brody, Johnny, and Chad together, their arms around each other's shoulders, ball caps on and looking every bit the country small-town boys that they are. Once I've inspected the living room as best as I can, I move down the hallway and peek in the bathroom. It's also nicely done and updated, simple and understated. Across from the bathroom is what looks like a spare bedroom. I assume this because in the small room is a bed, nightstand, weight set, and rowing machine. The wooden floor is stained, no surprise here, dark, and the comforter is bright white and navy blue stripes. Simple, stylish, classic. I haven't even made my way through the rest of the house, and I am questioning his kitchen. More so than I already was, that is. It doesn't fall in line with anything else I'm seeing, and as hideous as it is, sorry, but it's true. I would think he would have fixed it up right after he moved in here, if not before. Another room is across the hall from the spare bedroom, this one clearly an office, and a very neat and tidy office at that. There's a laptop on the desk, lid closed, a black container with a handful of pens sitting next to it. There are a few pictures and frames on a credenza behind his desk. Of course, I look closer, and of course, they're of his own vehicles. Or maybe just the vehicles he's made all fancy like he does. I'm not sure, but they're incredible. I pick up a picture of a deep burgundy pickup that I'm confident did not look the way it does here when it came off the factory line. Wow, I whisper to myself. He's definitely talented. Throughout my inspection of Brody's house, there's one thing that's consistent. The masculine, woodsy, smoky scent. It's permeated the walls, it seems. It's so perfectly Brody, it causes a sigh to escape me after I inhale deeply. Leaving the office, I walk into the last room on the main floor. I noticed a staircase leading to a basement earlier, too, and assume that's where his laundry room is because I haven't spotted that yet. And this room, this is his master bedroom, where he sleeps at night. And it's perfect. Decorated in blues and grays, his bed is enormous and so inviting I want to sprawl out on it. He made his bed today, even though it would not pass an inspection in the military. The dark wooden dresser appears to be sturdy and well made. The nightstands on both sides of his bed match the dresser, but he doesn't have a headboard. It looks like his mattress is just on a platform of some kind. Oh my, I whisper when noticing what's on his nightstand. He reads. And not just car magazines. A novel. An actual thick, heavy, hardback novel. I have no idea why that's so sexy to me, but dang, it is. Maybe it's the glasses that are folded neatly and set next to the book. I trail a finger over the raised letters on the slick cover, then pick it up. Texas Outlaw by James Patterson. He likes suspense novels that are a little country, maybe. I turn it over and read the back, and am not surprised in the least that, by the placement of his bookmark, he is loving it. Even though I'm a little surprised to see that he's a reader, the type of book that he seems to gravitate toward isn't part of the shock. Small town, country singer, lawman, mystery. I return the book to where I found it and snoop a bit more. His bathroom. It's magazine-worthy. How in the heck does he have a kitchen that looks like it does when the rest of the house is pretty much a walking HGTV renovation show advertisement? Enormous rectangle bathtub in the corner that looks large enough to fit at least 2 grown adults. That thought alone makes me warm and tingly, at the same time irritated, because it makes me wonder who has been lucky enough to sit in the bathtub with him. The shower, also big enough for 2, is tiled on 3 sides with 2 shower heads positioned in a way that it would rain down water on whoever is standing below them. I notice only a single bottle of 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, a bottle of generic brand body wash, and 1 body puff. Generic brand or not, whatever Brody's washing his body with makes him smell amazing. I turn around when I hear a quiet mewl and see a dark gray and black kitten sitting on the floor, licking her, well, private area. Completely unashamed. I suppose it could be a male kitten, too. I don't really know. What I do know is that it's adorable. Its spotting resembles that of a leopard's, and her eyes are bright blue. Well, hello, I coo, slowly lowering so I'm on one knee in front of the little darling. Aren't you just the cutest thing there ever was? She looks at me, though trying to figure out whether or not to trust me, so I extend a hand and let her sniff my fingers. Taking a chance, I reach out and lift her into my arms, tucking her close to my chest as I scratch around her ears. She immediately begins purring and turns her tiny little head into my ministrations. One ear twitches and the purring deepens. Okay, you're precious. Will Brody notice if I steal you? Yes, Brody would notice. I gasp and look up as I stand quickly, the adorable little kitten jumping out of my arms and darting to Brody's feet. He bends down and picks her up, as if he's saving her from the dangerous kitten napper, and then she nestles into his arms, crawling up his chest to rub her body against his. Never in my life have I felt jealousy with another being as much as I do right now with that kitten. Because I get her. A cat. I'm jealous of a cat. I feel kinship with the cat because she's rubbing along Brody's no doubt solid and muscly chest, and damn it, I understand why she's dropped me for him. He smiles down at her and rubs his face on hers. This is Sabrina. No, it is not. He didn't name his kitten after a teenage witch, or name his darling cat something as precious as Sabrina. He's a manly man. Sabrina seems so... Are you serious? He looks up at me with a question in his eyes. Yes, why? It's just... Laughter bubbles up out of my chest, and I quickly cover my hand with my mouth. Nothing. It's nothing. Oh, it's something. What are you laughing at? Sabrina. The name is cute. Charming, even. Okay, and that's a bad thing? Nope. Not even going to touch this. If he's happy with the name he gave his kitten, who am I to judge? This man is definitely a mystery. Ugly kitchen and all. I have a feeling if he'll allow me, I'll have a great time unfolding the clues that make up Brody Redding. Taking the few steps to stand in front of him, I reach out and pet the little fur ball. Sabrina, I murmur and look up into Brody's eyes. He's watching me intently, and if the expression on his face is anything to go by, he likes something that's happening. I look around and my eyes land on his bed, the very one we're standing next to. Quite closely, I might add. It makes my mouth go dry, and when my eyes move back to connect with his, I see the heat there that I wondered if I was imagining earlier. What do you think? He asks. What do I think? I think he's sexier now than he was when I first laid eyes on him when we were 16 years old. And that's saying a lot because I had a lot of fantasies about Brody when I was younger. I also think his house is amazing. Sans the kitchen, obviously. And he has an adorable kitten, and he reads. And I can't express deeply enough how badly I hope that he wants me as much as I want him. At the same time, I'm afraid I'm jumping ahead about 10 steps because we just got reacquainted. He's now my landlord, and I was recently a bridesmaid in his ex-girlfriend's wedding. Oh, and let's not forget that I'm about to go back to school and he's getting ready to begin the biggest change in his career and will probably be meeting a ton of people that I have no way of competing with. If that isn't a lot to think about, I don't know what is. Obviously, I'm not a crazy person, so I don't say any of this out loud. Instead, I cock my head to the side and ask, about the house? Oh, right. It's great. Yeah, for sure. You've done a great job with it. He sets the kitten down, and she moves to a tiny bed in the corner that I somehow missed during my earlier inspection. Sabrina turns around a few times and paws at her bed, then curls up and lies down. You like it, huh? I do. All of it? He asks, a twinkle in his eye and teasing glint to the tone of his voice. I give him an annoyed look because I don't want to lie to him, but I absolutely don't want to offend him and call him out on having one of the ugliest kitchens I've ever seen in my life. In fact, it would have been ugly in the 60s. It's definitely not gotten better over time, and none of it is appealing in a vintage way. He barks out a laugh. Want me to take you out of your misery? I have no idea what you're talking about. I lie. Oh, you don't, huh? Guiding me out of his bedroom, unfortunately, I resist the urge to look back at his bed longingly. Man, it's been a while since I've been with a man. Maybe that's why I'm so ready for Brody. I haven't felt the weight of a man on top of me in 2 years. 2 years. No clue, I mutter. Uh-huh. What do you think of my kitchen, Katie? Huh? Oh, your kitchen. It's great. Chuckling, he replies. Liar. I have. Fine. It's awful. How is the rest of your house so well done, but your kitchen looks like the 60s threw up all over it? It's next on the list, I promise you. The list? We walk into the eyesore of a kitchen, and he pulls out a kitchen chair for me to take a seat. I do, as he pulls out a bottle of water and a Coke from the fridge, offering both to me. I point to the Coke, and he grins, handing it over. I pop the top, and he grabs one for himself before closing the puke green fridge door and coming to sit next to me. I've renovated the entire house. It was built in 1962, and I bought it from the original owners. They moved to a retirement home here in town. You should have seen the place when I bought it. How long ago was that? I ask, taking a drink. 3 years. My eyes widen, and I choke on the carbonated soda that I just tried to swallow. You've lived with this kitchen for 3 years? He nods. That I have. Why? Like I said, you should have seen the rest of it. The guy was a hoarder. One of the bedrooms was in such bad shape it was almost to the point of condemning the rest of the house. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was disgusting. It took me 6 months to clean it up. So you gutted it? Another nod. Completely. How'd you even find this place? Friend of a friend of a friend. You know how it goes. I mentioned that I was looking for something cheap because I was sick of paying rent. And I take it this place was cheap? It definitely was. But the bones of the house are good, solid. It just wasn't well loved over the years. The lady, she was not in great mental shape. Dementia, if I understand correctly. The guy was afraid if he got rid of anything that it would set her back. Well, darn it. Now my heart is kind of breaking for them. Aw, that's rough. Yep, I agree. So I can't really blame them. The kids tried to step in a few times, but they couldn't convince him otherwise. But they must have eventually. He shrugs. I guess. I mean, they're living in the friendship house where she's got round-the-clock care and he can live without feeling like he has to constantly monitor her. I'm not sure how the kids got in there and made him realize it was time to move her somewhere safe and that the way they were living wasn't healthy, but they did. And you've done the work yourself? For the most part, yes. I pulled up all the flooring and in the one bedroom had to even lay new subfloor. All the windows and doors have been replaced as well as the heater, air conditioner, and water heater. I repainted the walls and the outside, replaced the roof, and added on the trim around the windows. I also built the breezeway between the garage and the house. Holy shit, that's a lot. Yeah, it probably would have been easier to just build a house. He laughs. Sounds like it. It's been fun, though. I like seeing the progress and knowing I'm the one who did the work. How'd you know how to do it? Dad. He's been helping a lot. So is Chad. He's a contractor, so he helps when he's not busy. Brody stands up, grabs the steaks, and motions with his head for me to follow him outside. I pick up our drinks and we step through the door. I can smell the grill heating off to the side of the small patio where he has a table and 4 chairs. He lifts the lid and places 2 steaks on the grill with a satisfying sizzle. Once they're in place, he closes the lid. "Want to sit out here while we wait?" Nodding, I take a seat on one of the patio chairs. The table is square, made of tile and metal, and has a built-in fire pit in the center. The chairs are oversized with thick cushions on the seat. "So what are your plans for the kitchen?" He pulls his phone out of his pocket and goes to his photos, showing me not only a plan, but several pictures. "This is what I'm using for inspiration. But my dad is the one who drew up the actual plans. He loves messing with this stuff." After working in an architecture firm for several years, looking at the plans brings me a sense of nostalgia, even if the plans aren't at the same level as what architects create. "Wow, I love it. When are you starting it?" "Well, it was going to be in a couple weeks, but now I'm so busy with work, so I hired Chad to get it going for me. He'll work on it after he's done building my new shop." "So, how many rings do you have thrown in the fire right now?" He chuckles and stands up, opens the lid to the grill, and my mouth instantly waters at the delicious aroma. "Quite a few," he says honestly. "That's why I decided I needed to hire the kitchen out. I'm too busy, and Chad and his crew can get it done in a quarter of the time that Dad and I could. Plus, Chad said that my dad could help them, mainly because he enjoys the work and Chad likes being around him." "Oh, that's good." "Yep, I'm ready," he says, leaning back in his chair now and crossing his leg, his ankle resting on his knee. "The look on your face when we walked in was priceless, though. As much as I want that room finished, I am so glad I got to see your reaction." I was so shocked, I admit. The corner of his mouth curves up and he says, "Oh, trust me, your emotions are like an open book. You don't hide anything well, at all." I blush because I really hope that's not true. If he has any idea of what I'm thinking, I'll die of embarrassment. Right here in this incredibly comfortable patio chair in front of the man who should be on the cover of People magazine's Sexiest Man Alive issue. I'm going to die. "Don't worry, I expected it," he says. And again, it sounds like he's teasing me, and I don't know what to make of it. Is he talking about the kitchen only, or is there more that he picked up on? Ah! To cover up my own embarrassment, I roll my eyes and scoff. "Okay, as long as I didn't offend you." "Never. I think the steaks are done. You want to eat inside or out here? The potatoes should be ready by now, too." "Let's eat out here." "My kitchen that offensive?" Laughing, I shake my head, but still say, "Only a little bit." While Brody gets the steaks off the grill, I go inside and take the potatoes out of the oven. He's already set out condiments along with plates, steak knives, and forks. He comes inside carrying the platter with our steaks, and we get to work getting our plates ready. I help myself to a bottle of water in his fridge, and he looks over his shoulder and murmurs, "Get me one too, will ya?" "Sure." Once we're set up with our meals, we go back outside and dig in. The first bite of steak melts in my mouth, and a moan slips out. "To think I once thought you were a vegetarian. You know how to eat a steak." You know, if this wasn't so freaking delicious, I'd be a little embarrassed, but seriously, I can't even get myself to be ashamed. This is so good, Brody. "Thank you. I'm glad you like it." "Love it," I correct him. He grins, and we make idle small talk while eating. It's not hard to think of things to talk about. We both have a lot going on right now, but we also have memories from our high school to reminisce over. He lit a citronella candle while I was inside getting the potatoes out of the oven, which is helping to keep the bugs away. But with the sun starting to set, I wish I would have thought ahead and grabbed a sweatshirt or a jacket. The short-sleeved t-shirt I threw on this morning isn't keeping me warm enough. But that's not something I'm going to admit to him. I'm enjoying not just the meal, but also his company far too much to ruin it by complaining that I'm chilly. Stuffed from the steak, potato, and Caesar salad, I push my now empty plate away and sit back in my seat. Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever been this full.
I'm impressed that you were able to eat all that."
You trying to tell me that I'm a pig?
He chortles. "No." He points at me. "And don't even go there. You know you're not, and I'm not even close to being the guy that would care. You're just tiny, and I can't begin to imagine where you were able to put all that food."
I'm talented, I explain, rubbing my stomach. I really am almost uncomfortably full, though. Even the potatoes were outstanding. He did some sort of salt rub on the outside, and the sour cream was mixed with something oniony. Or maybe it was chives. But it also had a ranch flavor to it. I'm pretty sure the Caesar dressing was homemade, too. Who knew Brody Redding was a home chef?
"Seems so. I would offer you dessert, but all I have is chocolate ice cream and Reese's peanut butter cups."
Sounds delicious, I say, even though I know I'll regret it if I eat any more. But maybe we should do dessert another night. I don't think I can eat another bite.
"Another time, huh?"
He asks. I shrug a shoulder.
"Well, I mean, stop right there. I'm taking you up on it. Counting on it, actually, so no backing out."
Yeah, I'm counting on it too.
Chapter 8. Brody. Johnny, Chad, and I are helping Katie move into the apartment above my garage today. 3 nights ago, we sat on my patio and shared a meal, and I resisted the urge to offer her a sweatshirt or ask her to stay a while longer and have a bonfire. She was cold. I could see the goosebumps and her shivering, but she said she needed to go home, and I didn't want to push my luck. We'd had a great night together, and I know, deep down in my soul, I know it won't be the last. That's why I didn't push for more that night. "You really think it'll work to have her live so close?" Chad asks as we walk up to Katie's parents' house. "Yup. Really? What if she brings home a date?" "That won't happen," I say confidently. "I mean, I don't think it'll happen. She surely knows how I feel about her, and I'm about 95% positive she feels the same way." "Oh yeah? You don't think she's gonna date?" "Nope. Or is it that you don't think she's gonna date anyone but you?" "Shit, Chad, drop it, will ya?" "Nope," he says with a grin. "I won't. What's your plan here? Because I'm about to tell you something. If she starts dating someone else, you're not going to handle it well." "My plan? My plan is to not let that happen," I say, just as confidently. "Oh, really?" Johnny laughs, then slaps me on the back. "Good luck, man. If it all goes to hell, don't come crying to us." "Y'all are so supportive." "I know," Chad says. Katie walks out of the house carrying an armful of clothes that are on hangers and stumbles right in front of me. I grab her, clothes smashed between us, and keep her steady. "You good?"
"Yeah, it's that lip in the sidewalk. Daddy keeps saying he's going to get it fixed."
"But he's been busy being naked," I add. "Come again?" Johnny asks, laughing. "Your dad likes to be naked? My kind of man." He charges past us and walks right into the house without knocking. "Yo, Katie's dad, you freeballin'?" he hollers, and Katie's eyes grow wide. Chad laughs, and I have no words.
"Oh my gosh, he did not just say that to my father."
"Oh yeah, he did." She steps away and looks up at me.
"This is your fault, you know, because you said that in front of him. You know, Johnny, no way would he be able to let something like that go."
I shrug. "Sorry. Something tells me your dad won't give a shit, though." She rolls her eyes and sighs heavily.
"That's actually very true. He won't care at all. He'll probably invite Johnny to join him. Damn hippie."
Chuckling, I give her a friendly hug. "Come on, let's get this load into your car, then we'll help get the rest."
"Sounds good."
It takes us just one trip because we could fit all her clothes and other belongings into our vehicles. Since her furniture is in a storage shed, there's not a lot for us to move, and it goes quickly. Johnny and Chad stopped giving me grief about Katie living in my apartment, and we worked together to help Katie get everything put away where she wanted it.
"Thank you for your help. I can't tell you what it means to me."
Johnny drapes his arm over her shoulder. "No big deal. Anything for Brody's girl." He throws a cheeky smile in my direction, and I shoot him a subliminal message that lets him know he can expect a punch to the nuts later. Meanwhile, Katie's face flames bright red, and her eyes go as big as saucers. Chad chuckles behind me, muttering something about Johnny needing to wear a nut cup to work for a while. Something wrong, B? Johnny asks, not giving a shit. I don't even reply. I just roll my eyes. Anyway, thanks again. I mean it. I'd love to order pizza or Chinese or something. You guys free for that? Johnny and I have plans, Chad says, grabbing him by the forearm and tugging him away from Katie. But thanks anyway. We were happy to help. Have a good night. He ushers Johnny out the door before we have a chance to even say goodbye. I'm sorry about Johnny. Johnny? Yeah, I sigh. I love him. He's one of the best guys out there. But he's his own brand. Exactly, I say with a wink. Anyway, are you all set? Need anything? I'd love to stay and have dinner with her again, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. She'd invited the three of us to stay for dinner, not only me. Oh, no, I'm good. She's disappointed. I can see it, and I did that. I won't allow it, though. Then you're good to grab some dinner? She bites her bottom lip. I was thinking of just ordering in. Works for me. You said pizza or Chinese? They were just options. Benton doesn't really have any more options than that. If you want delivery, we're going to have to do pizza. If you want to take a short drive, we can pick up some orange chicken. Well, I have been craving some orange chicken and beef and broccoli, some egg rolls and crab rangoon. Anything else? Garlic chicken, noodles, fried rice, maybe something with mushrooms? I love your appetite, I tell her honestly. I know, I'm ridiculous. I love food, she cries out. I can't help it. My parents used to say I had a bottomless pit in my stomach, and I think they were right. My sister ate like a bird, and then came me. Hey, I said I love it. I'm serious, too. I'll order a bunch of entrees, sides, and appetizers. Then I'll take you for a drive because I want to show you the new shop. Then we'll grab some food. We'll come back here, light a fire outside, eat like gluttonous monsters, make a night out of it. Sounds perfect. Yeah? Yeah. All right, then. It's a date. A date, huh? She asks, a big smile on her face. A date. I have a feeling that since you start your final month of school in 2 days, it's going to be the last time I have a chance to have your full attention, and I'm kind of selfish that way. Who says I'm going to give you my full attention? I raise an eyebrow and step right into her space. My chest is almost pressed against hers. You think I'm going to give you space to not? She takes a deep breath, her breasts grazing against my chest. I take a deep breath in return. I certainly hope not, she whispers. Good answer, I whisper back. This is incredible, Brody. Truly. Thanks, Katie. She turns around in the middle of my new garage, the one that's about to be filled with vehicles that will soon be in country music videos for powerhouses like Luke, Eric, Jason, Chase, and Bryant. And that's just a few of them. No, you don't realize. I'm in awe right now. Look at this place. I'm in awe, too, of everything. The turn my career took, the very fact that I needed a shop this big and nice, the entire reason behind it, the knowledge that I'll be meeting with some of the biggest names in country music. But mostly I'm in awe of her. She's looking around and isn't excited for me because of the status or money. I'm happy with how it turned out, I say quietly. Brody, you should be. I'm just... Holy smokes, dude, this is so awesome. How are you not freaking out right now? Gotten used to it, I guess, I say. Trust me, I had plenty of moments where I was freaking out. Still do. It's just that right now I'm trying to take it all in and be grateful this is even happening. She nods but isn't looking at me. She's walking around and inspecting the lifts that we had installed, the air compressors and welding machines, the toolboxes and workbenches. Want to see the office? Of course. We walk side by side, and I open the door for her to go into the office. The black and white floor gleams, and I know it won't always be that way, but I love how clean and shiny it is right now. It's not completed yet, but it's finished enough that Katie can get the idea of what it's going to look like. The space is going to double as a break room, so there's a fridge, microwave, and small kitchen area in one corner, a desk, leather couch, and small table in the other. This is so great, Brody. Katie trails a fingertip over the laminate countertop. I wasn't going to splurge on granite, and turns around to face me. Really, really great. Thank you, I say, accepting her praise humbly. She shakes her head and moves her feet so she's standing in front of me in the middle of my office.
No, I mean it. What you're doing here?
Katie throws an arm out to indicate the office, then points to the rest of the shop.
It's awesome. Not because of who you're working with, even though that's totally kick-ass, but because you're living your dream, achieving it. Did you ever imagine?
Her eyes widen and she shakes her head again, letting out a breath of disbelief.
I mean, my goodness, B, you're doing it. Really doing it. You were recognized because of your work. Do you even understand how amazing that is? Unheard of, really. People have to fight and claw their way to hitting their goals, and sometimes, unfortunately, it still doesn't happen for them. I wasn't here, so I don't know, but I can imagine you did a lot of fighting and a lot of clawing, and in the end, it was worth it because someone caught on to your brand of awesome, and they knew it was something that the world needed to see too. You didn't have to seek it out or go after this business. It happened because you are the best, but it also happened because you worked your tail off to get here. I know it even though I didn't see it. It's easy to see that, because that's who you are, B. You're the guy who's willing to work day and night on your business and remodel an old house that you saw potential for, even though most people probably would have bulldozed it to the ground. But you knew it was worth something, and you weren't willing to destroy a place where a couple made their home and started their family, and the old man didn't want to change anything because he didn't want to hurt his wife more than she was already hurting. I
interrupt whatever she's about to say next by kissing her. Sometime between her calling me B, which is a nickname she actually started when I was a junior, and she kept calling me Brady instead of Brody because she couldn't remember, so eventually just called me B, and all the praise she was giving me, something inside me snapped and I couldn't hold myself back any longer. I had to feel her lips on mine and her body pressed against mine. I should have asked her. Should have gotten permission to kiss her and touch her and treat her like a man who's greedy and takes without asking. But I didn't. Because right now that's what I am. I'm greedy and want everything she's willing to give me, and I hope to God she's willing to give a lot because I'm ready to take a lot. And I swear it has nothing to do with the fact that I haven't felt anyone's hands on me aside from my own in almost 9 months. And even then it was less than satisfying. That's not a slam against her. She was far from into it too. We dated for a few months. There was no chemistry. She and I parted ways after that one night we spent together, and it was definitely mutual. Nice girl, but now that I'm kissing Katie, I know why there was no chemistry. Because it would be physically impossible to have what Katie and I have with anyone other than Katie. The second my lips touched hers, my body felt like it came alive for the first time. My nerves have been zapped with electricity. The blood rushing through my veins has been set on fire. I want to make sure she's okay with me kissing her. Should make sure she's okay with me kissing her. But that would mean I'd have to stop, and I can't do that. Just like it was physically impossible to feel this with another person, it would be physically impossible to stop because it's too good, too right. Fuck, I hope I'm not the only one into this. As I slant my head to kiss her deeper, I finally allow my tongue to graze her lips. When I wrap my arms around her waist to pull her closer, she arches her back and winds her arms around my neck. Oh yeah, by the way her lips mold to mine and the tiny moan that escapes her, I'd say she's into it too, big time. And yeah, she's willing to give. Now that our tongues came to play, there's no hesitation from either of us. She releases another moan and I answer with a growl. I want to whisper her name, but that would mean removing my mouth from hers. I want to hear her whisper my name too, but same reasoning applies. Mostly, I just never want to stop kissing her. We stand in the office of my new shop, making out until my phone pings with a text alert. The sound startles us both, but I don't let her out of my hold.
Holy shit,
she whispers, and I smile. She rarely cusses, I'm learning, and it's endearing and adorable. But to earn a curse word from her means I'm doing something right. Glad you're feeling what I'm feeling, Katie.
This might be bold of me to say, but have you ever had a kiss that great before?
Never, I reply. The last thing I see before I see the top of her head, because her face is now buried in my chest, is the twinkle in her eyes and her sexy, now smudged because of me, red lips break out into a brilliant smile. Her forehead is pressed to my chest, and her arms slip down from around my neck, over my shoulders, and find their place at my waist. I rest my cheek on the top of her head and feel her sigh. "Do you realize how long I've wanted to kiss you?" she says so quietly that if I wasn't only paying attention to her in this moment, I might have missed it. "Probably as long as I've wanted to kiss you." I feel her head move side to side, and her shoulders move up and down on a heavy sigh before she looks up at me. "You didn't know? No one did, because I never told anyone. But when I was 16 years old, I sat in the third row, third seat back in Mr. Pike's biology class, and you sat in the second row, third seat back, and it was that first day of school. I looked over at you, and you looked right at me with a smile that I'll never forget in my life because it was so real and said, 'Hey, you're new, huh? I'm Brody Redding. Welcome to Benton High.' And in those 11 words, I developed a crush that never quit." "What?" She takes a step away and then another, and I miss her warmth but want to hear this story, so if she needs her space to tell it, I'm willing to give it. "Yeah, that first day of 7th period biology, I'd gone an entire day without a single person acknowledging me. Not one. Even the teachers just called out my name for attendance and didn't even recognize that I was new. I was scared out of my mind that day, and when you looked at me during the second to last period of the day and smiled, it made me feel like it would be all right. Like maybe not everyone at Benton High were stuck up. Starting a new school as a junior was so hard, and that first day confirmed all my fears. But then you came along and... Do you remember what happened after class?" "No," I admit. I don't even remember that first day, at least not the way she tells it. I do remember seeing her for the first time because I thought she was really damn pretty. "Johnny and Chad were by the lockers, and I was just going to walk straight to my class, but you tugged on my backpack, introduced me to your friends, told me about a bonfire kegger that was happening that weekend, and invited me to join if it was my thing." "I did?" "You did." "Did you come? I don't remember this at all," I grumble. I really wish I would remember. She nods. "I came, felt a little out of place because I only knew you three, and I didn't really know you, so I didn't stay." "Why didn't you come find me?" She shrugs a shoulder and looks away. "Because I was a 16-year-old girl who'd been moved to a different town, a new school, and I was too nervous. I showed up, you were surrounded by a bunch of people, and I wasn't going to interrupt that. A few girls noticed me, and I couldn't tell if they were annoyed that I was there or if they were going to be friendly. I panicked and left." "Wish you would have found me and stayed," I tell her, even though I don't remember that night. Makes me feel bad that I don't. It was significant to her, and to me it was just another Saturday night. "That night doesn't matter, Brody. You were one of the big men on campus and so intimidating, not because you were unapproachable, but because you were this kid who seemed bigger than life. At the same time, you were without a doubt the nicest guy in school. At least, to me you were." Her words are a bit contradicting, but yet I understand what she means. And even though I doubt I was the nicest guy in school, it's still good to hear I wasn't a complete asshole. "You do realize that you were intimidating too, right?" She shakes her head and a giggle bursts out, followed by a snort and another giggle. "Yeah, right." "I'm not lying. New girl who was so pretty and sweet and shy, no one knew how to talk to you. Locker room talk was everyone wanted to ask you out. When What's-His-Nuts decided he was going to be the first one to go for it and you accepted, I backed off. Would have asked you, though." She looks confused and amused with me at the same time when she asks, "What's-His-Nuts? Oh, you mean Tate, Cammie's cousin?" I nod, and she gasps. "I haven't thought of that guy in years." "Good," I grunt. She giggles again. "Are you jealous of a guy I went out with in high school?" "No, he was a tool then and probably still is." "You're jealous." "No, I'm not." "You so are," she teases. I move to her and slide a hand around her neck, my fingers tangling in her long mess of blonde hair that I now know smells like apples. I lean my face down and nuzzle my nose into her neck, kissing her just below the ear. "Maybe I am," I say huskily, and she shivers. "Payback, then." Trailing the tip of my nose along her skin, I murmur, "Why's that?" "'Cause I was jealous of all those girls you went out with, too." "All of them?" "Yeah." My phone pings another text, and I want to throw it across the room for constantly interrupting the good parts with Katie. Even though if I'm being real, any time spent with Katie is good. That's probably the Chinese place. They send text alerts when the food is ready. Oh, she whispers. Yeah. Finish this discussion while we eat by the fire? She nods and I kiss her once on the lips, grab her hand, shut off all the lights to the shop, and lock up. I open her door and she slides into the passenger seat of my pickup. I get behind the wheel. And we pick up our food, which I put in a cooler that I put in the back seat because I don't want my interior smelling like takeout for a week. Something she teases me about, and that teasing is something I like quite a bit. I may not remember welcoming her to our little high school or inviting her to a party, but I do remember wishing that she wasn't Tate's. Now she isn't, and it's my turn, and I don't plan on stepping aside for someone else to have their chance this time.
Chapter 9. Katie. How was your day of class? Brody asks over the phone. I meant to ask you when you first started. Did you take a picture holding a sign so your mama could post it everywhere? No, smartass, I didn't. But to answer your other question, it was awesome, as usual. Really disappointed in you that you didn't take a first day of school picture. You know, in a short little plaid skirt and knee-high socks. Am I going to a porn shoot or a massage therapy school? Could be both. Who am I to judge? I laugh quietly. You're crazy. And if you must know, I wore jeans and a t-shirt, just like every day. Very non-co-ed of me, huh? I can hear the smile in his voice when he says, and yet, I bet you no doubt are still the prettiest one there. Brody Redding. Who knew he would one day be my own personal romantic? Certainly not me, when I had a crush on him when I was only 16 and never really lost it. I haven't been pining over him for all these years, but yet, having him back in my life brings it all flooding back. Are there a lot of people in your class? He asks when I don't know how to respond to his comment about me being pretty. I love that he's genuinely interested in this part of my life. He seems to truly care and is curious, not just for show. Not really, which is nice because then we get more attention, you know? And bonus, I'm not nearly the oldest one there. He chuckles. Well, that's good. Yeah, I didn't want to feel out of place. Glad you had a good day, Katie. Was thinking about you a lot, and I wanted to call or text, but didn't want to interrupt if you were busy. You're sweet. Hardly. I didn't tell you what I was thinking about. Chuckling, I decide to shift the focus onto him. And what about your day? How was it? He had a big shipment of cars and trucks come in today, and I know he was both excited and anxious for it. Good. Stressful. Tiring. We tarped all the ones that we aren't working on yet and have them out of the way so we can get to work. But having them delivered made it real, you know? It's a little weird. I smile to myself and pour hot water over a tea bag. Weird how? I'm just me. Never expected this. You should have. Tell me about the vehicles. Are they cool? Not yet, but they will be, he says confidently, making me laugh. Oh my gosh, you are so full of yourself. I wish I was with him right now because I can picture his grin when he replies. Confident. Not full of myself, I'm just confident. That's different, right? Right, I murmur, sipping on my hot tea. You like your teachers? Or professors, whatever they're called? I did at first. Now I kind of hate them. I joke. I don't hate them, but I'm ready to stop seeing them every single day, mainly because I'm ready to be done and getting on with the next part. Sounds about right. I hated even the teachers that I liked by the time I graduated from tech school. I hear a door closing in the background, and then a horn honk like he's just unlocked a vehicle. So what are you doing now? He asks, a car door shutting and engine starting up in the background. Just looking through all the paperwork from the salon. I have so many thoughts rolling through my head right now, I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight. Any of those thoughts center around me or what we're going to have for dinner? I'm starving, but don't have the energy to cook. Should I pick up some burgers or something?
I take it we're having dinner together?
Of course we are.
I grin, settling into the couch, feeling the warmth of his asking me to share dinner with him, but not really asking me, wash over me. You really have no idea how to ask someone on a date, do you? His answering chuckle tells me he knows exactly what I'm talking about, but also that he likely doesn't care.
Who said anything about a date? I just wondered if you were hungry and asked if you wanted to have burgers tonight.
Oh, well, in that case, sure.
So, burgers? That sound good to you or want me to pick up something else?
He asks. I bite my bottom lip to stop from laughing. What kind of person do you take me for? I would never say no to burgers.
Good answer. Anything you won't eat on them?
Nope. Surprise me.
You got it.
20 minutes later, Brody and I are sitting in my living room with takeout containers from a local burger joint that's easily the best burger place in the entire state of Tennessee. When he arrived, he laid out 2 styrofoam containers filled with burgers and fries, and another with onion rings. He told me to choose which one I wanted, and he would eat the other. Whose vehicles do you have now?
What do you mean?
I roll my eyes. You know what I mean. Who's going to be driving it around in a video after you're done with it? Or aren't you allowed to say?
Each one is different.
How so?
So basically, I signed a contract with the production company that I'm guaranteed the work. There's more to it, obviously, but that's the gist of it.
He takes a huge bite of his mushroom and Swiss burger, chews, swallows, and washes it down with some Coke.
Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm starving.
It's fine, I say, taking a bite of my own burger. It's a barbecue bacon burger, and so good I think I could eat 2. No need to apologize to me about eating. The corner of his mouth ticks up.
Right. Anyway, each artist has their own lawyers and requirements, which means sometimes I need to sign off on other contracts.
He shrugs, taking another bite. And some of the artists make you sign an NDA, I assume? He swallows, then leans back, his arms stretched across the basic tan couch that's surprisingly comfortable. I took a seat to the side of him in the matching oversized chair.
Yeah. I can't blame him, though, you know. Everyone wants to talk about him like they know something, like they're best friends.
Very true.
5 vehicles were delivered today. 3 of those I signed NDAs for. The other 2, I honestly don't even know who they're for. Eric just told me he'd let me know.
Bummer. That means you can't tell me anything.
Nope.
And I can't get it out of you? Another lip twitch, and this time he leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees.
How are you planning on trying to get information from me?
Oh, trust me. I've got ideas. I dip a French fry in ketchup and shove the entire thing in my mouth.
Thinking I might benefit from holding out then. You about done eating?
I shake my head. No, I have half of my burger left and more fries.
Think you can eat a little quicker?
I give him a look that I hope looks more serious than what I'm feeling. B. This is a barbecue bacon cheeseburger from Murphy's. You don't quickly eat it. You savor it. He chuckles and shifts once again so he's leaning back against the couch.
My mistake,
he murmurs. You're forgiven. We continue to make small talk as I eat. He's already finished his meal, wanting me to rush through it, but I wasn't lying when I said that I wanted to savor it, because whoever runs the kitchen at Murphy's knows what they're doing. It's been a Benton staple forever, long before my parents moved here. Will last for years, too. They make other items other than just burgers, but if you go there for a grilled chicken sandwich, you might as well wear a bag over your head because I'm pretty sure the residents of Benton will boo you on your way out. The burgers are just that good. I think they'd turn a vegetarian into a carnivore. The second I'm finished, my hands wiped on a napkin and balled up, placed aside. He motions me over with his hand.
Come here, Katie.
So demanding, I say as I get up, completely willing.
He pulls me down so I'm sitting right next to him, tucks me under his arm, and kisses me on the side of the head. This is what I needed. Just you and me chilling out, talking about our days. By the heated looks he was giving me moments ago, I'd really expected at the very least another makeout session, but apparently he just wants to cuddle. I'm not sure what that means. Just this, huh? Just this, he confirms. I know he feels me stiffen, with worry next to him. He gives me a squeeze and asks, "What's wrong?" I push against his chest so I can sit up and look at him. I just thought... I trail off, not wanting to come off a certain way. Just thought I was coming over here for more than burgers and talking. I bite my lip and shrug. Yes and no, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like this too, but we haven't really discussed what's happening here between us. I mention, motioning between us. I hate not knowing where I stand with him. Sure, he said he likes me, calls me pretty, kissed me, and is affectionate, but that could literally mean anything anymore. Dating is weird, and while I don't think of Brody as a one-night stand kind of guy, or even a guy who'd fool around with a girl he wasn't serious about, how the heck am I supposed to know? I think I just need to hear the words, I guess, I admit. He folds his hand over mine. You need me to spell out what's happening here? I rub my lips together and wish I'd have thought of throwing on some lipstick earlier. It's a bit of armor for me, giving me confidence. If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it. His eyes hold mine when he explains. I don't do casual. Not to say that I can't do it on the way to serious, but in this particular case, I have no desire to do casual. I like spending time with you. Don't get me wrong, I really want to spend some of that time without clothes on, but we've got time for that. I want us to take our time and not rush. But if you need to hear me say the words, I want to take you on real dates, not just picking up food and eating it at home and do everyday things together. I have no intentions of doing the things I'd like to do with you with anyone else, and I may not have the right to ask this, but I'd really like it if I was the only one doing them with you, too. Yes, I whisper, my hands linked together, and because my eyes are locked in his, I could fortunately see the brilliance that hit his eyes when I responded. Brody Redding has many looks I'm incredibly fond of, but this, right here, might be my favorite. Not just because he's so incredibly handsome I can barely handle it, but because I'm the one who put that happiness in him so bright that it's shining on the outside. Yes, he replies in agreement, kissing my lips once, twice, then slipping his tongue out to taste mine for a short kiss. The rest of the night is spent watching episodes of Stranger Things, our bodies pressed close together. We haven't done more than kissing and heavy petting in the short time we've been spending time together, and even though I needed clarification as to why he was only wanting to relax together tonight, I'm honestly not ready for anything more than that. Being together is exactly what I needed too, spending time with him and learning more about each other. It's enough, for now. 5 weeks later. I was so excited to graduate from massage therapy school. I couldn't wait. Now look at me. Just look at me. The last month of classes were intense, to say the least, but I may have seriously underestimated how hard it would be to go actually do the work I've been learning to do. It's only been a week and I'm exhausted and overwhelmed. My professors warned me that until my muscles got used to the extra work, it would be pretty tiring. They weren't lying. I thought being in class all day long and working for my daddy at night was a lot of work, but that was nothing in comparison. I am so exhausted. By the time I walk into my apartment at night, I've been gone for 14 hours and eaten 3 subpar meals that I've packed into a cooler. The salon had been advertising the new massage service really well, and I was booked solid. That's a good thing, obviously, but it's also overwhelming. On top of that, the weekends are spent making up time at Dad's office because not only was I behind on my own work, his office manager, Jeannie, had a baby almost a month ago. which unfortunately was 2 months premature. Fortunately, the baby is healthy, even though she has to be in the NICU for a while. Jeannie had planned to help my dad until his retirement at the end of the year, when she was going to stay home with the baby. Everything just got moved up, and since I already knew the work and it didn't make sense for my daddy to hire a temp, I'm filling in. My last month of school was stressful enough, but then I added working nights and weekends to the mix, giving me little time to study or anything else. So yeah, I'm exhausted. And I really miss Brody. The last time we've been able to connect in any way other than text, phone calls, or a quick meal was when he brought burgers to my place. 5 long weeks ago. The morning after, it felt like we were both thrust onto a runaway train and neither of us could find a way off. Our schedules are crazy, and part of the reason for that is because he was told that his first deadline needed to be pushed up by quite a bit. He's been working round the clock, and I know his stress level is at its max because even though making vehicles fancy, my term, not his, comes natural to him, he still wants it to be perfect, so the production company doesn't regret their decision. I walk into my apartment and fall face first onto the bed. My arms and legs spread out and heave out a heavy sigh. What I really want to do is cry and then fall asleep for 24 hours straight. I need a shower and a meal that consists of more than a sandwich of peanut butter and jelly or cold cuts. Unfortunately, that takes energy, and that's something I don't have much of. I have no idea how long I lie here before there's a knock on my door and I mumble, "It's open." "You just gonna let anyone in?" Brody's deep voice says, a little irritated as he walks into my apartment. "I'm too tired to care," I say, face now turned toward him, but still lying down on my stomach. He sits on the edge of my mattress and places a hand on my back. "Hi." "Hi." "It's been a long 5 weeks." I whine. That's an understatement. Brody brushes the hair off my cheek and tucks it behind my ear. "Don't take this the wrong way, babe, but you look exhausted." "I am," I say, embarrassed when I feel tears build in my eyes. I swallow hard and fight against them, willing the tears to stay hidden. It's always been one of the things I dislike about myself. When I get too tired, tears just appear out of nowhere, and I can't stop them. I don't even take offense to that. "You need a break." I shake my head. I don't have time for a break. He helps me to turn around and sit up. When he has my attention, he tucks a piece of hair behind my ear and gives me a soft kiss on my lips. "Yes, you do. You deserve it, too. You can't keep this up." I can't help the rush of emotion that hits me, and those tears that I worked so hard to hide from Brody begin pouring out of my eyes, along with a loud sob. He jumps into action, tucking me against his chest and rubs my back, soothing me and letting me cry. Hey, it's gonna be okay." I nod, but can't reply. Using the hem of my t-shirt, I lift it to my eyes and wipe away the moisture leaking from them. I sniff, hoping that I don't have snot everywhere, too. "I'm so tired," I whimper pathetically. "I know. Me too." I lean back and look at Brody, his handsome face. What an ass. How dare he not have huge bags under his eyes or stress breakouts all over his face? It's hardly fair. I have a zit the size of Delaware on my jaw. The dark circles under my eyes could be mistaken for mascara smudges for how black they are. My hair is basically made up of dry shampoo now. My lips are chapped. My eyebrows could use a very serious waxing, and my nail polish is chipped. I roll my eyes and curl my lip. Gah, I huff. "You're still good looking, though." "Look who's talking," he says, raising his eyebrows at me. "You're beautiful." I scoff, then scoff again. "Hardly." With a hand on my cheek, he turns my face so I'm looking at him. "Hey, I said you're beautiful, and I mean it. I'm not in the habit of lying to people, especially not to my girl." I let out a deep breath and give him a little smile. "Thank you, but I don't feel beautiful," I add. Let's fix that. What do you need? I lean into him again, and he holds me tightly. This is perfect. How about a good night's sleep? I almost weep at the thought. He could have just offered me $1 million and it wouldn't have sounded as good. How did you know? I've been sleeping for shit since we started down this path of busy schedules, so I'm just being selfish. Hoped that maybe I just needed to lie down next to you and I'd get some decent sleep. Miss you. I miss you too. I whimper again, feeling the tears build up. Hey, no more tears, okay? Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow is Sunday and we're going to relax. Maybe catch up on a few things around here. Go to the store. Do all the domestic shit we need to that we've been putting off. Domestic shit? How do we go from seeing each other a couple times to doing domestic shit together? When I realize that the last 5 weeks that I've been without you have been crap, and I don't care if we're pushing a buggy through the market to get groceries or folding laundry, as long as I can actually see you. Oh my gosh, he is so sweet. Now you're gonna make me cry again. No more. Please, let's sleep. Just sleep? I ask, my eyebrows raised. I'm so tired I don't think I'd be able to do anything else. You think you can walk down the stairs so we can sleep at my house, or do you want to stay here? Let's go to your place. I want to see Sabrina. Using me for my cat. You know it. We stumble our way down the stairs after closing up my apartment. Once inside his house, which is currently torn apart for the kitchen renovation, we immediately get ready for bed and slip under the covers. Sabrina jumps onto the bed and curls up next to Brody on the side opposite of me. If I was more alert and not so wiped out, I'm sure I would feel a little confused as to how to cuddle up next to Brody. All the questions that would normally be rolling through my mind, like, what do I do with my arms? Am I supposed to be the little spoon? What if I drool? Or, heaven forbid, fart in my sleep? None of them even register. And oddly enough, falling asleep next to Brody in his bed feels like the most natural thing in the world. Just before I doze off, he says my name. Katie. Yeah? I forgot to tell you. First guy's coming to check out his vehicle on Tuesday. That has me awake. What? Yeah, I told you how everything got moved up because the artist had some other commitments. He wants to take a look at it, drive it around a bit. Make sure we don't need to adjust anything before it goes to the side of the video. Wow, so he's going to be here? He is. Will I get to know who it is after he arrives? Yeah. Wondered if you wanted to have dinner with us. Think he'll be here for the evening, and honestly, I'm sick of not being around you. If it works, I'd like to have you there. I sit up so I'm on my knees facing Brody. Sabrina is still nuzzled next to his chest. He messes with her ear like he didn't just ask me to have dinner with some country music star. No way! You've seen me eat. I'd make a fool of myself. He rests his hand on my thigh and rubs his thumb back and forth. First of all, that's not even possible. Second of all, who cares? You think they're not human like the rest of us? This guy, he's nothing special. Sure, he has a lot of money and has a really good singing voice, but that doesn't mean he's any better than you or me. Brody, you can't be serious. I can be, and I am. Trust me, okay? You really want me there? I question him. Of course. I told you earlier that the last several weeks have been crazy, and it was a good kind of crazy, but I missed you. I want to share that with you. I want to share everything with you. I lay my hand on top of his, and he immediately flips his over, linking our fingers together. We haven't even gone on a date, I remind him, even though we both know we're together. I just wonder if inviting me to an important dinner is jumping the gun a bit. I know, and soon we'll remedy that. You're mine, just like I'm yours, even if the path to that has been pretty backward up until now. I like you. I want to date you. I want to do a lot more with you. I've told you that. We established that already. We have. You're right. I'm being silly because I'm so damn tired, and I missed you too. I hate that we haven't spent any time together lately. It sucks. It does. I wasn't sure what to expect with this first customization, but now that I know, I promise I'll do better about making time for us two.
B, it was me too. I've been so busy and not prioritizing well.
Let's stop the blame on ourselves. Right now, I want to sleep with you. Sleep. That's it. Because the longer I lie here, the more tired I become. I just want you to understand that we might be doing things completely out of order, but I don't care. I just want to see where it's going, and having you with me for this dinner would mean a lot to me.
Well, there's no other way to reply to that other than, I think I can handle that.
Good. Now, get down here. Sleep. Tomorrow we'll tackle the crap we don't feel like tackling, but it will be better because we're finally together. Then we'll make a plan so that I don't have to go 5 weeks without seeing you because that was stupid.
I curl up next to him, my knee bent and draped over his leg, my hand resting on his chest, one of his arms wrapped around me, keeping me close. Sounds perfect.
Night, Katie.
Night, Brody. If someone would have told me 6 months ago that I would be lying here with Brody, falling asleep, I would have laughed in their face. Life is certainly strange sometimes.
Chapter 10. Brody. Brody Redding, nice to meet you, I tell Chase, shaking his hand. This morning I was driving to the shop and his latest hit came on the radio. Now he's standing in front of me in jeans and a plain black t-shirt. Could life get any stranger than this? Chase, good to meet you, Brody. This it? He gestures to the black pickup I have ready and waiting for him in front of the shop. It's cleaned, polished, waxed, and spotless. But per his request, the paint job makes it appear like there's mud splatters behind the back tires. I gotta admit, even though I prefer a clean look, I totally outdid myself when I painted it. I could have gone the easier route and used decals, but I was hired to do a job, and my dad raised me to put my best in everything I do. For the money I'm being paid, there's no reason I shouldn't go the extra mile. This is it, I confirm. Holy shit, dude, you did this? I did, I say, crossing my arms over my chest and planting my feet wide. You like it? He looks at me out of the corner of his eye. Yeah, I'm actually in awe right now. As Chase inspects the vehicle, I see the approval written all over his face. When he opens the door and sees the custom interior with his logo embroidered in the camel and white diamond-stitched leather seats, he whispers, "Holy shit, is this for real?" That's the point that I let out a sigh of relief and walk closer to show him around his new vehicle. You'll notice the interior is all about you. The floors and seats are matching with the custom diamond stitching, but incorporating your logo makes it a little more unique to just you. We followed the same color pattern for the dash and doors, too. I figured this way you could keep it for you, or, if it's your type of thing, you could use it as a giveaway to boost your charity. He looks at me and blinks. You know about my foundation for foster kids? I nod. I did my research. He moves to stand beside the pickup. I'm impressed. Part of the job. To research your clients? I shake my head. To know more about my clients so that their custom vehicle matches who they are and what they stand for, I explain. We got the dimensions and permission to use your logo and wanted to incorporate it. Did I already tell you I'm impressed? You did, but you can tell me again, I say with a smile. Well, I am. Everything about this truck is... Wait, is this paint? He asks, surprised when he notices the back panels. Yeah, it is. I didn't want to just buy some decals and throw them on it. If you ever get sick of it, we can repaint it. Chase looks closely at the mud splatters, shaking his head. This is incredible. I take it you've gone mudding a time or two and know how to make it look authentic. I grin and chuckle. Maybe just a couple times. Want to go now? Right now? He nods and shrugs. You have a place? I'd love to test it out. I can't just drive it around town, you know. Yeah, I know a place. I need to lock up the shop first. Can I come in and see it? I'm curious where you work to create this kind of magic. Knock yourself out, I tell him, holding open the door for him. He doesn't hesitate in walking around, much like Katie did when she first came here. He inspects all the different areas of the shop, asking questions here and there. He seems to know quite a bit about vehicles, which means that we have plenty to talk about. Cash fan? He asks, noticing the picture I have hanging in the office. Definitely. He was the reason I pursued my singing career. No kidding? Not like I met him and he told me to go for it, he explains. But his story, his music, his faith, the way he loved June. I nod, understanding completely. Johnny Cash is a legend in country music, so it doesn't surprise me that Chase would admire him. But like me, it's more than just the songs he sang. It was the way he lived his life. He apologized for mistakes he made and was aware of his faults. Once he's seen all there is to see, including peeking under a couple of tarps to see what other vehicles I'll be working on next, we lock up the shop. Keys are in the truck. He grins and murmurs, "Small towns, am I right? They're the best. I rarely lock my door at home either. I can't imagine." Well, to be fair, I don't live in $1 million mansion, I joke, as I go around to the passenger door. "Oh, gee, that's too bad," he says jokingly. "Not all of us can be rock stars." He laughs, and then like an excited kid in a candy store, he climbs in behind the wheel and doesn't even wait until I'm in my seat before he starts it up with a smile on his face. He looks at me with comically wide eyes, and I lean against the door, seatbelt firmly in place because I have a feeling this might be a crazy ride. "Holy shit," he repeats what he said earlier. "That's awesome." I grin at his giddiness. "Like that sound, do ya?" He throws the truck into drive, and we take off out of the parking lot of my shop. "Oh yeah, I like that sound. This truck might be the best thing I've ever driven, and I once drove a Lambo, so here's your warning. Your idea of giving this sucker away for the foundation is a fucking amazing one, but I'm gonna have a real hard time letting go of this, so this one's mine, and I'm hiring you to build one like it, but make it a little different because this one's mine." I can do that. We'll have to coordinate with Eric on when I have time. "I'll have my people call your people," he teases. "Jackass," I joke. "Thank you. Now, where am I going? And are we still grabbing food somewhere?" "Planned on it. A friend was going to join me, but if you'd rather, let's hit up a diner or fast food and you can show me all the spots around town. I've actually been looking to buy some land I can hunt on. Maybe build a little cabin. Maybe Banton's it for me." "Yeah? All right, let me shoot off a quick text. Once you hit Murphy's for burgers, you're going to be moving in next week." "You've not led me astray yet, so I'm going to believe you on that one. My trainer can kick my ass later for eating a greasy cheeseburger." I slap him on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. Turn left here, then a right at the stoplight." "This the only one?" "No, smartass, we have 3. He throws his head back and laughs. "My mistake. Damn, I love this place already," he says, looking out his window, straining to keep an eye on whatever caught it. Meanwhile, I grab my phone to text Katie and hope she's not mad. Me. "Hey, are you going to be pissed if I cancel dinner tonight?" Katie. "Pissed? No, of course not. Are you embarrassed of me? That why you're bailing? LOL." Uh-oh. I know the LOL tacked on the end isn't her laughing at all. Girl code means she's actually scared that's the truth, but is playing it off otherwise. Me. "Get that shit out of your head right now. Trust me when I say I want you here, but he's got ideas of mudding and looking at land." Katie. "Mudding? For real? Land? Like, to move here? I have so many questions." Me. "Apparently a cabin so we can hunt. I don't know. He's like a little kid all excited." Katie. "I take it he likes the truck then?" Me. "Understatement, I think. I'll tell you everything when I'm done here. Can I stop up?" We come to the stoplight and I look over at Chase to see he's busy messing with the radio and not paying attention to me. I also decide to remind Katie that I'm into this with her, and even when my option is to spend the evening with a famous country singer, I'd prefer to be doing nothing with her. Or a lot of something. One or the other. I'm not picky. Me. "I really wanted to see you tonight." Katie. "Aw, you miss me. Of course you can stop up. I'll probably zonk out around 9, though." Snoozing emoji. Me. "Zonk out, huh? That's something my grandmother used to say." Katie. "I met her once. She was hilarious." Me. "I'll try to be there before 9. Have a good night." Katie. "You too." I put my phone down and point. There's Murphy's on the left. Just flip a Yui and pull in. He chuckles. "If I did this in Nashville, I'd probably get tossed in jail." "Small town life," I explain with a shrug. "Speaking of, do you want to come inside or want me to go order? It doesn't look busy, but I can't guarantee that people won't recognize you." He cringes just slightly. You mind? Kind of enjoying the solitude for a bit. Wouldn't have offered if I minded. What do you want? I'll keep it simple with a cheeseburger and fries. Coke, too. Are you good with bringing food in this thing? He makes a face. Fuck, I didn't even think of that. There's a cooler in the floorboard. We can put the food in there and eat on the tailgate when we get out to the spot I'm thinking of. He looks in the back seat. You're fucking brilliant. There's a cooler in the floorboard? How did I not know that? Haven't shown you everything yet, but that's not me. That's something Dodge did. I might marry this truck, he says. Write a song about it, I joke as I get out. Be back in 5. They're usually pretty quick. Definitely moving here, he murmurs. The bell above the door chimes when I walk through the door to Murphy's. Estelle, Murphy Jr.'s wife. Murphy Sr. opened up the joint in the 60s, and Murphy Jr. took over, and the way I hear it, Murphy III will be taking it over soon, looks up with a welcoming smile. Hey there, Brody. What can I get you? Keeping it simple tonight, Estelle. 2 double cheeseburgers with everything and fries. 2 Cokes, and an order of onion rings and some mozzarella sticks. Boy, that girl can eat, she giggles. Yes, she can, but this isn't for Katie tonight. Got a friend in town and he was hungry. Sounds like it. She winks. You got all that, babe? She hollers behind her to her husband, who always works the grill during the week. Their son tends to do it more on the weekends because Junior's knees can't handle much. Of course I do, comes Junior's raspy voice. Coming right up, kid. Estelle rings up our order and I pay, then she hands me 2 bottles of Coke. I take a seat at a table in the corner while I wait and scroll through email on my phone, responding to what I can and making notes of what I need to. A text from my mama pops up, and I debate for a few seconds about whether or not to open it, especially when the preview showed 3 simple words that could mean pretty much anything in her world. Mama, I need help. Groaning, I know that I'll answer her eventually, so I figure now's as good a time as any. Me, what's up? Mama, I'm having trouble with my washer and wondered if you could come by to take a look at it. Me, is it under warranty? If so, the company you bought it from should come out and service it. Then, because I'm an asshole and can't help myself, I add, or did you not actually purchase it? Mama, that was hurtful. Of course I purchased it. Me, warranty? I know I'm being a jerk and I should just offer to go over there and help her, but she's honestly one of the most selfish people I've ever met. She only texts or calls me when she needs something. Mama, I really don't want a stranger in the house. Me, I can't come tonight, but I can stop tomorrow before I go to the shop. Mama, you're such a good son. Thank you. See you in the morning. Maybe bring some donuts with you when you come, and don't forget your toolkit because I really don't have any here. And while you're here, do you mind looking at the heater? It's getting colder at night, and I'm not sure it's ready for winter. I don't respond. This is why I hesitated to help her. I give an inch, and she'll take a mile every single time. I'm honestly surprised she didn't send me a grocery list, too, though it wouldn't surprise me if that came in before the morning. Brody, your order's up, Estelle calls out. I thank her, grab our food, and head out to Chase's new truck. He hops out as soon as he sees me, and I show him the hidden cooler in the floor behind the driver's seat. Seriously coolest fucking truck I've ever driven. It's pretty badass, I admit. Once we're back in the cab and he's backing out of the parking spot, he turns to me and says, I saw yours sitting in front of the shop. It ain't too shabby. Thanks, man. I agree. I love that thing. Where are we headed now? I'm ready to see what this thing can do. Those tires look like they can eat a lot of dirt. I direct him where to go, and within 3 minutes we're running down a gravel road, kicking up dust behind us. Within 10, we're at Johnny's pa's cabin. I've had the keys to this place since I was 18. Johnny's parents died in a car accident when he was 12, and his pa raised him. Pa died a few years ago, leaving Johnny a wreck for about 6 months. His only saving grace was this cabin and the memories it holds. This is incredible. Yours? I shake my head and climb out of the truck. Nah, my buds. We practically grew up here, though. Spent our summers out here having bonfires and fishing. It didn't have plumbing, so we stunk to high heaven, too. Probably loved it, too. Absolutely. We settle on the tailgate and dig into our food. I watch him closely as he takes his first bite of the best burger he'll ever eat. I don't care if my trainer makes me do 100 burpees. This is worth it. I smirk and dive into my own meal. We talk about random stuff while we eat, and he surprises me by being one of the most genuine and relaxed guys I've ever met. And that's saying a lot because my best friend is Johnny, who's absolutely the most relaxed person I've ever known, and aside from Johnny's pa passing away, nothing seems to bother or upset him. I don't learn much about his time spent putting on concerts or going on tours because he seems to want to know more about me and Benton than talk about himself, which I suppose isn't too surprising considering his line of work. He probably never has a chance to not think about himself, what with everyone constantly asking him about himself. "Time to see what these tires can do?" he asks. "Seems about that time," I agree. "I'll show you where to go. It's a little pocket of land that's just notoriously wet and muddy. When we were growing up, we buried lots of vehicles out here." I laugh, reminiscing. As we're driving to the spot, a memory hits me full force, one that I hadn't thought of in so many years. I'm surprised it wasn't buried forever. The memory is so vivid, I don't even pay attention to Chase's whoops and laughter as we're flinging mud all around us. A bunch of us were celebrating the start of summer after our junior year of high school and came out to go mudding, then camp out by the bonfire and in the cabin. Tate and Katie were there, and a couple of us ended up having to pull them out of the mud. When we got them unstuck enough that they just had to drive over to the cabin, we figured all was good. But Katie was freaking out because it turns out Tate had been drinking and she wanted out of his truck. He'd driven them all over country roads, and she didn't know he'd been drinking until they'd gotten out to the field. Then he pulled out another beer, and she freaked on him. He laughed it off and said he was perfectly fine to drive, but she didn't find it very funny. By the time we had gotten to Tate, he realized he was not only being a dumbass because he got himself stuck, but that he was also being a dumbass because he put Katie, himself, and anyone else he came into contact with in danger by drinking and driving. I resisted the urge to throttle the idiot, and I got him in the passenger seat of my truck while I took over in his. "You okay?"
Brody, oh my gosh, I was so scared.
"I can't believe he was stupid enough to drink and drive, especially with you in the truck with him." Even though my voice is calm, I'm fuming inside. Does Tate not realize how bad that could have ended up? Sure, it's not like mudding is fast driving or anything, but what's the point in risking it? She shrugs, and that almost sets me off more because it immediately makes me wonder if that means she's used to him drinking and driving. "Katie." She asks, looking out the window. "You okay?"
"I'm fine,"
she whispers. "Just fine? It's the last day of school. You should be great."
I know. I'm just a little nervous to be out here, I guess."
"Nervous how? Why? It's just us." She turns her head to look at me, and I see fear in her blue eyes, and it scares me but also angers me, which is confusing as hell. I'm a 17-year-old kid. I'm not exactly aware of other people's feelings, but for some reason, when Katie looks at me, it's like I can feel whatever she's feeling. And right now, she's scared out of her mind. A little nervous was a lie. "What's going on?"
Nothing, just I don't want to stay the night. Is that okay?"
I mean, obviously, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Did someone tell you that you did?
"No. Tate will probably be mad at me, but he'll get over it. I just don't think I can stay."
Okay, you're kind of confusing me. Did Tate hurt you or something?
"He's great. Honestly, it's not him."
"Someone else hurt you?" Her lips press together tightly, and that anger I was feeling earlier turns into rage. I don't know who has hurt her or what she's afraid of, but I'll find out. Come hell or high water, I'll find out. And I won't just sit on that information either. I'm going to make sure whoever it is that's freaking Katie the fuck out pays for it. I unclench my jaw and release my tight hold on the steering wheel. "I'll take you home. Whether you want to go now or later, that's up to you. But you don't get in a car with anyone else tonight, you hear me?"
"B, you don't have to do that."
"I do and I will. Promise me that when you're ready to go home, you'll find me." She looks at me with her big blue eyes, her lips parted and blonde hair pulled up into a ponytail, and I have the sudden painful urge to take her into my arms and kiss her. But I can't do that, because she's not mine, and that sucks. I try my best to focus on Chase, but it's hard not to let the memory take over. It's only been a short amount of time since I've reconnected with Katie, but it doesn't matter. I hate the idea of her being hurt, whether it's now or in the past. You with me? Chase asks, interrupting my thoughts and bringing me back to the present. Yeah, man, I'm here. Sorry, memories, you know. He turns to the right and the truck skids along, mud flying up behind us. Jealous that you have so many memories out here. I bet it was a great place to grow up. It was, I confirm. After he's had enough mudding, we take his truck back to my shop and we wash it up. I really wish I was taking this thing with me, he murmurs, wiping it down. Transport truck's arriving tomorrow to bring it to the site. We all set for you customizing one for a charity auction? Absolutely. We shake hands, and then he takes off in the vehicle he arrived in, and I head to my girl.
Chapter 11. Katie. Who was it? Brody, I have no idea what you're talking about. That night when we were at the cabin and Tate had been drinking, then I brought you home because you didn't want to stay the night there. Who was it that had you so scared? I stare at him with wide eyes from where I stand next to the counter in my kitchen while he faces me. He doesn't look intimidating, but he does look seriously ticked off. I haven't thought about that night in years. Me either, he grunts. But I thought of it tonight and want to know who had you so scared that you didn't feel safe that night. You said it wasn't Tate. Was that a lie? No, it wasn't Tate. Then who? He demands loudly, lifting up and slamming the wooden kitchen chair he's standing next to back down quickly. In the open space of my studio apartment, it makes a loud bang. I flinch and whisper, "B, calm down." He grips the back of the chair and drops his head, taking deep breaths. I'm sorry. Lifting his head, he says, I'm sorry. The memory hit me, and I remembered that night you seemed seriously freaked out, and I hated that and wanted to fix it, but you wouldn't tell me what was going on. And that's okay because that night you weren't mine. But you're mine now, and that means you're mine to take care of and to protect. I'm not going to go all Hulk and kick some guy's ass for treating you badly 15 years ago. That wouldn't be right, and I'd probably land in jail, but... I interrupt him by asking, then why do you need to know? I don't know. I can't stand not knowing. He moves to me and takes my face in his hands, rubbing a thumb over the apple of my cheek. You get that I like you. You get who I am to you, right? Yes. I will stand beside you, behind you, in front of you, whatever you need from me. I will protect you, Katie. That's just the kind of guy I am. I can't change that. I can't stand the idea of someone hurting you. It makes me sick. It wasn't a guy. What? He asks, dropping his hands from my face. What do you mean? It wasn't a guy I was freaked out by. That would make sense, I know, but it wasn't that. It was Mallory. Well, not just her, but mainly her. Her little group of cronies were there too, which didn't help. Come again? He asks, rightfully confused. Mallory, I repeat. Mallory, the girl I dated and took to prom our junior year? The one and only, I grumble, sneering a little. Thinking we need to have a little more explanation here. I'm completely lost. Why would you be scared of her? You didn't see this because she hid it well, but she was awful, like the absolute worst, the definition of a mean girl. No shit. No shit, I confirm. I had no idea. Like I said, she hid it well. What did she do to you, and why? This is the part that could be a little awkward. As vivid as the memory is, it was also buried pretty deep, so I haven't thought about it in years. Until this very moment, actually. I lick my lips and rub them together. Brody crosses his arms across his chest and scrunches his eyebrows. Don't stall, Katie. Explain. Taking a seat at the table, Brody joins me, and I start in. It was prom night, actually. She wasn't happy. With me, I mean. I was in the bathroom, and she and her friends came in. They cornered me, and she got in my face. Why? She told me I had a boyfriend, which I obviously knew,
and then said it would be good for me to remember the fact that I had a boyfriend, and that boyfriend wasn't you. What the hell? You're not making any sense. I'm not. It was her. Okay. He holds up his hands and sits back. Sorry, go on. She thought you and I were into each other, which, I guess, knowing what I know now, maybe we were, but neither of us acted on it. But then I didn't know. I told you I had a crush on you, but I was with Tate then, and I did like him. I was with him, so no offense, but I wasn't thinking of other guys, including you. None taken, I think. He smirks. Anyway, she was staking her claim and wanted me to know that you would not be on my radar anytime soon, that you were hers and that was that, and I should banish any thoughts of being with you. He turns his head and looks at me. I remember that night. Do you? I do. You were wearing a blue dress that flowed around your ankles, and you looked more beautiful than I'd ever seen you look before. I kept looking at you. I know I did. You remember what I wore to prom our junior year of high school? Does that make me a creeper? It probably does. He laughs. But for real, it's good for you to know that I've always thought you are beautiful. Even when we were younger. But she probably saw it. I was 17 and I'm sure I wasn't great at hiding how beautiful I thought you were. Wow, I whisper, feeling my stomach warm at the idea of him looking at me all those years ago. He was wearing this tux that made him look like 007, and even though he was obviously completely out of his element, he looked so incredibly handsome. I honestly had no idea, but that means a lot to hear you say that. Thank you. You're welcome. Also, she was seriously pissed off at me that night, and I had no idea what I did. Pissed how? What did she do to you to make you scared? Like I said, she cornered me in the bathroom. Well, when I dismissed it like she was crazy, she turned physical with me. Physical? He asks, his voice so low if he wasn't incredibly angry right now, I would be turned on. He bites out a curse and stands up quickly, the legs of the chair making a loud scraping noise on the kitchen floor. Immediately, he begins to pace around the room with his hands on top of his head. When it seems like he's cooled down, he returns to the chair and says, You're serious, aren't you? Did she hurt you? Don't lie to me either. I want to know. I'd actually considered lying because it's embarrassing that I was physically assaulted by a girl at prom only because she thought I was into her guy. But even if he hadn't demanded I tell him the truth, I know I would have been honest. Yes, I told her she was wrong and that you and I weren't into each other, but that made her even more mad. She said she didn't believe me for a second, and then it was like she turned into a different person. Her face turned red and suddenly, no joke because it was completely out of nowhere, she slapped me across the cheek and shoved me backward. I was by the sink, so I slammed into it and ended up getting a pretty big bruise on my lower back and hip. What the fuck? He growls. Yeah, it was messed up. That's more than messed up, Katie. That's insane. It was. I agree. It was definitely insane. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to do. And honestly, she was really strong for a high school girl, and I was scared because all her friends were there and none of them seemed fazed by her behavior. Before she left, she yanked on my hair and pulled my head back, got in my face, and told me I'd better remember this the next time I felt the need to hang out with you. She seemed pretty determined to ruin my night, and she succeeded. When I finally pulled myself together enough to walk back out to find Tate, I was a wreck and just wanted to go home. I told Tate that I had gotten sick in the bathroom, and he didn't question it. You should have told me, he murmurs. Maybe, maybe not. You and I were barely friends, Bertie. If you were so afraid of her, why did you let me take you home that night? Because the alternative of either riding home with a drunk Tate or staying there overnight with her and her friends was worse. Even though you and she weren't together anymore, I knew whatever threats she'd doled out to me earlier were still possible. But she and I weren't together then. This is where it gets even more awkward, and he'll likely be more upset. I wince and open my mouth to respond, but he guesses the reason on his own. She blamed you for me breaking up with her. I nod and give him a little shrug. Yeah. You getting hurt was my fault. No, it wasn't. You can't take blame for someone else's bad behavior. Yeah, it was. I saw you at prom that night and you looked so damn beautiful, I couldn't stop staring at you. I knew she saw me, and I made up some lie about looking for someone, but even being caught staring at you didn't stop me from continuing to look for you. You were always this light that seemed to draw me in, Katie. I remember how you didn't smile often, and whenever I got you to smile at me, I felt like puffing out my chest. But that night, you were full of smiles, and I didn't want to look away. I heard you about it not being my fault, but you have to know that I'm going to feel guilt over this. That night of prom, I wasn't a good boyfriend to Mallory because I couldn't take my eyes off the gorgeous blonde in the sexy as fuck blue dress, and she turned that on you. Then the night of the bonfire, a night that was supposed to be fun for everyone, you didn't want to stay because they were still being jerks to you. I scrunched my nose. This entire conversation is fairly mortifying. I was bullied, picked on, and dredging up the memories isn't exactly pleasant. Pretty much. Mallory had kind of let up. A little bit, anyway. But she was still sure that I was the reason you broke up with her. You want to know what's really crazy? First of all, when I told her I wasn't feeling it, she acted like she didn't care. But second, I kind of did break up with her for you. Huh? I knew it wasn't right that I was looking at another girl, and after prom, I couldn't stop thinking of you, so I told her we needed to break up. She had no right to treat you that way. You didn't deserve it. It's fine. Until you reminded me of it, I had forgotten. Besides, remember that's the summer that she found out she was pregnant, so she relaxed her hatred for me. He scoots his chair over, his legs spread on either side of mine. It's not fine. And I get what you're saying, that it's not my fault. Even if I can't help but feel that in a roundabout way it was. Thank you for finally telling me about it. Tonight we were out there in his truck, and all I could think about was the bonfire and wondered what had happened. I gotta admit, the possibilities running through my head were pretty scary. I'm sorry. He gives me an odd look. Why are you apologizing? Because I can't help it. I laugh lightly, and we link hands. It's a habit, I guess. But now that it's out in the open and we know that we both had crushes on each other in high school, but never acted on them, we can move forward, right? The past is the past, right? Right. I'm sorry for bringing it up. And also if I was a little demanding earlier. But it drove me crazy to think that you had been hurt. It was a long time ago, I remind him. He shrugs. Doesn't matter whether it's today or 15 years ago. My heart feels like it could explode right out of my chest. I like you too, you know. He gives me that crooked grin that I love so much. Do you now? Just a little bit. Little bit? Let's see what we can do to change that to quite a bit, shall we? Without warning, he pulls me from my seat and throws me over his shoulder. I squeal with delight and grip the back of his shirt. Brody! He slaps me on the butt, and I don't mind one bit. I also don't mind when he flops me over on the bed, his big, strong body climbing over me immediately. Is this the part of your evil plan to get me to like you? I thought you already liked me, he mutters, his lips already latching onto my neck. I hum, stretching out underneath him, giving him full access. He pays close attention to what I like, the spot below my ear that makes me squirm and moan when his lips are touching it, my collarbone that I didn't even know was an erogenous zone of mine until he ran his tongue across it after pushing aside my t-shirt. Our fingers link together above our heads, pressed into the mattress, and I lift my head, silently demanding that he give me his mouth again. I moan when his tongue touches mine, and I wrap my legs around his thighs, squeezing tightly. He releases one of my hands to grip the back of my thigh, holding it in place as he grinds his strong, powerful body into mine. Our mouths are fused and bodies tangled together, and it feels so good I don't want it to end. His fingers tighten their hold on my leg, and I've never been so glad that I favor leggings over jeans because I can feel so much more.
Is this okay?
He asks, his voice so deep and husky it sends a tingle down my spine. Yeah, it's definitely okay. I manage to squeak out, using my free hand to wrap around the back of his head to hold him close. He leans up so he can look at me and grins at my eagerness. Just kiss me, I growl, and he barely has time to respond with his, "Yes, ma'am," before our lips are once again connected. His lips are warm and perfect, and I swear I've never felt this way when kissing someone in my entire life. It's never felt this good. Desperation claws at me, not wanting this to end, even as it's happening. If I wasn't so turned on, I'd be a little embarrassed at the amount of whimpering and clawing at him I'm doing, but I can't bring myself to care. It feels too good and too right. Every time I'm near him, some switch flips inside me and I just want to sigh and stare at him. I've never had this kind of connection with another person before, and it makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. And I feel like a weirdo even thinking that. Next thing I know, I'll be swooning right in front of him, giggling and dropping a hanky for him to retrieve for me like in the movie Pride and Prejudice. Somewhere between the time that I told him I liked him and now, a flip was switched, and gone are the hesitant words and actions. Now we're both all in, completely and totally gung-ho, so to speak. We grind against each other and fight for dominance with our tongues. I buck at him, and he smiles against my mouth, allowing us to roll over so I'm on top. Before I'm able to get started, he knifes up and removes his shirt, tossing it to the side. And then I'm blessed with a vision that I'll never forget. On the 8th day, God chiseled out Brody Redding's abs, and then he rested. He's nothing short of perfection. He's not too lean, but he's built and strong and clearly takes excellent care of his body. Even on his back staring up at me. Scratch that. Especially on his back staring up at me, he's sexier than should be legal. The stubble that's perfectly groomed on his face makes me excited over the thought of him kissing more than my mouth. "You're beautiful," I murmur. "That's my line," he counters. And that's all the on-top time I get because he flips us once more and I'm on my back and he's kissing me, lifting my shirt and nuzzling his face into my stomach. I squirm beneath him, my legs kicking and my center wanting to find some friction. I need more. I need... A shrill beep alerts, causing us to jerk apart. "What the fuck is that noise?" he asks grumpily, obviously irritated at getting interrupted. "Is that a smoke alarm?" "Can't be," he hollers, standing up from the bed and covering his ears. The sound is only getting louder and louder, though I agree that it doesn't sound like a smoke alarm. It's not just an annoying beep. It's a different sound, but I'm too caught up in what we were doing earlier to make heads or tails of what the noise could be. As quickly as it starts, it stops, only to start again a few seconds later. It's then I realize it's my phone, and the noise is a weather alert. I grab my phone and see the alert telling us to seek shelter from a terrible thunderstorm brewing and heading in our direction. "A thunderstorm? They alarmed us for rain?" Brody grumbles. But the wind is howling outside, and I wonder if there's potential for more than just a thunderstorm. "I think we need to move to your house, B. It could get ugly," I say, looking at the radar on my phone and seeing a big red blob moving in our direction. "Really?" he asks, looking at my phone. "Shit. Yeah, let's get out of here." We turn off the lights, and I grab a few things from my apartment, my purse, keys, laptop, and we hightail it down to his house. The door is barely shut behind us when a torrential rain hits, pelting the house. "Holy hell, that came out of nowhere, yeah?" We turn on a few lights, and he double-checks to make sure the windows are all shut and locked. "Yeah, it really did. I didn't even know rain was in the forecast for today." "Me either." Ushering me away from the window that I'm standing next to, he says, "Let's take a step back from the glass, though, shall we?" I hesitate only for a second, because I want to see what's happening, but then a loud crack of lightning hits. "Ah!" I scream and jump back. He chuckles and I roll my eyes. Kitchen's coming along, I comment, looking around a little. It is. I'm ready for it to be complete, but at least it's functioning while Chad works his magic. It should be finished in a couple weeks. Wow, that's exciting. No more metal cupboards, I grin. Nope, thank goodness. It looked like an episode of the Brady Bunch in here, right? I snort out a laugh. It did, though I think even they had a little more coordination than this kitchen did. Probably true. We move to the living room, where there aren't as many windows, and he turns on the TV to a local station so we can watch the weather. It isn't a tornado warning yet, so we cuddle down on the couch and get comfortable. We watch for a few minutes before he says, "Should have asked. You want something to drink?" I move to get up. "I can get it. Water okay?" "You don't have to." "I don't mind." He kisses me on the cheek and moves to get up as well. "Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to check on Sabrina while you do that." "Okay." I grab a couple glasses off the counter since the cupboards are not installed yet, fill them with ice and water, then return to the living room to see Sabrina curled up on Brody's chest. Where was she? I hand him a glass and he takes a sip before setting it on the table next to him. "Thanks. She was under my bed." He sticks out his lower lip in a pout. "She's still shaking." "Aw, poor thing." I scratch behind her ear, and she turns into my hand. "Yeah." The storm rages outside, and the lights flicker on and off. With a loud crack of thunder, I jump. Sabrina does too, but she jumps right out of Brody's arms and runs back to her hiding place. We watch as the weather woman shows the different areas that need to be taking shelter, and I'm relieved to see ours isn't one of them. Lightning flashes, lighting up the living room, but creating a cozy atmosphere. I love spending time with Brody. We haven't done much outside of the house yet, but I like the quietness. It's nice that we can spend time together and not have it be a big presentation. This is going to make work even busier, I whine. Your dad won't have a peaceful end before he retires, huh? Probably not. Unless we don't get hit, which it looks like we won't. Most of his customers are here in Benton, but we have a few from neighboring towns. Doesn't look like they'll get hit hard either, Brody remarks, his eyes glued to the TV, his arm around my shoulders, pinning me to his body. What time is it? I ask, yawning and curling into him. I wrap an arm around his waist, and he kisses the top of my head, stretching his legs out and resting his feet on the coffee table. 11. Why can't storms like this ever hit in the middle of the day so we know what's going on? I hate not being able to see anything. Me too. My eyes feel heavy, despite the unsettling feeling that lingers beneath the surface. But I'm tired, and I know that I need sleep, or tomorrow is going to be even worse yet. I'm already dragging most days. Not getting enough sleep tonight will only make it worse. By the looks of the radar, it's going to be raining for a while, but the storm seems to have settled a bit. That's good. I can handle the rain and thunderstorms. It's the tornadoes that I don't like. Yep. I'm exhausted, I admit, grudgingly, sitting up before I fall asleep on his chest. But that does have a lot of appeal. I think I need to go to bed if we aren't in any danger. Brody stands up and peeks out the window, even though it's pitch black and there's nothing he can see. Yeah, me too. I stand up and move toward the door, and he stops me, his hand lightly wrapped around my forearm. Where are you going? To bed? First of all, were you even going to say goodbye? Second, no. You're sleeping here tonight. What if the storm picks back up? I don't want you in the apartment. You can sleep in the guest bed if you feel more comfortable. But just so you know, my vote is for my bed, because I want you there again. Well, how could I say no to that?
Chapter 12. Brody. Waking up with Katie in my arms is something I could get used to, especially considering that she's only wearing one of my t-shirts that goes down to her mid-thigh. I like her in my clothes. I like her in my bed. I like her in the passenger seat of my truck or walking around my shop. I just like being around her in any way she'll let me. Right now, though, waking up with her legs and arms wrapped around me, and her scent and hair all around me, I have a lot of other ideas of how I'd like to spend my time with her. Mainly sans clothes and in this bed all day. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. We both have days that we need to get to, and that sucks. I kiss her on top of the head, something that I've gotten in the habit of doing often and have no plans of stopping, and I feel her wiggle against me. "Morning," I murmur. "Morning," comes her soft, sweet reply. Realize this is part of that whole doing things out of order thing, but can I take you out on a proper date this weekend? She gives me a squeeze, but keeps her head buried in my chest. "Yeah." Good. I rub up and down her back a couple times, then groan when the alarm on my phone goes off again after I'd already hit snooze once. Normally I'm up before it has the chance to go off, but I slept so good last night I wasn't surprised that it was what woke me up this morning. Between having Katie in my bed and the storms that had calmed down to just rain last night, it was the best night of sleep I'd gotten in weeks. "Like you here," I tell her. "I like being here." "Let's make a habit of this." "Okay," she whispers. I jostle her so she gets the idea that I want to see her eyes, and she answers by lifting her head and looking down at me. There she is. I wanted to see her face. She wrinkles her nose. "I guarantee it's not as pleasant as you were hoping for. Do I have makeup all over?" I lift a hand and thread it through her hair, bringing her lips to mine, morning breath be damned. She purses her lips tightly, and I raise my eyebrows. I give her a closed-mouth kiss, then slide my lips to her ear. "I'll let it pass this time, baby, but I don't like you withholding those lips from me." She shudders out a breath, and I grin, releasing her. "Gotta hit the bathroom, then it's all yours. You know where everything is since you used it last night. I'll start coffee. Breakfast burritos okay this morning?" She nods, her lips still clamped tight. Chuckling, I stand up and get started with the day. Oh yeah, I could get used to waking up with her.
Chapter 13. Katie. No. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. Not right now. I cry to myself. I wasn't paying attention and veered onto the gravel on the side of the road, and not 10 seconds later, I knew something was wrong. Luckily, I was about to pass a small roadside cafe, so I pulled in, parked my car, and got out to inspect the damage. The tire is flat as a pancake. I learned how to change a flat tire when I was 18, but that was knowledge I didn't fully retain. I really don't think I should trust myself to fix this, but I hate to bother Brody with it either. If I don't call him, he's going to be upset with me. That much is obvious after last night's heated discussion. I pick up my phone, dial his number, and wait for it to ring. I'm standing next to the flat tire and scowl at it. What horrible luck. In the split second that I was off the road, I must have run over a nail or something. The call gets dropped after one ring. I try again. Same thing. I look at my phone and realize I have no bars, no service. Then I look around and curse myself for taking a side road this morning. I was in a good mood and didn't feel like dealing with the interstate traffic. Plus, I'd always wanted to take the scenic route. A lot of good that did me. For 3 months, I drove to school and used the same route. Today, I told one of the professors I would meet her for a coffee because we had developed a friendship. For some reason, I thought it'd be a great idea to shake things up and go a different way. With the leaves changing color, I just knew it would be fun to take the winding road through the mountains instead. It was pretty until I got to the base of the mountain. I was thinking I had made a brilliant decision. I was wrong. All the pretty crimson and gold trees are long forgotten, replaced with misery of my own doing. Because it's what people do, I lift my phone in the air, praying that the extra elevation will somehow trigger it to pull a signal. It doesn't work. Shocker. I decide to try a text instead. It doesn't go through. So I stomp into the cafe, irritated that I'm going to be late meeting her and can't even get enough service to call her and let her know that I'm not just flaking on my promise to get together.
I order myself a cup of coffee to go, then ask to use the restroom. After taking care of business, I walk back outside, chug down some of my ambition, and pop the trunk. "Oh, shit!" I shout. "Ugh! Are you kidding me?" I whimper. "My spare tire isn't here. What the hell?" Because I only keep the emergency kit that my dad gave me, a lot of good that's providing since it's a set of jumper cables, a box of granola bars, and 2 bottles of water, and an extra blanket in my trunk. It's not as if it can be hiding anywhere. It was a used car when I purchased it, but I swear I checked to see if there was a spare tire when I bought it. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Either that or there's some sort of spare tire thief roaming around the state. A vehicle pulls up and parks a few spaces down from me, but I'm too deep into my pity party to care who it is. I slam my trunk shut with as much force as I dare and climb back into the driver's seat, grip the steering wheel, and rest my forehead on it. Brody is going to kill me. This is what he does for a living. What kind of girlfriend? Am I his girlfriend? I shake off the thought because I don't have time to worry about labels right now. I know we're exclusive, and that's all that matters. Anyway, what kind of person he's seeing am I that I can't even do the most basic of car fixes? A crappy one, that's what. I will not cry. I will not cry. I will not cry. Damn it. I'm crying. Not ugly sobs. I almost think that would be better because these hot tears just sliding down my cheeks are almost worse. I detest crying because of a situation I'm in. And this one could have been 100% prevented had I checked to make sure I have a spare, but also taken the time to practice knowing how to change a flat tire. A knock on my window sounds, and I turn my head so I can see who's standing there. An olive green t-shirt, covered torso, and a jeans waistband. It appears to be a man. Quite the inspector I am. I turn my key over so my battery starts up, allowing me to roll down my window a crack. I turn it back off because a dead battery on top of a flat tire would certainly make this day suck even worse. Through the 3-inch crack I opened, I say, "Yes." "Problem, miss?" "Nope, perfectly fine, thank you," I shout, pushing the button for the window to roll back up and leave me in the silence of my miserable life. Okay, it's not miserable, but the past 10 minutes have sincerely sucked big time. Another knock. I roll my eyes as I push the button. Again. Seriously, how annoying. "Do you have a problem?" I ask. "Something I can help you with?" "Well, you see." The torso bends down, and I see a glimpse of his face, though it's shadowed by the ball cap he's wearing. "I was really in the mood to change a flat tire today. Brush up on those basic life skills. Happen to know anyone around needing that type of work done?" "It just so happens, mister, that I do." I see his smug grin and add, "Not. I do not know anyone who needs help. I'll let you know if I find anyone, though." Up goes my window again. Has this guy ever heard of stranger danger? I mean, honestly, this is the 21st century. A person does not just simply accept help from a random stranger, no matter how nice they're trying to be. That's like the actual definition of how most serial killer shows begin. It's never the guy who threatens people. It's the good-looking, secretly sinister man. Or woman. Another knock, and I growl, this time grabbing my small can of mace out of my purse before getting out of my car in such a hurry that it makes him stagger backward. Lifting the can in his direction, I plant my feet wide. "Listen, man, take a hint, okay? I don't know you. I'm not about to accept your help only to be tied up, raped, thrown in your trunk, and then buried in the desert." It's like he's not even afraid of the mace I could blind him with. He just chuckles, then, "Desert?" he asks, his voice like melted chocolate. I narrow my eyes. Is he seriously mocking me right now? "Yes, desert." Now, if you don't mind, actually, I do mind. I'm sorry if I offended you or scared you. I have a spare that I think will fit your car, and I'm perfectly capable of helping you. He looks around and points to the cafe behind us. As you can see, there are plenty of people around, and I promise you I'm not a serial killer. That's what all serial killers say. True, but I mean it. He lifts his fingers in the air with a grin that's actually quite attractive. Scout's honor. Ugh. Fine. You can help me, but I'm watching you. I add on with a glare. Wow, such a generous offer. I'm Katie, by the way, I say, extending my hand. He looks at it, then up at me. Nice to meet you, Katie. When he doesn't tell me his name, I give him an odd look. And your name? Right. Elijah. Nice to meet you, Elijah. And honestly, thank you for offering to help me. I was rude earlier, and that wasn't called for. I'm sorry. He shrugs. It's fine. Good to be alert and wary of people. I don't blame you. Still. Forgotten. Should we get started? Oh, yeah. Thank you again. You're welcome. I help Elijah do his thing after he gets all the things from the trunk of his car. I help get the tire over to my car, and the flat one I lift and place in the trunk of my car. I might not have had the tools to do the work, but that certainly doesn't mean I can't be helpful. It doesn't take Elijah long to get the spare tire on, but now I realize I have a problem because I have his spare tire on my car, and I will have to figure out a way to get it back to him. I don't even know where he lives. The luxury mid-size SUV he's driving that's similar to mine, only in its size, because mine is a base model and not luxury at all, does have Tennessee license plates, but that doesn't mean anything. He stands up and brushes the dust off his jeans and hands and returns all his tire-fixing tools. That's the technical term, I'm sure of it. To his car and turns to face me. What now? I mean, I need to get your spare tire back to you somehow, and I'd really like to pay you for your time and help. I don't have much cash on me, but I can see if there's an ATM in the cafe. He chuckles again, like I'm somehow amusing him. You don't need to pay me back. How do I get the tire back to you? You live in Benton, right? Or around there? I take a step back. Now I'm a little creeped out. I wasn't earlier, but he just officially crossed a line. No? I hate that it comes out as a question rather than an answer. He takes off his ball cap and runs his fingers through his hair, then puts it back on, adjusting the bill so it's low on his face. That doesn't necessarily help the creep factor he's suddenly giving off. When he notices I take another step away and brings my mace out of the pocket of my hoodie, he holds his hands up and winces. Shit. Sorry. Now I freaked you out. I just gave you reason to question my whole I'm not a serial killer promise. Here's the deal. I was in Benton last night and saw you walking on the sidewalk. My eyes widen, and he winces again. I'm making it worse. I promise I didn't follow you. I was leaving town and heading back home and thought I'd stop in for a cup of coffee. Happened to see you. Just happened to. I promise. You were in Benton last night? For business, kind of. Anyway, I was grabbing some dinner and I saw you. You caught my eye because you're, well, gorgeous. He adds with a little blush, and my eyebrows shoot to my hairline. Does that make you uncomfortable for me to say that? A little. Sorry, again. Honestly, it makes me more uncomfortable that you know where I live. I can see that. So, yeah. Maybe we need to just part ways and I'll get my tire fixed and leave it somewhere for you. How am I going to know where you leave it? I mean, I can get it from you in Benton sometime, but it'd be better if we made a plan or exchanged numbers. I can't help it. I burst out laughing. You think I'm going to give you my number? You really are crazy. He grips the back of his neck and looks a little sheepish. I have to admit, I don't think I've ever had this much trouble trying to ask a girl out. My eyes widen at this extra bit of information. You're trying to ask me out? I double over in laughter this time. He can't be serious. You can't be serious. Well, I was, but not anymore, he says, laughing also. I wouldn't go out with you if you paid me, he adds on good-naturedly. I roll my eyes. Wow, you are something else. How about if I get my tire fixed and leave your spare at the tire shop in Benton? Would that be okay? Do you know where that is, or won't you be back in town for work again? I'll be back, and yeah, I know where it's at. Think I passed it this morning. Let's plan on that, though you honestly don't need to get it back to me. I can get a new one. No way. That's a huge pain and way too much to ask. Okay, then you win. That'd be fine. I'm sorry for scaring you. Can I make it up to you? You just don't quit, do you? I tease. I thought I already let you down easy. Laughing in my face is letting me down easy? I shrug and grin. I couldn't help laughing. It's all so ridiculous. Why is that? Because I don't just give my phone number out to strangers or go on dates with them. Aren't people usually strangers until they have a first date? He counters. Okay, he has a point there, but still. He saw me walking in Benton, and maybe that makes me paranoid, but it's a little nerve-wracking. My parents drilled into me from childhood to be alert and not trust just anyone, no matter how good-looking they are. And now that I've gotten a better look at Elijah, he is quite handsome. Brody's still better, though. Let's start over. Rather than extend his hand for me to shake, he gives me a little wave. Hi, my name is Elijah. I'd love to walk into that cafe here with you and have a cup of coffee, or maybe a whole meal of food if you have time for that and are willing to give it to me. It looks fairly busy and we'll be surrounded by people. It'll be safe. Shifting my focus from being nervous about him seeing me in Benton to chalking it up to coincidence, I look at him closely, trying to get a better read on this stranger who helped fix my tire out of the goodness of his heart, even going as far as to lend me a spare tire. That's what a nice person does, right? Surely he is not a complete wacko who would chop me up into bits and pieces, right? There's also something oddly familiar about him that I can't put my finger on, like I've seen him before. Maybe whenever he saw me yesterday, I happened to see him also and just don't remember it. Just a coffee, or a Coke, maybe tea, whatever your preference is. I sigh and look at my phone, checking the time. It's not like I had a timeline for the day, but I really wanted to get back home so I could work at Daddy's insurance office for a bit. I had purposely taken no clients today because I wasn't sure how long I would be gone. I am hungry, and honestly a little curious about this stranger, so figure I might as well give in. Fine. I lift a finger and point it at him. But I'm paying for yours because I need to thank you, and I know that's not nearly enough payback for what you did for me, but it's a start. I'll take what I can get. His grin is victorious, and it annoys me. I grab my purse out of the front seat, and we lock up our cars before going inside the cafe. There's a sign that tells its customers we can sit where we'd like, so we do. Right in the center of the cafe where everyone can see us. Because I'm still not completely convinced he's not going to kidnap me, peel off my face, and wear it as a mask. Man, I need to get a handle on my imagination. Awkwardness settles in as we sit at the table. A waitress comes over and hands us each a menu and tells us she'll be right back to take our order. You said you were in Benton on business? I ask, trying to make conversation as I look through the food items. Ooh, they have a big breakfast menu. Maybe this was a good idea after all. I'm pretty hungry, like usual. Yeah, he nods and twists his lips like that's not the right answer. Well, kind of. I was sent there to check something out for the company.
Ah, very mysterious. He wiggles his eyebrows up and down and leans on the table.
Tell me about yourself. Have you lived in Benton your whole life?
No, not exactly. I lived there when I was in high school, moved away, and eventually made my way back.
Couldn't stay away, huh?
Guess not, I say. I don't get into the reason why I'm back in Benton, even though I'm happy I am. If I hadn't moved back, Brody and I wouldn't be together now. What can I get you to? A server asks, standing next to our table. Elijah points at me to go first. Are you still serving breakfast? All day. Awesome. I'll take a Denver omelet. Coffee to drink, please. Hash browns, pancakes, or toast on the side? Hash browns, please. She nods and writes down the order. And for you?
I'll do the ultimate skillet and a side of pancakes. Coffee also.
Coming right up. And I'll be right back with your coffee. Do y'all want cream or sugar? Both for me, please. Thanks. I tell her, and Elijah shakes his head. She leaves, and Elijah turns his attention back to me.
I don't blame you, you know. Benton seems like a great town. I've always lived in a bigger city, and I feel like I missed out.
I'm not sure you missed out. I think there's good and bad in both. When I moved away from Benton, I lived in Knoxville. It was great to live somewhere that had a little more action and things to do. More restaurants and actual food delivery for more than just pizza. He nods in understanding.
Yeah, I get that. Knoxville's a great city. I've been a few times.
Our coffee is delivered, and I doctor mine up while Elijah takes his first sip.
Good coffee,
he says, smacking his lips lightly and looking into his cup. I nod my agreement after taking a drink and keeping hold of my cup. He asks me question after question about Benton and what I did for work while living in Knoxville. But every time I try to flip any questions in his direction, he smoothly, though maybe not so smoothly since I noticed, turns the line of questions back to me. The same awkwardness settles in once again when I get tired of getting non-answers and I look around the cafe, trying to come up with something to talk about. He is very obviously pretty closed off, which isn't a big deal, but still, it doesn't leave much room to make small talk. Not only that, he appears to be incredibly uncomfortable in here. He's fidgeting and looking around nervously, and it makes me wonder why he even asked me to join him for coffee if he doesn't want to be here himself. After 5 minutes of just looking around, I slump my shoulders. You asked me to eat with you. You gotta give me something.
What?
You're so quiet and a terrible conversationalist, I blurt out. He throws his head back, laughing.
Just say it like it is.
I scrunch my nose. Sorry. I sometimes forget to have a filter. But seriously, what's the deal? Still laughing, he shakes his head and readjusts his ball cap.
I don't know. Maybe it's the city boy in me, but I'm kind of private.
I'll say. Luckily, our food is delivered, which gives us something to do with our mouths since talking is out of the question. And like the true lady I am, I practically inhale my omelet in an effort to speed this bad morning along. When the waitress comes back to see how we're doing, I slip her my credit card to pay when he isn't paying attention. She nods and looks closely at him, shrugs, and moves along.
So when you're not yelling at your car on the side of the road, what do you do?
I hesitate to give him any more information about me, but in a desperate attempt to relieve ourselves of this awkwardness, I tell him, I'm a massage therapist. He pauses, his fork up to his mouth but suspended midair.
You're kidding.
No, I actually just started because I only graduated from the classes a few weeks ago. He finishes the bite he was about to take and sits back in his seat.
What kind of massage do you do?
Right now I do deep tissue, Swedish aromatherapy, trigger point, and shiatsu. I'd love to get into hot stone and am considering sports massage therapy as well. Like I said, I just started.
Do you like it?
I do.
I nod. It's more rewarding than I anticipated, actually. Helping people who are in pain is really satisfying work. As someone who gets regular massages, I can attest to knowing that you're helping people. Finally, something to talk about. I could cry. I'm so happy. I am not someone who likes to sit with someone in silence. By myself, fine. With others, no thank you. What kind do you get? Usually deep tissue, but sometimes hot stone. I nod and finish the bite of cheesy omelet I just shoveled in my mouth. Do you have a lot of muscle pain? Not if I get regular massages. A lot of it is from stress, but I've learned it's a way for me to cope, too. How often do you get them? Once a week. Religiously. If I have to travel, I make sure I have a masseuse available. How bougie of you, I tease. He laughs loudly, causing people to turn and look at us. He ducks his head when he notices, but doesn't stop laughing. Absolutely. I'm very high maintenance. Shaking my head, I give him a look and roll my eyes. He continues to ask me questions about my new career and growing up in Benton, even though I don't really consider Benton where I grew up. He seems very interested in our sleepy little town, but at least I'm no longer getting the feel that he's somewhat of a stalker. If anything, he appears to be a little nervous, like maybe he doesn't date much, even though this isn't a date. Or maybe he just isn't comfortable talking with others. I'm stuffed, I announce, leaning back in my seat. Me too. I haven't had breakfast like that in years. Breakfast is my favorite. It might sound cheesy, but I love IHOP and going to places like that. Not cheesy at all. Waffle House, IHOP, anywhere that focuses on breakfast, really. They're the best. I cheer. Finally, something about you other than you get massages. He rolls his eyes. I'm reserved, okay? I can't help it. It's fine, just makes it tough to get to know you. Also, if this actually was a date, which it wasn't, for the record, it would have been terrible. His eyes widen. So it could have been a date? I shake my head. Nope, I'm seeing someone. Damn, the good ones are always taken. I give him a soft smile and let him know that I need to use the restroom before leaving. Oh, and I already paid, I add as I'm walking toward the bathroom. Quickly doing my thing, I return to see our table empty and wonder if he left or is waiting outside. Part of me hopes he just left, but I quickly usher that thought out of my head. I'm not a rude person, and he truly did a very nice thing for me by giving me his spare tire. That's above and beyond what most people would do for a complete stranger. He's waiting outside next to my car, looking down at his phone when I approach. Thanks again for helping me out. I couldn't get a hold of anyone, and I was starting to panic. No big deal. I'm glad I could help. You didn't have to pay for our food, he says with a stern expression. I had planned to pay, but somehow you're sneakier than I gave you credit for. Of course I paid, Elijah. That's what people do, right? They thank the person who did something nice for them. I guess. He rests the hip against the back driver's side door and crosses his arms. Okay, well, thanks again. I'll leave the spare at the Bendon Tire Shop for you and tell the guys what happened. They know me pretty well there. Just go in and ask for Johnny and he'll know what's happening. Johnny, the boyfriend? I giggle. Hardly. Oh gosh. He's awesome, but no, not my boyfriend. I don't think that boy'll ever settle down. He is too wild. Old friend then, I take it? Definitely. Small town. He nods knowingly. Exactly. Anyway, I gotta run. Thanks again. Anytime. Happy to help. Good to meet you, Katie. You too. Then before I can stop him, he leans over and kisses my cheek, squeezes my bicep, and spins on his heels and struts to his own car. I stand here stunned for a few seconds before sliding inside my car. What a strange morning.
Chapter 14. Brody. All right then, you're good to go, I tell the transport driver who's taking Chase's truck to the video site. This thing is sweet. If it doesn't make it there, just look the other way, he jokes. Haha, I'll do that. Once he's pulling out of the driveway, I take my phone out of my pocket and dial Katie. I haven't talked to her all morning, and after waking up next to her, I miss her. Brody, she answers, her voice a little higher than normal. It puts me instantly on alert. Oh my gosh, finally! I've been trying to get a hold of you for hours. What's wrong? I ask, rather than saying hello. Nothing. Well, there was, but oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe the morning I've had. What happened? I ask, my voice hard. Hang on, I've got to switch you to Bluetooth so I'm not on the phone while I drive. That's all I need is to be in an accident because I'm distracted. A few seconds later, she's back. Sorry. Not a problem. Now tell me what's been going on. The story she goes on to tell me has me pacing around the parking lot, irritated that I wasn't there to help her, and also irritated that she actually sat down to eat with a stranger. Katie, you know how dangerous that is, right? She sighs. I know. The cafe was busy, though, and I know that doesn't mean anything, but honestly, I went with my instinct there and I stayed alert. Promise. I also had my can of mace handy the entire time. That makes me feel a little better. I'm just glad that you're safe now. It was nice of that guy to help, you know? I wasn't sure what I was going to do. It's not like they have payphones around anymore. Seems like they should, at least there anyway, if it's a complete dead zone. Right. I suppose I probably could have asked someone in the cafe if I could use their house phone. He showed up to help before that thought crossed my mind, though. Maybe. Anyway, did you get in touch with your professor to let her know why you weren't there? Not yet. This is the first my phone found service. I'll call her when I get off the phone with you and explain what happened. If she doesn't believe me, I'll show her the ugly spare tire on my car. She snickers. She's pretty nice, so I'm not too worried. Hopefully we can still get together, and then I'll be back to Benton in no time. You can't drive a spare all the way back, you know. I'll come meet you with the shop service truck to get it fixed. You don't have to do that. Are you my girl? I can hear the smile in her voice when she replies, You betcha. Good. Then let me take care of you. You were stranded. Some other dude helped you. I'm grateful for that, but now is my turn to step in. You're the best boyfriend there ever was, Brody Redding, she says in an exaggerated accent. Damn, she's cute. Funny. And luckily, mine. I'm about 20 minutes away, she says. Do I need to send you my location when I get there so you know where I am? That'd be good. I'll be leaving here pretty soon, and I'll try to hurry. It probably won't take you long to get through what you need to do there, right? Right. Thanks so much, B. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I feel like such a burden. Of course. It's not a burden at all, though. See you in a bit. We say goodbye, hang up, and I drive straight over to the tire shop, glad to see the service truck parked in its usual spot. Hey, boss, Johnny shouts, wiping his hands on a grease rag. How's it going today? Good. Transport go okay for you? I shrug. It's out of my hands now, so hopefully. Client was incredibly happy with it. Johnny grins. Of course he was. You're the best. Damn right I am, I joke. Gotta go help Katie. She had a flat this morning and someone she didn't even know ended up helping her. What the hell? Johnny asks, irritated. My thoughts exactly. She took some side roads today on the way to meet someone for coffee, got a flat, didn't have a spare, couldn't call anyone because she had zero service. Some random guy was there and let her use a spare tire. He's going to pick it up here. At least that's what she said she planned. Not cool, man. I agree. She okay? She's okay. She's safe, but yeah, it could have been bad. He nods and my stomach tightens. I won't let my mind go the direction of how bad it truly could have been. Need my help? I can come with you. Nah, I'll be fine. Y'all good here? Well-oiled machine, man. Must be the excellent management, he says, puffing out his chest and complimenting himself since he's the excellent management he speaks of. Definitely. After checking in with the rest of the staff, I take off in the service truck toward Katie. The town is less than an hour away, so it doesn't take me long to get there and find her car in the parking lot of the Starbucks. Me. I'm here. Katie. Don't yell at me, but I left it unlocked just in case you needed to get in. I groan and drop my head back. This woman is going to kill me. I'm about to reply when another text pops up. This one from my mom. and seeing it immediately reminds me that I had told her I'd come over today to help her fix her washing machine. Mama, where are you? I've been waiting here for hours. I groan. Of course she has. I do feel bad because I told her I'd be there and just plain forgot. Me, sorry, Mom. Had to take the service truck to fix a flat tire. It's not a lie, even if it's not entirely true. Mama, you could have told me so I wouldn't have been sitting here all day. I really needed your help today. And this is what makes me irritated with my mother. Because even if I wasn't giving her a half-truth and there was someone stranded and needed my help, she would still think of herself first. Me, I'll come over when I get back to town, but I can't stay long. I have something tonight. That's not necessarily the truth either, but I hope I have plans. Those plans centering around Katie. Mama, just don't skip out on me again. I toss my phone in one of the cup holders in the truck and climb out, getting to work on fixing Katie's tire. Whatever she ran over did a number on her tire. I can put in a patch, but I don't know how long it will hold. Just as I'm finishing up and tightening the lug nuts, Katie comes walking quickly through the parking lot. I stand up to greet her and grunt when she launches herself into my arms. "Missed you," she whispers into my neck. I give her a squeeze and release her, but don't let her get far. I keep my hands on her waist, kiss her on the lips, then step back. "Today was so weird. I don't even know how to thank you for coming all this way, or for not yelling at me for being stupid, or for eating with that weird guy. I didn't know what else to do. It was all awkward and uncomfortable, and he barely talked. I kept wondering what his deal was, but I think he's just super private. I don't know, I'm glad it's over." I gotta admit, I hate the idea of you eating with another guy, but especially a guy you thought was weird. She sighs and looks down. "I know, it wasn't smart of me. I had my mace, and I promise it was in a public area. I felt like I needed to do something to show my appreciation for his help, you know? And that's the only reason why I'm not mad about it." She lifts up on her toes and wraps her arms around my neck, keeping a bit of space between us so she can look up at me. "You're a good guy, Brody, you know that?" "I'm really not." "You are too. You might not think so, but I know so. You drove all this way to help me." "I forgot my mother today," I admit, and watch as amusement skitters across her face. "What?" I nod and rub my forehead. "Yeah, I forgot I was supposed to go to her place this morning and help her with a few things." "Oops." "Yup. After I follow you back to Benton, I'll head over there and take care of what she needs. Then I have a favor to ask of you." "This my way of paying you back?" "Yeah, we can call it that." "Okay, I'll bite. What's the favor?" "Go out with me. Tonight. I don't know if you have to work for your dad or if you can take the night off, but I'm seriously getting very impatient when it comes to taking you on a date and officially making this official." "Official, huh?" she teases. "You called me your boyfriend today. Figure that means I'd better take my girlfriend on a date." She blushes and I lean down, kiss her on the lips, but leave my lips close to hers. "I liked hearing it," I say, then kiss her again and stand up. "You done for the day? Your tire isn't in the best of shape, and I want to make sure you get back home okay. We'll take it to the shop and have Johnny replace it." "Oh, I wondered if it'd be bad. It went flat really quick, it seemed." "Big nail was in there, so I'm not surprised. Call your dad on the way, make sure he knows you're not working tonight. I'll be up to your place at 7 to pick you up, but I'll see you before then when I get you settled with Johnny to get your tire fixed." "You sure are bossy." I shrug. That's probably true. She gives me a smile that says she doesn't mind it one bit that I'm bossy. "I can leave and have you hire a repairman, Ma," I huff. "I just don't understand why you wouldn't get me groceries." "Do you not have money?" She glares at me and snaps, "I have money, Brody, and it'd be good of you to respect your mama." "You're the one who seemed incredibly concerned about me getting your groceries, Ma. I assumed that meant you couldn't afford them." She looks incredibly guilty, and she looks away. "Ma, what is it?" "It's nothing. I just needed some staples and didn't feel like going out, okay? I'll go tomorrow. It's no big deal." "Ma," I ask again, adding an inflection into my voice so she knows I know something's up. "Tell me what's going on." "It's nothing. I just don't want to go to the store is all." I look at her and see the way she won't make eye contact and groan. Because I know this woman and her tells, I know exactly why she won't go to the store. They've asked her not to return. You're not allowed in there, huh?
Of course I am. I'm a citizen of this town, aren't I?
You're also a thieving citizen, and my guess is the manager asked you to politely get your groceries elsewhere.
He's a jerk, comes her reply. Oh, for fuck's sake, Ma. Watch your mouth around your mama.
Really? You're going to lecture me on morals right now? Do you have no willpower? Tears spring to her eyes and she crumbles, her face buried in her hands, butt planting on the floor in her laundry room. She cries for a few moments and sniffles, then looks up at me from her place on the floor.
No, and I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what's wrong with me.
This makes me stagger a bit because it's truly the first time I've ever heard her offer up some sort of remorse for her actions. I crouch down in front of her and place a hand on her shoulder. Nothing's wrong with you, Ma. You have an addiction. It's just like any other addiction.
I'm sick.
You are, and that's why Dad and I have been trying to get you help.
I think I'm ready.
I sit down next to her and pull her in for a hug. In all my 32 years, she's never asked for help, never taken blame. Admittedly, I have a hard time believing it now, only because she's been so hesitant to get help until now. However, I want her to get the help she needs. Until she doesn't let me, or she refuses to get help, I'll be there to support her. I'm here, Ma. Dad will be there too. She cries on my shoulder for a few more minutes, then sits back, wiping her tears away with the sleeve of her sweatshirt.
Bet it's pretty strange to have a mom like me, huh?
You certainly made life interesting, that's for sure.
I'm embarrassed.
She should be, actually, and maybe that's a good thing. I don't respond. Rather, I nod my understanding.
And I've embarrassed my family, brought shame upon you.
It used to bother me, I admit.
Not anymore.
I'm not the one stealing Cheetos from Albert's grocery store, I joke.
My sins are not your sins, huh?
Something like that. When I was younger and realized what you were doing, I hated it. I realized it wasn't a reflection on me, though.
How'd you get so smart?
I grin and hug her once more. Let's get this washing machine fixed, shall we? I've got a date tonight and I don't want to be late.
Oh, yeah? Who's the lucky girl? Anyone I know?
Ma and I talk for a while, like a typical mother and son, and I tell her all about Katie, our date, and how we knew each other long ago but only recently reconnected.
I don't remember her,
she admits. I raise an eyebrow. Why would you remember her? You weren't really around, you know?
That's not true.
It is, I grunt, tightening a bolt in the back side of the washer.
I wasn't a good mom.
You were who you could be, I say as a non-answer. We fall into silence for a few minutes, and then,
I hear you just built a big new shop.
I side-eye her. Yeah?
Well, what's that for?
Something tells me she knows exactly what the new shop's for. I could pretend like I'm not onto her, but unlike her, I'm not a good liar. All the good that she and I were experiencing earlier vanishes the second it clicks with me that she probably called me to come fix her washing machine solely to get more information about my contract and working with the production company. Are you really doing this right now? I ask her.
Doing what?
Oh, come on, Ma. I know you know about the contract, so just tell me what you want so we can move on.
I don't...
She stops talking when I give her a hard look.
I don't...
She tries again, then clears her throat.
You're going to be meeting all those fancy singers, right?
Fancy singers? Ma, they're country music singers. All I'm doing is customizing the vehicles that go in the videos. That's it.
But you'll be meeting them? And you signed that contract?
Yes, so tell me what you want.
I bet that will be so cool,
she says, trying to sound nonchalant, but she fails miserably.
Meeting and working with them?
I know her, and she might be ready to stop her petty thieving, but if she can manage to use me to get what she wants, she'll do it. Mm-hmm, I say, putting the last of my tools in my toolbox and snapping it closed.
I'd love to see where you're working now.
Would you?
Of course I would. You're my son, Brody. I am so proud of you.
Standing up straight, I look her dead in the eye. What are you proud of me for?
What do you mean?
Test the washer so we know it's working before I leave, I demand. Then ask again, what exactly are you proud of me for? She loads clothes and detergent in the washer, then starts it up. It appears to be working fine, which means I can leave. Well, for your job, it's exciting, isn't it? I roll my eyes because she's hedging around her truth. It's the same job I've had for years, Ma. But now, I interrupt her with a shake of my head and irritated huff. I'm making a lot more money at it and meeting celebrities. Yeah, I understand you. That's not what I meant. Sure it is. Then it clicks with me. The whole production of her crying on my shoulder earlier. It seemed weird to me that she suddenly felt remorse after all these years. That's what the whole "I'm sorry I'm such an embarrassment and I need to get help" bit was about, wasn't it? You wanted to make amends or get on my good side so I would introduce you to some Nashville star or give you money. What? No. I grab my toolbox and walk out of the laundry room through the kitchen. It might make me a chauvinist, but just once I would like to come to my mother's house and have her feed me homemade cookies or brownies, or anything really, to take care of me in any way. Instead, she's always selfishly asking for me to bring her things. Sure it is. Here's what you need to know, Ma. Me customizing these vehicles, that's all it is. It's the same thing I've been doing for years. I've been hired to do a job, plain and simple. You're mad at me. Why? I'm only telling you that I'm happy for you, she protests. I'm not mad, Ma, just unsurprised, which I suppose makes me mad. This job, it's just a job. Yeah, I'm happy that I get to work with some pretty cool people and that doing what I love has increased my checking and savings accounts. But it's not the point, I shout. Money isn't everything, Ma. She turns her head and looks at me with pity. After you and Hannah broke up, I thought you'd have such a hard time, and I'm happy to see that you're doing well. My mouth drops open. Is she delusional? What the heck does Hannah have to do with anything? What the heck does Hannah have to do with anything, Ma? She is my ex-girlfriend. She's married. I've not been harboring feelings for her all these years. She's in my rearview mirror, Ma. She looks truly confused. But isn't that why you went after this big contract? My eyes widen. Are you serious? I wasn't the one who went after anything. They came to me. But she said, oh my gosh, Ma, are you telling me that you talked to Hannah? She's the one who told me about the new shop, she admits with a small shrug. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Explain. We have lunch sometimes, comes her explanation, albeit a bad one. Please don't. I have no idea why you think you need to stay in contact with an ex-girlfriend of mine, but I'd honestly rather you didn't. I know I just now told you about Katie, but she and I are not a phase. I like her. A lot. But you used to like Hannah a lot, too. I don't even know what to say here, so I just turn to the door. I don't have any feelings for Hannah. In fact, I haven't thought about her for months. Whatever she's told you, figure she was lying. You and she are obviously cut from the same selfish cloth. Before walking through it, I turn to my mother. Open my mouth to plead my case against Hannah more, but I can tell she's not even paying attention to me. Just forget it. My words won't mean a thing to you anyway, right? I leave her house and climb into my truck. She doesn't try to stop me. Chapter 15. Brody. Like a gentleman, I knock on Katie's door at exactly 7 o'clock. Once we got back to Benton, Katie went straight to the tire shop so Johnny could get her tire replaced, while I went to Mom's. I called Johnny to make sure he set aside the spare so Elijah, the guy who helped her at the cafe, could pick it up as per Katie's instructions. When the door opens to a smiling Katie, she steals all the breath out of my lungs. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's wearing a gauzy black top with a cutout in the center, so I can see just the tiniest hint of cleavage and a pair of jeans that show off her curves. It has everything to do with the fact that she's opening the door with a smile on her face because I'm standing on the other side getting ready to take her on our first official date. You're beautiful, I tell her. Her cheeks turn pink and I advance, sliding a hand over her hip and brushing my lips against hers. Her hands rest on my chest and she looks up at me, her long blonde hair flowing down her back and ruby red lips so appealing I want to nibble on them all night. You're not so bad yourself, she replies, arching her body into mine. I'm wearing nothing special. A pair of bootcut jeans, navy blue Henley shirt, and brown boots. I should have dressed up more, but I don't really have anything much different than this. It's my standard wardrobe, but by the way Katie's looking at me, she appreciates it. I would really like to take you out to dinner, and if you keep staring at me the way you are, that's not going to happen. The little minx arches farther into me, pressing up on her tiptoes and kissing my chin. And how am I staring at you? Probably very similar to the way I'm looking at you, and I want all this as much as you do, but I also want to take you out. We could change plans, she says, breathless. Her lips are doing some serious damage to my self-control, and that change of plans is sounding better and better. Doesn't that sound like fun, Bea? We could chill out here and get more comfortable? Her tongue snakes out and grazes my neck, sending tingles down my spine. Growling, I spin her around and pin her against the door. You're a little tease, you know that? She moans when I don't let her answer me and instead kiss her hard, twirling my tongue inside her mouth and pressing my body into her, letting her feel exactly what she's doing to me. I grab one of her thighs and lift her leg, wrapping it around my waist. She cries out and grips the back of my shirt, tightening her leg and lifting up on her toes with the other. Her soft moans and mewls are such a turn-on. Our mouths fit together so perfectly. It's easily the best kiss I've ever had, aside from the last time she and I kissed. But even compared to then, there's something about this kiss. Before, we've both held back. This time we're devouring one another. We're all in. We're falling fast and hard, and there's no end. Damn, I hope she's feeling that too. If I don't back off, we'll never go out, and while that alternative sounds incredible, I don't want our first time to be me attacking her against her door. Fuck, I don't want to stop, I admit on a groan, proving my point by diving back in again. Katie shakes her head, but her lips don't leave mine. Then don't, she mumbles. I'm trying to do the right thing here, and you're making it very hard, I groan. Yes, I feel that. She does a little shimmy with her hips and grinds against me. Katie, I warn. She kisses me once more, then reaches up higher to whisper in my ear, You win, but don't say I didn't warn you. She flounces away, and I reach to grab her to pull her back to me, my body alive with desire for her, but she slips away giggling. After locking up her apartment, I follow her down the stairs to my truck. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Just that it seems a lot easier if we just skip to the fun part of the evening, she says as I open the passenger door. Safely inside, I shut the door and walk around the front of the truck and climb into the driver's seat. Who's to say dinner won't be fun? She gives me a look, and I chuckle. Okay, maybe not that fun. The drive to the restaurant will take us about 45 minutes, which is both fortunate and unfortunate, because Katie turned from a regular minx to a tantalizing, teasing, and spicy little minx. Her fingers have forgotten the invisible perimeter that is set up around my body to help me keep my eyes on the road. How am I supposed to drive and pay attention when her fingers are messing with my hair or resting on my leg? Her perfume, or whatever it is she wears, maybe it's just nothing and it's just her, makes me forget how to function like a normal human being, causing my breathing to go crazy. We won't even discuss how my pants seem to be growing tighter around a certain area. Something the matter? She asks, all coy-like as her finger does a tiptoe over my thigh, causing me to adjust in my seat. I clear my throat and make a non-committal grunt. No, I'm good. Sure? Her hand rests on my thigh, mere inches away from my crotch. I swallow hard, nod, grip her hand, and give her a stern look. If you want to get to the restaurant safe, you'd better give me a break because this is incredibly distracting. Oh, really? I bark out a laugh. Like you don't know exactly what you're doing to me. She giggles and starts to extract her hand, but I keep it in mine. I like holding her hand, having the connection, being with her. Silence falls in the cab of my truck, but it's far from uncomfortable. It's a sense of peace and calm that I wasn't feeling earlier with everything that went on through the day. After I left my mother's, I was irritated and had to make a conscious effort to put the day out of my mind and focus on her. There's something about Katie that brings me peace, and if I think back, it was that way back in the day, too. In high school, there was something about her that helped calm me down. I remember a moment so long ago when I got to school mad at the world. My mother had been caught stealing again the night before. She blamed me, saying that if I didn't have so many needs, she wouldn't need to steal. What she was implying was that I was a pain in the ass and they really couldn't afford me. It wasn't true. She just liked to throw blame on anyone other than herself. I was on edge at school and didn't want to be there. I was sure that everyone knew about my mother and it pissed me off. By the time lunch came around, I was contemplating ditching the rest of the day because I didn't want to be around anyone. The only thing that stopped me was that Katie walked up to me while I was standing at my locker. She must have noticed I was in a shit mood, but she didn't back off. She took me by the arm, dragged me through the lunch line, told me to follow her, and we ate lunch together on the bleachers in the football stadium. She didn't ask me any questions about why I was so angry. She simply sat with me. Neither of us spoke a word the entire time we sat out there. I chalked it up then to the fresh air and nice weather, but now I know it wasn't that. "Nothing's changed," I murmur, glancing over at her, giving her fingers a little squeeze. "What do you mean?" "Nothing's changed. Back when we barely knew each other, there was something about you that helped me feel relaxed and calm, and it's still that way." I go on to tell her about going to my mother's, and by the time I'm through venting to her, she looks so angry I'm surprised smoke isn't billowing out of her ears. "See, I don't have the same effect on you," I chuckle, pulling into the restaurant parking lot. "You do, but right now not so much." Katie shoots a glare in my direction. "That woman sounds awful. I don't think I like your mother all that much," she grumbles, now crossing her arms over her chest. "Yeah, she's not necessarily a ray of sunshine." "And Hannah? What the heck is she doing having lunch with your ma? She has her own mother and her own mother-in-law to have lunch with." "Ah, is she a little jealous? I kinda hope so. That'd be great if she was. I'm a smart man, though, and I keep that little thought to myself. That I have no answer for. I told Ma to quit it, but who knows?" I turn in my seat to face her. "They don't matter. Tonight is about us, okay? I want to have fun and show you off and go back to my place and play with Sabrina." "Play with Sabrina, huh?" "Or whatever else we come up with," I say, my eyebrows wiggling. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip. "I like that idea." I get out of the truck and round the front. She's already climbing out by the time I get to her, so I shut her door behind her and hold her hand. "This okay?" I motion to the restaurant. "Ooh, yeah, I haven't had hibachi in a long time. Plus, it's like dinner and a show. It's like we've got our entertainment portion out of the way." Chuckling, I usher her inside, my hand on the small of her back. "In a hurry to get through the date?" She wraps her arm around my waist so we're walking side by side, leaning into me. "Absolutely." "Yeah, me too."
Chapter 16. Katie. Our lips don't separate as we fumble into his once ugly, now in the middle of being renovating, kitchen. Dinner was excellent, and the company even better, but the drive back to Benton? Torture. Torture. Worse than when he had me pinned against the door, and I wanted nothing more than for him to rip our clothes off and ravage me. It was a good thing that Brody had planned for there to be something to keep us occupied during dinner, because as it was, every chance we got, we were touching. Our hands were tangled or rubbing thighs. Lips were lightly grazing cheeks or temples. Whispers of what we wanted to do to each other were spoken next to ears. It was back and forth torture between the two of us, and I loved every minute. I've never been with a guy who was so affectionate before, especially in public. I didn't think I was one for public displays of affection, but when he caught me outside of the restroom before we headed home, shuffled me back against the wall, and kissed the living daylights out of me, I wouldn't have minded if the entire restaurant sat and watched. The drive home was worse yet. I begged and begged Brody to pull over and just do me in the back seat, but he held firm to wanting to wait until we got home. I couldn't believe the words that escaped my mouth, but they did.
Right there in front of him, I begged him to do me. I should be mortified over my zealousness, but it truly isn't even in me to care. I've wanted him since I was 16 years old. 16 years of longing and wanting, all boiled down to this moment. He slams the door shut behind us and stumbles forward a bit, bringing me with him. We laugh against each other's mouths as we shove coats off shoulders and continue toward his bedroom, letting them drop. He whips his shirt off, and my breath stalls when I look down at his chest. There's only one explanation on how Brody's body can look this way. It's a thought definitely worth repeating. God himself chiseled out Brody's abs. I wouldn't want to offend God and not stare at his handiwork, right? You realize that your body is insane, right? He's busy kissing his way down my neck as he walks backward, pulling me along with him. Huh? Your body. I second a breath because, holy hell, whatever he's doing to me right now is probably sinful, and I should no longer be bringing God into it, though I'm likely to be yelling out his name pretty soon. Yes. Oh my gosh, don't stop doing that. I moan and stretch my neck, pushing him to move quicker. How freaking long is this hallway anyway? I feel like we've been walking to his room for ages. His lips are attacking the sensitive spot below my ear, and I'm losing the ability to think straight. My stomach coils tight, and I try to rub my legs together as we shuffle along to alleviate the ache building there. His fingers graze the smooth skin of my stomach, and my hair flies out around me as my shirt goes over my head. And I'm being lifted by strong arms that are flexing with biceps that aren't bulging too much, but enough that I see definition and power and strength. My legs don't even have a chance to get the memo that we're being carried before I'm turned around, tossed onto the bed, and covered with the most attractive male body I've ever seen. And it's only partly because of his outward appearance. That whole beauty is only skin deep thing, it doesn't apply to Brody Redding. His beauty runs deep into his soul. Not only is he letting me rent the apartment for next to nothing, I know he also rented it to someone else before me for seriously cheap, just to help him get on his feet. He helps his mother, even though I know it hurts him to do it, especially when she is always trying to take advantage of him. But he loves her, despite her flaws. Sabrina, his cat, was a stray that he found beside the dumpster of his tire shop. He brought her home, nursed her back to life, and now she's his. Chad wouldn't have a successful construction business if it weren't for Brody either. He had fallen to the bin gaining traction in Benton as a reputable business to work with. Then he was injured on the job. Not just cutting off the tip of his finger injured either. It was a severe cut to his leg that he thought would heal without going to the emergency room. The cut had gotten infected, causing him to lose the lower half of his left leg. Between the time he'd spent in the hospital and recovering after, his business was crashing. Rather than letting it happen, Brody stepped in and covered for him, managing his tire shop and Chad's construction company at the same time. He made sure jobs were booked and his workers were doing their jobs. If there was a place that needed filled in, Brody and his dad did it. Of course, aside from him telling me about his mother, I wouldn't know any of this if I hadn't bumped into Johnny at the sub shop one day. I had planned on taking my sandwich to go, but he asked me to join him. Over sub sandwiches, chips, and pickles, we reminisced about high school, talked about the 14 years that had passed us by since then, and he filled me in on what a catch I'd landed with Brody. Not that I didn't know it already, but hearing it from one of his best friends was different. "You're beautiful," he murmurs, looking down at me. I lift a hand and cup his cheek. "I was just thinking the same thing about you." "Men aren't supposed to be beautiful or handsome," he mumbles against my neck, then rises up on his fists. His smile is beaming. "Or I'd accept sexy, too." I choke out a laugh. "Oh, you would, huh?" "Maybe sex god. How does that sound?" "I don't know if it applies to you or not. We haven't gotten there yet." "Let's remedy that, shall we? Starting with..." His lips are hot against my skin as they make a trail down my neck, giving my collarbone the attention it deserves, and over the swell of my breasts. With the tip of his nose, he nuzzles into my breasts, then pulls the cup of my black lace bra down, exposing my entire breast to him. He sucks in a breath,
and I preen from where I lie, stretched out beneath him. He likes what he sees. His tongue swirls around my hardened nipple, around and around. His hot breath surrounds it. His teeth nip at the tip, and he does the same to the other. I'm squirming beneath him, wanting more and less and needing more and less. Oh, I cry out when he brings my nipple into his mouth and sucks hard, massaging my other breast and tweaking the tip. My fingers pull on his hair, and I thrash my head back and forth, surprised that I feel the beginnings of an orgasm already approaching, and all he's done is played with my breasts. Holy crap! I breathe out, and wish I hadn't, because I need all the air in my lungs that I can get right now. I'm having a seriously hard time breathing normally.
Sensitive,
he says, not leaving his assignment of give Katie the biggest orgasm in her life and get her to the point where she will no doubt scream so loudly only dogs will hear her. He's going to get an A+. I just know it. He might even earn some extra credit on this assignment. Yes, I whisper. Very. I moan. He hums. Oh, do that again.
What did I do?
When you hummed against my skin, it sent a tingling vibration.
Wonder if it works in other places,
he asks, lifting his head up to look at me. I look down and lick my lips. His eyes are twinkling. His lips are swollen from the excellent work he's doing on me. But what gets me the most is how incredibly turned on he looks. I suppose we'll have to spend time doing some extensive research.
Works for me. Maybe we should turn our phones off so we don't get interrupted,
he asks, raising an eyebrow. I giggle. That seems to be our MO, huh?
For sure.
He grabs his phone from his pants pocket and turns it off, tossing it on the nightstand. Mine is still in my purse, which was dropped somewhere in the kitchen, I think, and the ringer is turned off, so I'm not even going to worry about it. There's no way I'm getting out of your bed for at least 24 hours.
I like the sound of that.
Screw all our responsibilities, right?
Screw something.
Oh, I moan when he wraps his arm around my back, unhooks my bra, and throws it over his shoulder. Before he rises up on his knees to work on my pants, he takes in his undressing abilities and gives my breasts more attention now that the pesky bra isn't in the way. I arch my back, pressing myself deeper into his mouth, and he groans. Reaching between us, we both get to work on buttons and zippers and jeans that are way too tight. Mine, for them to come off easily, but we make it work. Now in only our underwear, he pulls me to sit up, then plants our feet on the floor next to the bed.
Stand up.
What? Why?
I want to see you. All of you. Top to bottom.
I laugh nervously. Are you being serious?
Do I look like I'm joking?
He asks. No, he doesn't. I stand up on shaky legs with my arms wrapped around my stomach. He's brought me to the brink of orgasm twice now, and I'm unsteady on my feet and feeling self-conscious of how I look. I'm not ashamed of my appearance, but I also haven't had a lifelong dedication to eating healthy and working out. I go in spurts of watching what I eat and making sure I get 30 minutes of exercise daily, to binge watching Netflix for 6 hours and watching the chips and pizza disappear into my mouth.
Don't hide from me,
he says in a husky voice.
You're beautiful.
To you, I amend, clarifying. Brody shakes his head.
Not just to me, especially to me. The most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on. And you're mine. My beautiful.
Oh, well, in that case, I drop my arms and muster up all the courage inside of me and hook my thumbs around the top of my underwear, take a deep breath when I see his eyes follow my movements. His breath stalls in his lungs and his tongue snakes out to lick his bottom lip. Inching the lace panties down over my hips, I bend at the waist, push them down my thighs, and then let them drop to the floor. Foot by foot, I step out of them. Your turn. Where I removed the tiny scrap of material slowly and teasingly, he removes his with gusto. It takes no time for him to be completely naked in front of me, standing at attention proudly, boxers flung across the room and forgotten. My own breath goes shallow as I take him in, all his naked glory. And glorious it is. He's not too big, but still looks bigger than average. Like the rest of him, he's perfect. God did good the day he created Brody.
I don't know where to start,
he says, staring at every inch of me. Up and down and up. He takes me in, encouraging me to do a circle so he can see my backside too. I've never been so thoroughly inspected, and it should make me ill at ease, but it doesn't. A minute ago, I was insecure with myself, but I'm his beautiful, and I know that every word out of his mouth is nothing but the truth. He wants all of me, inside and out. We've got all night, I whisper. He looks at me like he wants to say something else, but settles on, yeah, we do. I step backward until the back of my knees hit the mattress and climb onto the bed, doing my best to look sexy while I scoot, but I'm not sure I'm achieving that goal. Like a lion on the prowl, he approaches, slowly stalking toward me, his hardness so tantalizing that I can't stop myself from reaching out and wrapping my hand around it. He groans and crawls onto the bed, stretching out next to me on his back. I want to spend long, intimate moments getting to know what he likes, but I have a feeling right now isn't going to be it. I'm so geared up and ready. The slightest brush of his knuckles against my center has me shifting and moaning. Squeezing just a little, I pump my hand up and down his silkiness, rubbing my thumb over the tip. There's a little drop of pre-cum, and I lean over so my mouth can join my hand in the fun. I've never truly looked forward to this part of the night with a man, partly because I wasn't sure if I was any good at it. But right now I think I must have been crazy, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm damn good at it. Having this much power, hearing Brody's groans and watching his face twist and eyes squeeze shut as I suck him in as far as he can go, it's addicting.
Oh, fuck. Katie, shit.
His moans of pleasure spur me on and give me the confidence I need to keep going. My hand and mouth work together as his fingers find the spot between my legs. The sounds that we're making together only furthers my desire, but then he taps me on the shoulder, like he's tapping out of a wrestling match.
Stop. I don't want to come like this, and Fuck, Katie, stop.
Stop? You want me to stop?
No. Shit, yes. I
sit up, amusement written all over my face. I kiss him on the lips and move so my legs are straddling him. How's this? This make it better? I purr.
Much.
He pulls me down to him by the back of my head and attacks my lips with the same enthusiasm as he showed removing his boxers. His tongue twists against mine, his fingers bite into the back of my head, and between our bodies I can feel his hardness grazing across my clit. His hips move up and down, the back of his shaft sliding across me and triggering the sensitive bud. My legs begin to quake, and I cry out his name, begging him not to stop.
Never,
he promises. I'm going to hold you to that, I moan breathlessly.
Good. Katie, it's been a while for me, and if you're not okay with it, I'm prepared. But if you're covered and you trust me, I'd really like to feel all of you.
No condom. I've never been with a guy without a condom before. I hesitate only a second, but he catches it, and without asking, reaches over and grabs a condom out of his nightstand. He rips the wrapper open with his teeth, hands me the rubber, and I reach between us to slip it on. The second it's in place, he's thrusting up into me. I cry out in pleasure pain and swear to him that he better not stop when he asks if he needs to give me time. My hands are on his chest, giving me leverage as I move up and down, my hips moving back and forth and grinding into him. Beads of sweat start forming down the center of my back, and I drop my head back, looking at the ceiling and letting out a shout.
You there?
Yes, I'm there. His hips move faster, and his fingers splay across my back while his other hand slips between us, his thumb finding the sweet spot with no trouble. And then I'm flying. Without a doubt, the biggest orgasm I've ever had. Wave after wave hits me like I'm in the ocean, being sucked away in the riptide. I'm lost forever and hope to never be found. Suddenly I'm on my back and Brody is over top of me, his body pounding into me hard and fast and relentlessly. I love it. I love the way he's being rough and unapologetic about it. I love that he's taking what he needs from me, but in a way that he's making sure I'm getting what I need first.
Can you come again?
Again? I'm barely recovered from the first one. He expects me to... Oh! Apparently, I can come again. There's a first time for everything, I suppose. Brody lifts one of my legs over his shoulder, and the different angle has my eyes rolling into the back of my head. We try to kiss, but it's sloppy and messy, our lips barely connecting. He tries to lean down to suck on my nipple, but we're moving too much. Our bodies are colliding against each other, and then he moves faster, and my cries turn louder. He moans and pushes hard into me, and then I see Brody at his most beautiful, when he lets go completely and gives everything to me. I'll never recover from this. It's the moment that I realize that I'm gone for Brody. Love? Not sure yet, but it's close.
Chapter 17. Brody. I hope she knows she's never getting rid of me now. Never. I won't let her go. She's mine. The only thing that could have made last night more perfect was if I had gone in with nothing between us. But she hesitated, and that small hesitation means she's not completely ready for that. Disappointing? A little. Understandable, absolutely. Never would I want for her to not be okay with anything between us, and if that means waiting until she's ready, that's completely okay. We've got time. Besides, I have a feeling it isn't me in particular that she hesitated about. Maybe she isn't on birth control of any kind, or maybe she's just never been without a condom before. Whatever her reason is, it's her reason, and I'm supportive. We've actually never had that conversation yet, so it's one of those that will have to happen. This isn't the first time I've woken up with Katie in my arms, but it's the first time we've woken up naked, and it's my new favorite way. When she got completely naked in front of me, I thought I was going to come on the spot. I have no idea what she was shy about. Her body is incredible. Katie is petite, always has been, but she's got these curves that do some kind of something to me. She's naked in my arms right this second, and all I need to do is look down at her, but my mind is conjuring up images of last night like the highlight reel of the Super Bowl. 3 times we had each other, and I'm ready for a 4th, 5th, 16th. Every woman I've been with before Katie is long forgotten. Sex was nothing in comparison to what we shared last night. She begins to stir beneath me, and I hold my breath as her little hand glides across my stomach, her finger doing a little figure 8 across my abs that she seems to be obsessed with. "Morning," she says quietly, her voice a direct line to my already hard dick. Her lips join the good morning party and begin peppering soft kisses across my skin, her long blonde hair fanned out around us. Good morning. My voice is low and gruff, but it's not only because of the morning, it's what she's doing to me. Lying beside her all night, experiencing her for the first time, having her in my arms and knowing that we're together, it has me feeling emotions I don't remember feeling before. While her lips continue their assault on my upper body, I let my hand do a little exploration of its own. Down her spine and back up, cupping the back of her neck with my hand and giving her a gentle squeeze before descending once again. Her ass is right there, so I slide my hand over one cheek, flex my fingers once, twice, and a 3rd time on the other cheek. I don't know if she'll allow it, but I decide to try anyway, slipping between her cheeks, down the crack, and around her from the backside. She doesn't flinch, but she does mule, and I take that as a good sign. "You're ready for me," I tell her, feeling her wetness. "Yes," she whispers. I roll her over and kiss my way down her body, stopping at her belly button. Her legs drop to the sides, allowing me room between her, and I kiss my way back up her body, giving attention to her breasts. They're not small, but slightly more than a handful, and I love them. I will spend hours getting acquainted with them. And lucky me, I've noticed they're incredibly sensitive. Case in point, right now, as she squirms and all I've done is flicked one nipple with the tip of my tongue. Okay, so it was repeatedly, but still. I chuckle and shift so I'm fully above her, lean over to grab a condom, and she stops me. What's wrong? Are you sore? I should have thought of that. We had sex 3 times last night. Little of it was slow and gentle, and it might have been too much. Her hand is still on my arm, and she tugs. She gives her head a little shake. No, but last night I hesitated because I'd never gone without a condom before. I've never felt comfortable enough with someone not to. I'm on birth control because I always wanted the added protection. Last night wasn't about you. I suspected that, but I don't want to come off as cocky and say it out loud. Instead, I nod, encouraging her to continue. Actually, it kind of was about you, she amends, and I give her a curious look. I've never felt comfortable going without a condom with someone until you. I can't stop the grin that stretches across my face. That's a really good fucking answer, Katie. I promise you I'm safe. Haven't been with anyone for months. Had my regular physical checkup after her and was tested to be sure. I trust you, she says. 3 simple words, yet they're everything. Why do all the good phrases come in 3s? I reach between us and line myself up, slip inside her and discover what paradise feels like. Johnny Cash once had a quote about what his version of paradise was. He compared it to having coffee that morning with her meaning June. For the first time since I read that quote, I understand it. Last night at dinner with her, watching TV with her, waking up with her, all of it, every moment, paradise. I try to go slow, but sliding in and out of her with no barrier, nothing between us, feels so damn good that I begin speeding up, thrusting into her as her legs wrap around my thighs and her hands run over me. Her short nails scratch down my back, landing on my ass where she squeezes. Her moans fill my bedroom. My grunts answer her moans. Paradise. Every thrust, every drive into her. I feel the telltale tightening, and I know I won't last much longer, and want to curse, but damn, it is amazing being with her this way. Our bodies seem to mold together as if they were created for the other. I never come in the morning, she whispers. Is that a challenge? If so, challenge accepted. I lift her leg, prop it on my shoulder, and then repeat with the other leg. Sweat is forming on my forehead, and my heartbeat is pounding harder than it's ever pounded before. I've learned her signs already, and the noises she's making, I know she's getting close. Brody, she cries out, and it spurs me on, driving me to go faster, harder, deeper. Her legs clench around me. She spasms against my hardness, and that's the sign. That's it. She's about to come, and I'm about to follow right along with her. We come together with a shout and each other's names on our lips. I collapse onto her, careful to keep the bulk of my weight off her. Paradise, I whisper, our chests pressed together, both of us breathing heavy. Paradise, she replies. I rise up to look at her curiously. You have a picture of Johnny Cash in your house and in your office. I did some research on him. This morning, with her, having coffee, his version of paradise. Emotion clogs my throat knowing that she recognized. Yes. Yeah. You want to get cleaned up? I ask her, and she nods. I move off her and she shimmies out of bed, then quickly makes her way to the bathroom. Once she's finished, I take my turn, but stop her from passing me by. Kissing her, I murmur once again, paradise. Definitely, she agrees. Coffee will make it even better. Definitely, I repeat her word. She grins, rises up on her toes, and kisses me, then brushes past me. I'll get it started. When I get to the kitchen, we work together making scrambled eggs on a hot plate that I've been using since I currently don't have an oven or stove. We're sitting at the table eating our breakfast when I hear Chad's truck pull into the driveway. Katie's eyes dart to the door. Chad, I explain with a grin. How do you know that? I work with vehicles for a living, I remind her. Kind of my job to be able to detect the different engine sounds. Still though, that's kind of crazy, right? I shrug. Honestly, I don't know. It isn't to me, but maybe I'm weird. Well, you're definitely weird, she giggles, taking a large bite of eggs. Good thing I took the time to throw on some clothes, huh? Feeling pretty grateful for that right now, too. Chad walks through the door, then stops in his tracks when he sees Katie sitting there. Well, this is an interesting turn of events, he says, placing his large tool bag on the floor and removing his coat, tossing it on the back of the stepladder he's been using while remodeling the kitchen. Good one if you ask me, I reply. He nods, moving to the counter and the skillet still sitting on the hot plate. He grabs a fork from the drawer and eats straight out of the skillet. Help yourself. Don't mind if I do, he mumbles around a bite, back to the counter, leaning against it. He crosses his legs at his ankles and motions between us with his fork. So this thing looks like it's working out for the two of you? Looks like you're still wearing date night clothes, Katie. I grin. It's working out pretty well, thank you. Mm-hmm, Katie agrees. About time he got off his ass. Fucker's been pining for you since you first came to town. Katie snorts. He's always had a problem with self-esteem, but he finally found the courage to ask me out. You're right, he's never been very confident. It's one of his major faults. Katie the traitor replies with, It is. We'll have to work on that. Lift him up a bit. Might be tough. He's been so down on himself all his life. We tried, Johnny and I, to make him realize what an awesome guy he was. Chad sniffles. I know, Katie says, standing up and gripping his biceps. You did the best you could with what you were given. I'm right here, you know. We know, the jerks say simultaneously, turning to look at me. So glad to see y'all are getting along. Chad finishes off the last of the scrambled eggs and puts the skillet in the sink. Right? I mean, how shitty would it be if your best bud and your best girl don't get along? Thanks for breakfast, man. I was starving. If we're done here, I begin, amused at their banter and thoroughly pleased with the fact that my friend and my girl get along, even if it's at my expense. I have a busy day, so if y'all don't mind... Trying to get rid of me? Katie asks coyly. Chad chuckles. Don't dig yourself too deep, man. Thanks for the support. Don't you have work to do? Quite a bit of it, actually. This customer is a giant pain in my ass. Better get to it, then. Right, he murmurs into a cup of coffee that he also helped himself to. Though years ago, Johnny, Chad, and I have long forgotten our manners with each other, so I might give him shit about helping himself, but it's all an act and he knows that. We all have keys to each other's houses and don't ask before getting food or drink. I'm going to walk Katie home, I tell him, and he waves us away. Yeah, see you later, Katie. Bye, Chad. She finds her coat and shoes scattered on the floor, making Chad snicker. I usher her outside, reaching behind me to flip him off. His answering laugh tells me he saw it. Leading Katie up the stairs, she tucks her finger into one of my back pockets and follows step by step. I look back at her and grin. There's something about the finger tucked into my back jeans pocket that seems even more intimate than what we were doing last night and this morning. It's possessive, even though we're alone and there's no one for her to claim me in front of. When we reach her door, I turn to her. This is the part where I say I had a lot of fun last night, and I agree and ask you to call me, and I promise I will. She smiles and kisses me, unlocks and opens the door. I have a really full day of appointments since I took yesterday off, so if you do call, like you say you're going to, she adds cheekily, I might not be able to pick up. So don't take offense if you ghost me all day, right? Exactly. All jokes aside, I did have fun last night, and I'm glad we finally had the chance to have that date. Me too. She leans into me, and I wrap my arms around her lower back. We should probably plan on making that a regular thing. Which part? The dinner or the part after? She pretends to think for a moment. Both. For sure. Glad we're on the same page. I kiss her hard, making sure she feels it the rest of the day. Whew! She fans herself. Have a nice day, Katie. You too, B. I trot down the steps and leave her to get ready. That was quick, Chad says, not looking back at me from his work on the new cupboards. Need some help on building up your stamina? Jackass, I mutter, laughing. He looks over his shoulder. Meant it. It's about time. Thanks, man. I like her. A lot. Got that, he confirms with a nod and turns back to the cupboard he's prepping to hang. He already installed the lower cupboards. I need to head to the shop. I've got another build to start. That going okay? The first one is out the door now, yeah? Just yesterday. Guy looked at it the other night. Loved it. Of course he did. Yep. I let him do his thing and leave him alone while I go to the bathroom to take a shower, wishing that Katie was joining me. Next time, I say to myself. Hopefully next time will happen soon. Like tonight, tomorrow night, and all weekend long.
Chapter 18. Katie. Your next client is here, Maria, one of the stylists at the salon, says, interrupting my precious 30 minutes of a break between clients today. What? I cry. I thought I had 20 more minutes. You do. He knows he's early and said he'd wait, unless you want to start earlier. I need to finish this first. I point to my cup of noodles. I'll be out in 10. Just to say, I'm super jealous that I'm not a massage therapist right now. I take a bite of noodles and turn my head to the side. Why is that? That guy out there, your next client? She fans herself. Wicked hot. I love when she says wicked, especially in her New England accent. Wicked hot, huh? Oh yeah, like this guy should be on magazine covers. Brody's here? As a client? Hunger forgotten, I set the noodles on the table and wipe my mouth, rushing out of the break room. Rounding the corner, I halt in my steps. It's not Brody. So is he a stalker? Maria runs into my back with an oof, then giggles. Right? She whispers. I told you. Can you even? I can't. I swallow hard, then turn my head to whisper. He's my client? I ask, confirming and grateful that Elijah still hasn't noticed me. I turn to face her. She's positively giddy, one step away from dancing on the balls of her feet and clapping excitedly. He is. I'm dying for you, like dying. How are you going to rub on him and not, I don't know, lick him or something? I'm not sure I would be able to resist that. A laugh bursts out of me. Lick him? Look at him! I think I'll have plenty of time to look at him. All of him. You should tell him he needs to be naked. She squeals. Maria! I hiss. Shh. He's got those wireless earbuds in his ears. He can't hear us. She explains. Been staring much? Yeah. Of course I have been. She cries unapologetically. She fluffs her hair and gently shoves me aside and approaches Elijah. He looks up at her from his chair. Elijah? Yes? Katie is ready for you, she says, gesturing to me. I stand like a deer in the headlights, my jaw dropped. When our eyes connect, he smiles wide and stands up, in the same ball cap pulled down low, just like he wore the first time I met him, a pair of perfectly faded jeans and a camel-colored canvas jacket. He's dressed like every other guy in Benton, Tennessee. But something tells me that's not something he did intentionally. Aside from the fact that his boots and coat look well worn, the outfit matches the guy. He doesn't look like he's playing dress-up. I have no idea why I focus on his clothes. Call it self-preservation, maybe. Paying attention to the little things in case I need to, I don't know, file a police report later. Wow. I really need to stop listening to so many true crime podcasts. For real, they're making my imagination run wild. There she is. He grins, seemingly happy to see me, and behind me, Maria whispers, Wow. What? I clear my throat. What are you doing here? Came for a massage. No. He falters. Yes? No. Katie, Maria chastises. This is your 2:00. She turns to Elijah. I'm very sorry.
I interrupted her lunch, and you don't want to get in the way of this one's food. He smirks.
See, I told you. I'm a paying customer. Filled out all my paperwork already and everything.
I shake my head. Yeah, still, no. He wiggles his eyebrows and puts his earbuds in their little case, shoving them in his jeans pocket.
I assure you nothing's amiss here.
I narrow my eyes at him. He crosses his arms across his chest. I huff. He smirks again, thinking he just won. Fine, let's go. Damn it. He was right. He won. I storm past him.
Wow, this is relaxing already.
He jokes, and Maria giggles. I roll my eyes and turn, confirming that he's following. He's wearing a very sure-of-himself expression, which is so very annoying. As soon as we're in the massage room, I get down to business, behaving like the professional I am. I didn't have a chance to look at the schedule to see what kind of massage you scheduled.
Swedish,
he says, beginning to unbutton his shirt after tossing his coat on the chair. I shake my hand in front of him. Oh, no. No. His fingers pause. You can wait to get undressed until I'm out of the room. Completely out, I add on. Are there any particular areas that are aching today? The jerk's mouth ticks up in a half smile, and I can tell he's resisting the urge to say something different than what comes out of his mouth next.
Shoulders and neck, mainly. My lower back usually needs some extra attention, too.
Got it. You mentioned regular massages. When was your last one?
2 weeks ago. That's my usual, though. I get pretty severe migraines if I don't keep up with the massages.
Does your regular masseuse do anything with pressure points?
Yeah.
All right. I'll leave for a few moments, and you can go ahead and strip down to just your underwear. Slip between the flannel sheets here. The heated pad is turned on, so you shouldn't be cold. Start face down. He nods his understanding. Then I slip out of the room, closing the door behind me. I speed walk to Maria and tug on her arm, pulling her with me. Katie, what in the world? She gripes, shuffling to keep up. I'm sure I look like a lunatic, yanking her around. Shh. I shush her. Wait a second. As soon as we're out of hearing distance of anyone else, I launch in. Just yesterday, that guy in there helped me change a flat tire. Aw, she coos, her hand on her heart. Not aw, Maria. I snap in her face. Listen to me, okay? Get the stars out of your eyes a second. Okay, not aw. But I can't guarantee not having stars in my eyes because that man is fine. He kept asking me out, but I kept turning him down, and then he asked for my number yesterday, but said he knew I lived here in Benton, but he doesn't live here, he was just passing through. So now I'm like, what the heck is he doing here in Benton at this salon to get a massage for me? I think he's a stalker, or something. I end my rambling, but I'm far from finished. Maria presses her lips together to stop from laughing directly in my face. Stalker? I shush her and continue my rambling. Shush. You don't know. It was weird. He knew I lived here in Benton, but I'd never seen him before. Then we ended up having breakfast together. She raises her eyebrows, and I shake my head and hand quickly. Not like that. Get your mind out of the gutter. I mean, he and I ate at a cafe because that's where he changed my tire. I had no bars or service and couldn't reach anyone. Then he was there and helped, and of course I'm grateful, but this is just... I feel like I should be worried. Should I be worried? Worried about... She hedges. Is he going to chop me up into little bits and pieces and leave me for dead? Probably. When she sees my eyes widen in fear, she slaps her hand on her forehead. Of course he isn't. If you want, I'll keep an ear out and make sure I don't hear any screams coming from the room. Well, unless it's screams of pleasure, then I'll just pretend I haven't heard a thing. Screams of pleasure? Maria, I'm with Brody. Brody? Redding? Are you serious? Yes. I smile. Just saying his name and telling someone that I'm with him settles my anxiety.
I'm on a roller coaster of emotions here.
I hate you right now. First, you have Elijah in there naked, giving you sex eyes, and you also have Brody, the hottest bachelor in Benton and probably all of Tennessee, in your bed at night? Never mind. I'm not going to save you if I hear screaming.
She harumphs good-naturedly.
In all seriousness, I honestly don't think you have reason to be worried. Is it a little strange? Yes, but mainly it sounds like Homeboy's got a crush on you and is making a move. Good luck.
She grins, flouncing out of the back room. Wow, thanks for the help, I grumble. I take in a deep breath and walk to the massage room, knocking lightly. Come in. I peek my head in to make sure he followed instructions and is lying down on the massage table covered. Once I confirm that it's safe to enter, I close the door quietly behind me, turn the lights down low, and turn on soft music. I pause before turning on the essential oil diffuser, realizing that everything up to this point could be considered romantic in any other setting. I straighten my shoulders and remember I'm here to do a job, and he knows that, and turn on the diffuser. Folding the top sheet back, I take a deep breath and open the different bottles of oil for him to decide which one he prefers. He chooses the oil with very little scent to it, and I begin by pumping a bit of the oil onto my hands, rub them together, stand by his head and place my hands on Elijah's naked shoulders. He's been wearing a cap every time I've seen him, and this is the first time I get a look at his hair. Dirty blonde, cut short with a few curls. It's nice and looks incredibly soft. Tell me if the pressure is too much at any time, okay? I will. Good so far? I ask quietly as I rub over his shoulders, down his back and up again. I continue pressing my thumbs into the knots in his shoulders and repeat. Definitely, he moans. I've been trained not to talk to my clients unless I'm discussing their massage, so I focus on my hands, making sure that I'm working his upper back, shoulders, and neck. Aside from when he told me I was giving him the right amount of pressure, he hasn't said a word. His breathing is smooth and deep, and I briefly wonder if he fell asleep. When I shift to his lumbar, though, he's very obviously awake. I fold over the sheet more to expose the top of his butt cheeks, and his head flies up and he turns to look at me. I take a quick step back, my hands in the air. You mentioned having a lot of lower back issues. I don't have to, though. His eyes are wild and very clearly concerned, and there's no way I want to make him uncomfortable, so I take a tentative step forward, shift the sheet so it's covering his butt once again, and take a step away once more. This okay? I can work on it this way. Actually, I don't need my lower back worked on today. Oh, okay. Do you want me to continue? Yeah, that's fine. Maybe more on my neck and shoulders? Sure. I move to the top of the table once again, bending over him as I work figure eights and kneading with my thumbs. What about your legs? Maybe not. You sure I can... Nope, just neck and shoulders. This enough pressure? Too much? Perfect. I rub outward, starting with my thumbs and focusing on the traps and anywhere else I can feel the tension built up. Fuck, that feels good. He moans. I smile to myself and continue working the muscles in his shoulders and concentrating on his lower neck. When I've completed the area, I drag my hands down and over all the areas once more, ending by stroking over his skin with my fingertips only. Pulling the sheet back over his back, I rub once more. You can scoot down and roll over. Nah, I'm okay. You did great. What? It's only been 30 minutes, Elijah. I know. It's okay. But, Katie, he says, lifting his head again to look at me, you don't want me to flip over right now. What? Of course I drift off when I notice the look on his face. Oh. Yeah, oh. Oh my gosh. I'm mortified. I made him hard. He has an erection on my table because I did something wrong. I'm so sorry. I told you I was new. I must have hit a trigger point or something. Katie, it's not you, I promise. Well, it is, but not because of anything you did wrong. In fact, you did everything very, very right, if you catch my drift. Huh? I ask, like a dummy. I'm standing by his head, looking down at his body on my massage table, going through all the motions to figure out where I went wrong. I've only massaged a few guys, but this has never happened to me before. Or to them, for that matter. Turn around so I can sit up. He doesn't have to tell me twice. I spin around so quickly I almost make myself dizzy. I stare at the wall, chewing on my lip and feeling like a major failure. I'm ready. When I turn back around, much slower this time, he's sitting on the table, his legs hung over the side and the sheet draped over the disturbance that I caused. I can't even look the guy in the eye. I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry, Elijah. Please don't feel obligated to pay for this massage since I messed up so badly. I'm so embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed? Is he serious? Why wouldn't I be? I must have rubbed on a pressure point I wasn't aware of and gave him an erection during his very regular massage. To add to my embarrassment, I point directly at his erection that he's doing his best to hide by his arm placement. And I thought I was mortified earlier. Katie, listen to me and think about this a minute. It wasn't your fault, okay? That's all on me. I liked the feeling of your hands on me too much, apparently. What? I ask, still confused. Do you really need me to explain this again? Because as much as I hate seeing you feel embarrassed, I really hate talking about the fact that just having you rub on me gave me a boner. My eyes widen when I finally clue in. Chalk it up to getting into the zone or professionalism, but the thought that I could give anyone an erection during a massage hadn't clicked until this very moment. Sure, it was talked about during our classes. It's not incredibly common, but happens to everyone. Guess this means I'm part of the club. Yay. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I look down at his crotch because I'm human and can't help myself, and I see him shift on the table. My eyes dart up to his when his very noticeable erection bulges beneath the heavy sheet. Look, I apologize for making you uncomfortable, and I promise I heard you when you told me that you're seeing someone. But I'll never forgive myself if I don't at least try. Is it serious? He asks, hopefully looking for an answer I can't give him. Yeah, it is. Damn. I let the silence between us settle for 5 seconds before I can't take it anymore. Elijah, what are you doing here, for real? Did you really come here for a massage hoping to ask me out again? No. This little instance here just kind of happened, so figured I'd throw a Hail Mary and try one more time. Hail Mary? Football term. A last-ditch effort. Oh. If that wasn't planned, what was? I might not know you very well, thanks to your incredible conversation skills, but I know enough to know that you're here for a reason. You seem like the type of guy who plans stuff out. He nods. Remember how I told you I get regular massages? I assume this doesn't happen regularly? His eyes crinkle at the side, and he grins. Never. You know, I had planned on having this conversation with clothes on, but I know you need an explanation as to why I'm here, so I'll just come out with it. I want you to work for me. Come again? As a regular masseuse. Go on tour with me. Work on the band and me to keep us feeling our best. I don't think people realize that massages are about more than just something that feels good. Well, I realize that. Right. I'm still lost. Tour and band, is that what you do? His eyes crinkle again, and he shakes his head, chuckling. You really have no clue, do you? Clue about what? Elijah, I'm getting really tired of these games. First of all, you can call me Chase.
Chapter 19. Brody. I was already at the shop getting started on the next custom build when Johnny called to let me know that the guy who helped Katie stopped and picked up his spare tire. I really wanted to be there to thank him personally, but Johnny did it for me. Said his name was Elijah, and he seemed like a decent guy, and considering that he helped my girl out, I'm inclined to believe that. Still wish I could have met him, but it's over with now, and it's time for me to get to work. This next build I'm working on is going to be even more fun than Chase's truck. A total repaint of the exterior with a custom color. The deep blue will have flecks of shimmer, but also a hint of gray. It's a unique color that I can't wait to mix and see finished, especially out in the sun. Even though painting the vehicle isn't my first priority, making sure I have the right color set is, because it can take some time to get right. Add to the fact that I have to send samples to Eric for approval, I need to work on it now so I can focus on other parts of the build while waiting to see if the color is right. I'm in the curtained-off paint booth in the shop when I hear Katie's voice call out my name. I have a mask on my face to help with the fumes. I'm wearing a white paint suit and gloves, and I have a feeling Katie will get a kick out of seeing me like this. I quickly finish what I'm working on, set it aside, and emerge from the booth. Her laughter greets my ears, and I advance toward her. "You look like you should be in a Star Wars movie or something." Removing my face mask, I lean over and kiss her. "Hi." "I totally thought you'd say, 'Luke, I am your father.'" Nah, I'm not totally cheesy. I finish taking off the gear and hang it on the hooks I have set up by the paint booth. Not that I'm complaining, but what brings you by? "I need to talk to you about something." "Uh-oh." "Not uh-oh, it's strange, but not bad. I don't think anyway." "Let's go to the office." I open the door for her to the office and then grab us both a drink out of the fridge and settle at the little table. She blushes faintly when she looks at the table, and I know she's thinking about 2 nights ago when she brought supper to me here at the shop and we made love right here on the table. Well, making love might not be entirely accurate. What we did together was dirty and erotic. It was our carnal desires demanding they be met, and we didn't have the power to stop whatever came over us. "That was fun, right?" I ask her. "So much fun. We've had some great sex in the last week, but that night might be my top favorite." "Yeah?" She widens her eyes and smiles brightly, kissing me, then moving to the fridge to grab a piece of string cheese out of the drawer. "Obviously, you were there, but you do realize we need to destroy all the evidence, right?" "No way. It's safe and sound. Not in the cloud that I don't really understand anyway and won't see anyone's eyes. But you and I, we're definitely going to watch it and relive it. Often." She bites into the cheese. Bites into it. Was she born in a barn? Who bites into string cheese rather than pulls it down into strings? It's actually called string cheese for a reason. "Often, huh?" "Oh yeah," I mumble, kissing her hard. Just thinking about that night makes me hard and ready to have a repeat performance. And I'll forgive you for not pulling apart your string cheese and instead eating it like a heathen. Who the heck raised you anyway?" "My parents." She takes another large bite and speaks with her mouth full. "And they did a damn fine job of it, too." "I can't even with you. You're a swine," I tease. I get my own cheese and pull off a piece, tossing it into my mouth like a normal person. "See, this is how you eat string cheese." She grins, shrugs, and continues eating. "Good thing you like me, then." "Who says I like you?" She rubs up and down my hardening dick. Maybe it's just this that likes me?" "What was your favorite part of that night?" she asks coyly, her hand grazing over my dick through my jeans. "Just one part? There's no way I can narrow it down." "Have you watched the tape yet?" I still can't believe she wanted to make a video of us having sex. "Yes, it's 15 minutes of the best distraction I've ever had. You walked into the office carrying that pizza so that we could have a bit of time together. Since you missed me so terribly not having seen me since that morning. I have no idea what came over me, but all I could think was that I needed to eat you first before we dove into the pizza." "Oh my gosh," she whispers, rubbing herself on me. "Keep going." "I grabbed that pizza from your hands, and it's a miracle it didn't get ruined because I just tossed it right onto the counter without a care." I pull her close and kiss her neck. Then I did a little of this. You remember? Mm-hmm. She nods, placing her hands on my shoulders to steady herself. I pulled your shirt down over your shoulder, and I wanted to die right there. I've never thought shoulders are sexy until I became intimately acquainted with yours. I ran my tongue over your shoulder. I demonstrate every move I describe. Like this. I have never wanted someone as often as I want Katie. It's a constant need to be inside her, with her, around her, touching her. Luckily, she doesn't seem to mind. Remind me what came next? My pleasure. She giggles and corrects me. Pretty sure it was my pleasure that came next. Oh, that's right. Kind of like this, right? I lay her back on the table, untie and remove her shoes, and slowly glide her leggings down her legs, bringing her underwear with them. And I dive in and do exactly what I did 2 nights ago when I had her laid out before me, and I let my tongue flick her clit and lap her up. She places her legs over my shoulders, her thighs pressed against my ears. Nuzzling my nose into her, I inhale deeply, then lick her top to bottom, groaning and loving her taste. Is this starting to come back to you? She moans as my tongue returns to her center, tasting, licking, loving every second. I think I need a few more reminders. Her fingertips dig into my scalp, sending tingles down my spine. Brody! Her shout echoes in the small office space, exactly like what happened 2 nights ago. Her orgasm is powerful, her legs quaking and goosebumps popping up on her body. Before she can even come down from her high, I'm standing up, gripping the hem of her shirt and lifting it. She gets the point, sits up, pulls it off, reaches behind her to unhook her bra as I push down my pants and boxers and thrust inside of her with her legs once again on my shoulders. I'm starting to remember a little bit. Need more reminders? I ask, panting, looking down at her, pinching one of her nipples and pumping faster. Oh, yeah, she moans, reaching her hands up and gripping my forearms. Yeah. Katie lifts her hips and I wrap my arms onto her ass, my fingers biting into the soft flesh. So good, I moan. Every damn time. Paradise. Paradise, she repeats. How is it that every time I'm inside her, it's better than the time before? It seems impossible, but yet... She cries out my name and her eyes squeeze shut. I follow right behind her, coming hard and groaning her name. Breathing heavily, I release her legs and lean over, pressing my forehead into her chest. Okay, what is it you wanted to talk about? I ask, and she bursts out laughing. I was offered a job today. A job? You already have a job. I know, and I love it, but this one is kind of once in a lifetime, and I don't know, I want to talk to you about it because I need your opinion, and I have a feeling you know the person who offered me the job. Once in a lifetime, huh? That sounds exciting. Let's get cleaned up then talk. Sound good? Yeah. We take turns using the restroom and cleaning up, then we take a seat at the table. Not that I'm not thrilled with the detour we took there. I do want to hear about this new job thing. She wiggles her eyebrows. It was definitely a great detour. Always is. Okay, honestly, I don't even know that I want it. Sure, it'd be fun, but it's also not really anything I had ever seen myself doing. It isn't for a massage therapist? I ask, taking a drink of my Coke that's now a little warmer than it was when I first opened it. Definitely worth drinking warm pop, though. She fidgets with the can in front of her, twisting it side to side before popping the top and taking a long swig. It actually is, but it would be more of an exclusive job, only working for one person in particular, including his crew, I suppose. For who? You've actually met him. It's Chase Stanton. My eyebrows furrow together. Chase Stanton? Chase as in the guy who I custom-built the truck for? The one and only. How do you know that's who the build was for? She taps her temple. Because I'm brilliant and have the powers of deduction. She notices the look on my face, so she pulls out her phone, swiping a few times before turning the screen to face me. A picture of Chase on one of his social media accounts greets me. This your Chase? Well, he's far from mine, but yes, that's the Chase I did a custom build for. Thought so. When he told me he had been here in Benton to pick something up, told me to call him Chase, and then asked if I'd basically go on tour with him, I figured it out. Definitely brilliant, I chuckle. Still, I think I need a little more backstory here. Chase is the guy who changed my tire. What? I thought his name was Elijah. She chuckles. So did I. Shows you how much I pay attention to celebrities, huh? He told me his name was Elijah, and I didn't question it. I thought he looked vaguely familiar, but yeah, I had no idea. So Chase and Elijah are one and the same? Appears so. I didn't believe him today when he told me, so after he got dressed, I made him show me his ID. You lost me at get dressed. She rolls her eyes. It wasn't like that. I was giving him a massage. You lost me again. Sorry, I'm not explaining this well. The person who helped me change my flat tire was actually Chase Elijah Stanton, country music star, same guy who you hung out with the other night, and you customized his truck for an upcoming video shoot. Elijah, or Chase, I guess, somehow got an appointment with me for a massage today. I was completely booked, so I'm still not sure how he managed, but my guess is he paid some megabucks to bump someone out of their appointment spot. Anyway, he showed up today for a massage, and by the end of it, he had offered me a job as his and his band's personal massage therapist. This is a lot of information to digest. I know. Trust me, I know. So he wants you to, what, hold appointments for them or go to Nashville a couple times a month? Not exactly, she winces. He wants me to travel with the band. Travel with the band, I repeat, my stomach tightening in knots. Yeah. As in, you'd be gone? She visibly swallows and nods. I want to immediately demand she turn down his offer, but that's not fair to her. I don't make decisions for her. Clearing my throat, I sit up straighter in my seat. Which way you leaning? She looks nervous when she says, I don't know. The money is incredible. I get that. I also wouldn't blame her if that helped make her decision. I just hope that I'm also a factor in that decision. Even though what we have is new, I see it lasting. Possibly, likely, hopefully, forever. But maybe she's not thinking the same way. Or maybe having this type of job would be life-changing for her in a way that would bring her back to me, but gives her an experience that's, her words, once in a lifetime. My silence is telling. Do you think it's a bad idea? Shaking my head, I reach over and hold her hand. I'd just like to know more about Chase's offer is all, and maybe also how it came about. After he fixed my tire, we sat in the cafe and had breakfast, like I told you. I mentioned to him that I was a massage therapist, and I guess he must have called around Benton, found where I worked, and made an appointment. He said he wanted to test it out. He wanted to see if you were good at your job. Yes. Then what? Well... She hesitates, and I can see she doesn't necessarily want to tell me the rest of the story. It was a little awkward because what I didn't tell you was that after he changed my tire, he kind of asked me out. What? I ask lowly, not wanting to explode. Though I can't blame him, I still hate him a little right now. Did he know you have a boyfriend? Not until I turned him down and told him I was seeing someone. I never mentioned your name because at the time I wasn't aware that he was who he was, you know? Okay, that's good. So he asked you out, you turned him down, and then he figured out where you worked, showed up for a massage, and offered you a job? I ask, skeptically. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds even creepier than I was first imagining. That puts me on alert. Creepy? Did he make you feel uncomfortable? At first, yeah. She stands up, slowly extracting her hand from mine. But he explained everything, and I could see he was being truthful and not as weird as he was coming off. Apparently he's really shy. I'll just bet he is. Super country music star Chase Stanton is shy. That's why he gets in front of crowds of thousands on a weekly basis. Shy, huh? I didn't get that from when I met him at all. She's pacing around the small office. I know, it sounds like a bunch of bullcrap, but I'm not sure that it is. Why is that? I don't know what I think. I've heard how people have a stage persona, and I think that's what happens with him, but one-on-one or small groups of people, they're shy and nervous. Maybe. So what are you thinking about the job then?
I really have no idea, she admits.
It sounds like a good opportunity.
Is it though? Being on a bus with a bunch of guys I've never met, traveling from city to city? The money he is offering is crazy, but I don't know if I even want to do something like this. Is that weird to me? Wouldn't most people be chomping at the bit to basically spend months with a celebrity?
I want to smile at her indecision, but resist the urge. I don't know about most people, but a fair amount would, yes. That doesn't make you weird for not being sure you want to do it, though. It's your preference. What I'm confused about is if hiring a massage therapist to travel with him is normal. That seems extreme, right?
That's what I asked him.
And? She wrinkles her nose.
He didn't really give me a straight answer.
Awesome. That's super reassuring. Which is my sarcastic way of thinking that this feels all kinds of fucked up. He's absolutely into her. I can hardly blame him, but how am I supposed to compete with a country music star? I don't want to come off like a jealous asshole, but that's exactly what I am. However, I've never shied away from a challenge before and don't plan on starting now. Not when it means the difference of having Katie in my life or not. She's too important to me. And fuck it, I'm worthy of her. Sure, I'm not Chase Stanton, but I'm Brody Redding, damn it. I would assume this would be normal for professional athletes.
Right, I said that too. He said he has an old injury from a bad car accident and has found he feels physically better if he gets massages, and it would just be easier if I came along.
Yeah, that's not a straight answer. I agree. Maybe he wants someone who can learn his body? I ask, feeling sick to my stomach for even saying it. Of course I'm okay with her job as a massage therapist, but that's when she's working for clients, not some guy who sings on stage for a living and wants to get in her pants. I wish I could give you a stronger opinion on this, but I'm afraid it's not really my place, and I know I won't be able to stay partial. When does he want an answer? She chews on her bottom lip and looks nervous when she answers,
Monday.
Shit, he isn't messing around. He's actually going for her. Something in me says it has nothing to do with her massaging capabilities and everything to do with him wanting her with him. Why? He's known her for what, a day? I open my mouth to respond when my phone rings. I look at it, see it's Johnny, and hit ignore. He immediately calls again. What is it? I answer, irritated by his interruption. Finally, you picked up. I'm on my way to you. You need to stay on the phone with me until I get there, okay? What the hell, man? I'm in the middle of something here, I tell him, about to hang up. Don't hang up. I mean it. Chad should be there soon. Do you know where Katie is? I make eye contact with Katie, and she turns her head in question, mouthing the word, what? I stand up, alert and nervous. She's here with me. What the hell is going on? Good. Just stay on the line. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Johnny, you're seriously pissing me off. Would you just tell me what you're freaking out about? Is it my parents? Are they okay? They're okay as far as I know. I hear Chad's pickup pulling up to the shop, so I tell Johnny that I'm letting him go. I watch through the window of the office as Chad hops out of his pickup and storms inside the office. Johnny call you? What the fuck is going on, Chad? Johnny called you, he murmurs. Hand me your phone? Fuck off. Yours too, Katie. I'm being real here. Johnny pulls up, slamming his truck into park before it's even come to a complete stop, and runs to the door, flinging it open. You get him? No, he's being a little irritable about the whole thing. Because no one's telling us what the hell is going on, I shout. Johnny approaches me slowly like I'm a wounded animal about to strike. Hand me your phones and we'll explain. I look at Katie and nod. They've never led me astray before now, so it's best that I trust them. Katie walks over to her jacket and pulls her phone out, handing it to Chad. I follow suit, handing mine to Johnny. They both pocket them immediately, then motion for us to sit down. There are a couple pictures online. They're not good.
Okay, of what? Katie asks.
Johnny and Chad share a look, and then direct their eyes on Katie. Johnny's the one who speaks up. You. Chapter 20. Brody. Katie looks like she's going to be sick.
Of me? Why? What kind of pictures?
Pictures that shouldn't be online. Like weird pictures of me that look ugly, or something worse, like naked pictures, she whispers. She looks at a spot on the wall and her eyebrows narrow. But wait, how would there be naked pictures of me online? She asks herself a good fucking question. Johnny and Chad share another look that tells me naked pictures is exactly what they found of my girl, and I come unglued. Are you fucking kidding me? I shout, kicking a chair across the floor. Chad winces. Not naked, but the pictures are... You shouldn't look. There's something else, too. That's where the nudity rage burns within me, and I interrupt him, growling. I need to see. No, you don't, man, Johnny says, placing a hand on my arm. You really don't. Well, I do. If they're pictures of me, I need to see what's going on. Not you either. Cut the shit, I growl. Give me a phone now. Katie looks shocked, irritated, and definitely more than a little scared at what we'll find. I'm settling on anger. It's working for me, and I haven't even seen the photos yet. Hand to God, if one of you two sons of bitches don't hand over a phone and show me what the fuck is going on, I'll beat both your asses. Chad gestures to Johnny, who sighs heavily. You realize your reluctance to hand it over only makes me more on edge, right? Johnny nods but looks intently, wanting me to see their side of why they're holding back. You gotta understand we're trying to protect you. Got that, but you gotta understand I'm trying to protect my girl, but I can't protect her if I don't know what I'm protecting her from. I want it on record that we warned you. It's paparazzi, and they're notorious for being asshats. Why would paparazzi be taking pictures of me? Katie asks in a shaky voice. Johnny finally relents, dropping my phone in my outstretched hand. You'll see. What am I searching? Her name. My head flies up and I pierce him with a hard look. They know Katie's name? Chad rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I have a theory, but... I type in Katie Landers into my search history, and the results that pop up are confusing at first, but quickly shift to disturbing and scary as hell. Brody? Katie says in a quiet voice that breaks my heart. What's going on? I cup her cheek with my hand and thread my fingers through her silky hair, leaning down to give her a soft kiss. Let me look first, okay? I don't even know how to finish that sentence. What don't I want? Right now, a lot of things, starting with this problem not even existing. Chase Stanton off the market? There's a picture of Chase kissing Katie in front of a cafe. I assume this is the day that he changed her tire. I can't even see Katie's face in this one, but Chase's is visible as he bends low, hovering over Katie. Included with the photo is a small article about how the couple was spotted having breakfast together, but left in separate vehicles after an intimate encounter. Her name is added as an edit 2 days after the original post, adding that sources have confirmed the woman in the photo is Katie Landers of Benton, Tennessee. Chase Stanton's new love interest looks to be a hometown girl. A picture of Katie walking into the salon, a cup of coffee in her hand, completely oblivious to the fact that someone was taking a picture of her. The article that followed explained that Katie Landers is a massage therapist in Benton, Tennessee, and whoever wrote the article wonders if that means Chase gets personal massages NSFW, not safe for work. Asshats. Country music star Chase Stanton visits new girlfriend. This picture shows Chase driving through Benton, a place he would obviously not be in had it not been for his small-town girlfriend. The story is pretty boring otherwise. In other words, I like this one the best, aside from naming Chase as Katie's boyfriend. Looks like Katie isn't a one-man woman. Oh, look, I made an appearance, too. Kissing Katie outside of the grocery store a few nights ago. It's a nice picture of us, very clear. I'd hang it on my wall if I wasn't so fucking pissed as I read the article claiming that Katie is a serial cheater and apparently has several guys on the hook, is known around town to really get around, and is only leading Chase on for her day in the spotlight. Boy, is she getting it now. Katie Landers, cheater? Nothing different in this article than there was in the one above it, but this is a picture of Katie and me holding hands and laughing. I can't make out where we're at because the background is blurry. Brody? Katie whispers, and I look up at her, kiss her on the lips, and reply with my own whisper, It'll be all right, you hear me? We'll make this all right. How? I don't know, I tell her honestly, looking back down at my phone and continuing to scroll through the posts. There's more? Yeah, babe, there's more. Just hang tight, okay? She starts crying again, and I tuck her against my side, one arm wrapped around her shoulders, careful to keep my phone angled so she can't see the screen. Chase Stanton appears heartbroken leaving his new girlfriend's workplace. I scoff.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
Heartbroken? Hardly. Chase is walking out of the salon just this afternoon. How the hell do they get these pictures and stories so quickly? Sources tell the author of this particular article that Chase had a major change in emotions from when he walked into the salon and left an hour later. There's not much else to the story aside from painting Katie as the heartbreaker she appears to the world to be. Sources confirmed Katie Landers is a homewrecker. The picture they've conjured up here makes me wonder who this source is that all these articles keep citing. Yet I now have my suspicions. This picture is of Hannah's new husband, Cameron, looking, and there's clearly no other way to describe it, longingly at Katie, and seemingly ignoring his new bride who stands beside him on the other side. I'm not sure what about this picture makes Katie the bad guy here, but the paparazzi has obviously already given her that label, so they're going to keep running with it. The next headline I read, though, it makes my heart sink. Katie Landers' sex tape. I struggle with whether or not to read on, but I can see my shop in the thumbnail of the video, so I open it anyway. And right there for the entire world to see is a video of Katie and me having sex in my office. The angle of the video makes it obvious that it was recorded from outside of the window. The entire video is 10 minutes, 32 seconds long. And lucky for me, there's a view counter that shows how many people have viewed the video of Katie and me having sex. One would be too many. Over 1,000 is beyond a nightmare. What the fuck?
Is it that bad?
I'm not about to lie to her. Yeah, it's that bad. I look at the video again and... What the fuck? This was 30 minutes ago.
What was? Brody, you're freaking me out more by not telling me.
I know, babe, I know, just... Johnny? Chad? Explain how this happened. We have no idea. I saw it just by chance. How? Johnny looks like he could throw up, which I understand completely because that's exactly how I feel right in this moment. Know how that Elijah guy picked up that spare tire today? Well, it was actually Chase Stanton. We know. Another long story, I say. What a day. Anyway, I thought he looked familiar, and then it hit me that it was him, but I still couldn't really believe that it was him. So I Googled his name to see a picture, and then I saw the pictures and everything else.
What is it? What kind of pictures could be that bad? Why are there pictures of me? And what about Elijah? Chase?
Maybe it will be best if we start at the beginning and build up from there. Someone took a picture of the two of you kissing at the cafe, and your relationship went viral from there, I growl.
We never kissed, she shouts. I promise. He kissed my cheek before I could stop him, but that was it.
I believe you.
You do?
Yeah. I don't know why I would think otherwise, quite honestly. I have quite a bit of faith in the way you feel about me, and I don't think you'd cheat. She blows out a breath and hugs me tight. I toss my phone on the table and wish it would break and somehow simultaneously break the internet so we could remove everything that's been posted, saved, screenshot, all of it. I sit down with her on my lap in my office chair, and Johnny moves to the fridge, grabbing a beer for each of us and handing them out. He takes the bottle opener off the side of the fridge, pops the top off, then takes a long guzzle of his own. The rest of us follow suit, including Katie, who isn't a big drinker, especially of beer, but today's news calls for more than a little alcohol.
What else? I know there's more. If it was just the one picture, you wouldn't be this upset.
I meet Chad's eyes over her shoulder, and he nods once, encouraging me to tell her what she needs to know.
Brody?
It's not good, baby. There's pictures and a video.
What kind of pictures?
The kind that you don't want in public. The kind that paint you as Chase's girlfriend who's cheating on him with me.
What in the world? How is that even possible? That makes no sense at all. We are nothing.
I know that, but the pictures and articles say differently. She nods against my chest, then sits up, looking at me with wide eyes.
Wait, you said there's a video? What video? The one of you and me the other night?
I swallowed down the lump in my throat. If it wasn't public, I'd probably like watching that video of the two of us together. Now, though, that night's been tainted by someone standing outside the office window, recording every sensual second of our encounter. It's beyond fucked up, and it makes me want to find the person who was watching us and beat the living shit out of them. Of us, in the office, but not the other night.
What?
She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. She looks around the room and points at the table.
You mean earlier when we...
Yeah. I lick my lips. It's clear. You can see it's us. There's no doubt who we are. Our faces are visible. I didn't turn up the volume, so I have no idea if you can hear anything. It's about 10 minutes long. On my lap, I can feel her entire body quaking.
How did that happen? I don't get it. That was less than an hour ago, Brody. I am so confused.
I rub up and down her back, trying to soothe her and take away some of the fear that's no doubt settling in. Someone outside must have been watching, I admit. It looks like you've been followed around. Not sure if it's because of the initial picture of you and Chase that sparked interest or what. Fuck this. Johnny slams his bottle on the counter. And fuck her.
Me? This isn't my fault,
Katie yells, quickly standing up. Not you, her. Her, he snarls. That bitch is the one who spread this. I know it. I nod, agreeing with all of it. The fact that Hannah's a bitch, the fact that she's the one who spread it. She had lunch with my mother. I wouldn't put it past my mother to ignore my wishes and continue meeting with her. I also wouldn't put it past my mother to tell her about Katie and me.
Who?
I stand too, place a hand on Katie's back and murmur, Hannah, babe. One of the pictures is at her wedding, and Cameron's looking at you. "That whore!" Katie shouts, stepping away from me, making all of us chuckle. "I'm gonna rip her shitty-ass synthetic extensions out of her whore head, then shove them up her whore ass." "It appears whore is the word of the day," Johnny says, laughing. Her head whips in Johnny's direction. "This isn't funny," Katie snaps. She's right, it really isn't. But if we don't laugh, we'll cry or do something that we can't take back, like commit a major crime. "We need a plan," Chad states. "Ruin her?" Katie offers. It's so unlike her and out of character that it causes the rest of us to laugh. "I'm serious. If it is Hannah who leaked this story and made up lies about me, she needs to be in jail. This can't be legal, right?" The part of someone taking video of us? No, that's not legal. Whoever did that definitely broke a law or two. The rest? I don't know, baby. I'm not a lawyer or a cop. I have no idea what's legal and what isn't when it comes to selling stories to the press. Johnny opens up another beer. "Anyone else want another?" Chad and I nod, but Katie, who's only taken a few drinks, shakes her head. He hands out another to us, then speaks up again. "I agree that Hannah had something to do with this. We know it. Is there any way that Chase did too? For press?" No one says anything for a few minutes, until Katie speaks up. "I don't think it was Chase." "Why do you think that?" Chad asks. "You know him that well?" She pauses for a few seconds. "Well, no," Katie admits, "but it's a feeling I get." "You'd imagine Hannah stooping to this level, though?" I'd be surprised if she says yes to my question, because even though I think Hannah's capable of a lot, this is extreme. "Honestly, I'd be shocked, but I don't know. Maybe. Then again, I said I didn't think Chase would do something like this, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about." My anger begins to spike again. I need some air. I storm out of the office and into the cool early evening, wondering how the day turned to complete shit.
Chapter 21. Katie. My butt hits the chair, and I stare blankly at the table. "You okay?" Chad asks tentatively. I shake my head. I'm really not. Just the thought of a video out there of Brody and me having sex is awful. I've never even dreamed. "I need to see." Johnny is quick to shoot me down. "No way." I glare at him. "Yes. It's about me, so either you hand me back my phone now so I can look, or I'll do it later. Either way, I'm going to see, and I need to know what I'm dealing with here."
"Brody should be with you when you look then," Johnny explains. "It's not good, Katie. It's not just the articles or the pictures and video. It's also what random people are saying."
I hate people. I grumble.
"Yeah," Chad agrees. "In this case especially, I'd say that's fair."
You guys really think it was Hannah? I look between Chad and Johnny and see them share a look again. They've been doing a lot of that since they arrived with the great news. What? Just come out with it. I can tell that you're hiding something.
"Brody missed something in one of the articles."
What is it?
They didn't name sources and said the typical source close to the couple, however. A vehicle is in the background of one.
Whose? I demand.
Johnny huffs and grumps. "His fucking mother."
Okay, what does that have to do with anything, though?
"She's not welcome at the salon, Katie."
What am I missing? Why? Did she steal from them, too?
Chad snorts. "Of course she has. Who hasn't she stolen from?"
I curl my lip when I put together what I think they're trying to say. She took the picture?
"We can't be sure, of course, until we do some digging, but that's our best guess. She's always looking for money."
What a bitch, I mutter, just as the door opens and Brody joins us. The three of us turn to face him, and I take a step back when I see the look on his face. Rage. Pure and total rage.
"I've been thinking,"
he says loudly, slamming the door behind him and pacing around the small room.
"We're going to the police. I'm calling Chase and sorting shit out with him to see what the hell he knows, because he's got people to take care of this shit. And we're going to sue the ever-living hell out of anyone who had a part in this. I don't give a shit who it is. They're going down." Chad, Johnny, and I shift uncomfortably, and he notices. "What?" he demands, his voice still harsh. "Your mom might have had a hand in this."
"You don't think I've thought of that?"
he barks, surprising me.
"Of course I have. She was having lunch with Hannah, for fuck's sake. I told her Katie and I were dating. I know she had a part in it. I'm not a fucking moron,"
he yells, getting angrier by the word. Just then his phone rings and he looks down at it, lifts it to his ear, and answers with an irate,
"You'd better be taking care of this."
He listens for a moment before pushing a button and setting the phone down on the table with the screen up.
"You're on speaker. I don't want to have to repeat anything, and the look on Katie's face right now tells me she knows what's going on, even if she hasn't seen anything yet." "Hi, Katie,"
Chase says through the phone.
"We're here too, fucker,"
Johnny yells.
"Who's that?"
Chase asks, not even reacting to the fact that he was just called a name.
"My friends Chad and Johnny. You met Johnny today before you offered my girlfriend a job that would take her away from me for months on end." "What?"
Chad and Johnny ask at the same time. "Let's just say a lot has happened in one day," I tell them.
"In my defense, I didn't know she was your girlfriend when I offered her the job. It wasn't until about 30 minutes ago when I was even made aware of the situation by my public relations team." "Yeah, but you knew she was someone's,"
Brody says.
"But that's besides the point. I want to know what you're going to do to fix this. We're sending out notices now. I'm making a statement that Katie and I were never together, that whatever pictures that went out were taken out of context. We're demanding the video be taken down, which I know doesn't fix everything because people are sick fucks and will keep that shit if they want. My team is working to figure out who leaked the sex tape just a few minutes ago, but right now we're only coming up with the initials HMM.
"Hannah Marie Mitchell! That whore!" I shout again. "I told y'all she's a whore who is a giant asshole."
"Someone you know?"
Chase guesses.
"My ex,"
Brody admits. "I stood up in her wedding," I admit next. "Like 2 months ago." He chuckles on the other end, and we raise our eyebrows.
"Oh, wow. She sounds like a nice person then. Doing this to a friend. You break her heart or something, Brody?"
I feel like Chase isn't taking this nearly as seriously as he should be, and apparently Brody's in agreement because he growls,
"Are you for real right now? This is serious, Chase. There's a video out there of Katie and me having sex less than an hour ago. That means whoever it is that took that video was following her around today, just like someone followed you around to the salon when you got a massage." "I'm used to being followed," Chase reminds us. "Part of the job. A job you wanted to bring Katie into? Do you know what kind of shit this brought upon her? Hey, this wasn't on me." "That might be true, but you're the one who's going to have to help us fix this, so take it serious."
I take a deep breath and lean over Brody's phone. "Chase, we need more information here."
"And as soon as I know more information, I'll tell you. I'm sorry this happened to you, but I think you need to shift your blame. This is on that HMM person and whoever is helping her. Or him." "That first picture," Chad starts. "How did they get Katie's name?"
He blows out a breath.
"That's a little trickier. Looks like someone at the cafe recognized me, took a picture of us, and sold it. That wasn't a big deal because they didn't know your name. Then someone saw the picture and linked Katie's name. Sounds almost coincidental, but too much so, you know? I'll say," Chad mutters. "You know what happened?"
He accuses Brody.
"We know it too. Now what are we going to do about it?" "Someone want to clue me in?"
Chase asks.
"My mother had a hand in this, hoping for money." "Shit. What kind of people you run with in Benton?" "The best kind, aside from those two."
I hear a car pull up and stand up to look out the window. I don't recognize the vehicle, but Johnny's right behind me, looking as well.
"Brody's dad,"
he mutters. When I turn around, I see Brody has the phone to his ear now instead of on speaker. He marches toward the door, opens it, mumbles a hello to his dad, and goes outside. Take it by the fact that my son is yelling at someone into the phone to fix this yesterday that y'all already know.
Johnny and Chad nod, and I fidget. Please, God. Today has been sucktastic, and I don't need more suck to add to it. Please tell me that Brody's dad didn't see a video of me having sex with his son. And if you're answering prayers anyway, make this go away.
Yes, we know.
Mr. Redding turns his eyes to me.
Katie?
I nod and hold out my hand. Hi, Mr. Redding. He takes it, cups mine with his other hand as well, so it's encased in his warmth.
Call me Gil, Katie.
Gil.
Now, what's happening? Who's my son yelling at?
Chad clears his throat and explains.
Chase Stanton, sir.
His eyes widen to comical levels.
He's not holding back. Nope, I suppose he's not,
Johnny says.
You know everything that happened, sir?
Chad asks.
Boy, stop calling me sir. How many times do I have to tell you that? He's a good Southern boy,
Johnny teases.
I've not seen anything,
he says, pointedly looking at me.
But yes, I've been made aware.
Gil, is it possible that Phoebe had anything to do with this? I ask, speaking of Brody's mother.
She's the one who called me to let me know. Brody thinks she does?
He asks me. It's a theory, yeah. Chad speaks up for all of us.
Bea went over there to help her with her washing machine, and she said she'd been having lunch with Hannah. The person who uploaded the video has Hannah's initials. I'm not sure Phoebe actually had a hand in what happened, but I have a feeling she told Hannah that Brody and Katie are seeing each other, and instead of acting like a rational person, Hannah chose the opposite.
Gil blows out a breath.
That damn woman. She can't just leave well enough alone.
What do you mean?
You know, she tried to be a good mother. She really did. But her addiction always got in the way. Her shoplifting addiction is actually what she does to cope with how she grew up. She was a model parent compared to what she grew up with. They didn't pay attention to her. She started stealing little things here and there when she was only 11. Therapy taught her it was an effort to be noticed. She didn't need to keep it up, but she did. It took over her life, as you all know. So now she clings to shit from the past to fix for Brody since she wasn't there for him. She has it in her head that he's upset over Hannah and his breakup. Nothing we tell her will make her think otherwise.
That actually makes a lot of sense. So she kind of picks and chooses points where she feels she dropped the ball on being a mother and tries to fix it?
Exactly. Even though Hannah is married and he's happier than he's ever been with you.
I blush at his praise. That's really nice of you to say.
It's the truth.
He shrugs and cracks his knuckles as if he's getting down to work.
Let's figure this out. What's online that we need to worry about? How do we get it down?
I look at Johnny, and he scratches the back of his head.
If you haven't looked, it'd probably be better for you not to. Someone recorded Katie and Brody together earlier tonight and got it uploaded quickly, like they knew who to send that shit to. What do you mean it was them together? Together,
Chad explains, and I could die right on the spot. I know my face is flaming red, and I am mortified. I might as well have sent my boyfriend's father a topless picture.
Oh, I see,
Gil says, cringing.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you. The door opens again, feeling a bit like it's been revolving since I got here, and once again Brody walks in, not looking any happier than when he left. I rush to his side, hugging him before stepping back. He doesn't let me get far, though, holding my hand and tucking me against his side.
Hey, Dad. Son.
He nods, standing wide and looking so much like his son it's a little freaky.
What did he say? His legal team is taking care of it as we speak. He got a text while we were talking that the video was uploaded directly to a website from a phone. The IP address is already being tracked and they're sending notices. or whatever it is they do to get it taken down. The prosecutor will need to know if we are going to press charges, which, just to say, I'm leaning in that direction no matter who it was, because that fucker stood outside of my shop and recorded us having sex, as well as smeared your character by spreading lies that you are a cheater. The thing is, it was far more than just spreading a lie. It was actively trying to ruin someone. Chase is pissed, as he should be, and I have no idea how it would go if you accepted his job that he offered you, but he said he'd protect you if you do decide to accept it. Hold up, what job? Johnny asks. I turn to him. He offered me a job to travel with the band to be their massage therapist, basically. Bullshit. He has the hots for you and wanted you with him. You're not taking it, are you? Johnny says vehemently. I shake my head and give Brody a little squeeze. Not anymore. I was thinking about it because it seemed like a really good opportunity, and the money he offered would be a game changer for me. It was also something I figured I'd never have the chance to do again, and thought maybe it would be interesting, I guess. But now I know I'll just be in the spotlight and stared at, gossiped about, and slandered. So no, I'm not going to accept it. I was on the fence anyway, because he'd asked me out a few times and I was afraid it would be awkward, but also because I turned to Brody. Don't let this freak you out, but because of you. He grins. Doesn't freak me out, but it does make me happy. I didn't want you to take it either. Why didn't you say that? I wanted your truth, Bea. No way was I going to stand in the way of something you truly wanted. That wasn't my choice to make for you, babe. If I wasn't already falling for him, that would have tipped me right over the edge. I kiss him lightly on the cheek. Thank you. You can't know how much that means to me, but I brought it to you because I truly wanted to know where you were on the idea of me being gone. He looks at me closely, back and forth between my eyes as if he's trying to get a better read on me. Do you need me to say it? Say what? I ask, even though I know what he's talking about. It just makes me nervous to admit to wanting his opinion on what I do with the next several months of my life. Is it too soon to figure Brody in as a factor of a decision like this? I'm sure some would say yes, but it sure doesn't feel like it's too soon. In fact, it feels like he's the primary factor in whether or not I would have said yes or no to Chase's offer, even though it's no longer in question. He doesn't seem to be bothered that his friends and dad are in the room when he takes me by the hands facing me. A few months ago, these nutjobs and I got rip-roaring drunk and almost made a fool of ourselves as we interrupted Hannah's wedding reception. I looked over and saw this gorgeous blonde with lips I couldn't get out of my head, and my world changed. Not because of a contract I had just signed, but because of the girl I had a hard time looking away from. Katie, without you, none of this, he gestures to the shop and office, matters. None of it. I want you with me as often as I can have you, and if I have to prove to you, I'll enjoy the hell out of that. But hear me, and I'll repeat it as many times as it takes for it to stick. Then I'll say it 1,000 more times. The reason why I'm happy right now isn't because of a job or money. It's because of you. Could I survive a few months without you around me every day? Probably, but I don't want to. By the time he finishes talking, I'm a bundle of emotions, tears flooding my eyes, and a lump forms in my throat. I needed to hear that, I whisper. Sorry I wasn't clear enough earlier. Brody kisses me, a closed-mouth kiss on the lips. Apparently I'm a words speak louder than actions girl. Good to know, he says, winking. Now that that's settled, is Chase going to fix this? Gil demands to know. For sure he's going to. Yes, he promised me he'd make it right and make sure everything was taken down immediately. And yes, he's still planning on speaking to the press. We can't guarantee there won't be blowback and that no one comes snooping for information. He warned me that just because we do our part in telling the truth, that doesn't mean everyone will believe us or that they'll let it go. We can only do so much. Yeah, I kind of figured that. I think I want to text Hannah and see if she's weird with me.
I mean, if it actually is her, you know?
Johnny hoots. Do it. Can I help? I want to see her squirm. We know it's her. There's no way it isn't.
Should I? I ask Brody, and he shrugs.
Why not?
I move to my coat and grab my phone, unsurprised that I've missed multiple calls and texts from my sister, Maria, Cammie, my mother, and a few others. I know everyone is likely worried, and I'll respond later. But right now, I bite my bottom lip, trying to think of how to start and settle on something simple, not wanting her to be suspicious. Me. Hey girl, just wanted to check in because we haven't talked since the wedding. Hope everything is going well. I wait patiently as the text changes from delivered to read. I set my phone on the table for everyone to see and hold my breath when I see the 3 little bubbles popping up. Then for the next minute, they go back and forth from appearing and disappearing. The bubbles to let me know that she's typing are completely absent for a couple more minutes. After 30 seconds of waiting, Johnny had already lost patience and growled that she needs to hurry up already. None of us disagreed.
A watched pot never boils kids,
Gil says knowingly. Brody shoots his dad a look that doesn't get to his dad in any way.
Hey, I'm just being helpful. Why don't you show me what you're working on right now? Dad, I have no desire to talk cars right now. Whoa, that's a first,
mumbles Chad. Brody rolls his eyes and huffs. Tell me what else Chase said, I ask of Brody, encouraging him to talk about something else to take our minds off our current reality.
He apologized for making you uncomfortable. Say what now?
Gil speaks up, appearing obviously irritated.
He asked her out, and according to Chase, it sounds like he was doing a shit job at it, and let Katie know that he'd seen her in town when he was here looking at the custom truck I built for him. Then on top of that, he asked for her number. A week later, he showed up here for a massage and shit got even more uncomfortable. He was surprised Katie didn't tell me.
Brody looks at me pointedly.
And I agreed at first.
I open my mouth to respond, but he continues, not giving me the chance to explain.
Then realized that was probably something she wasn't allowed to tell someone else because he was a paying customer.
Turns out I didn't need to explain. Brody understands without me having to spell things out for him. Just like he couldn't tell me who he builds for because of privacy, my clients deserve the same.
Go back. Made her more uncomfortable?
Chad asks, equally as irritated as Gil was moments ago.
He got a fucking hard-on while she was giving him a massage. I'm going to need you to repeat that.
Johnny might say the words without emotion, but he's not doing a good job hiding his smirk.
You heard me. Don't make me repeat that shit again.
Johnny, Chad, and Gil lose it completely, doubling over in laughter. Their laughter is infectious, and soon I'm giggling too.
It's not funny, assholes. Oh, it's funny. Chase Stanton, country music superstar, got a hard-on because your girlfriend was giving him a massage. That's not only amazing, it's freaking hilarious.
I'm wheezing, laughing so hard I have tears rolling down my cheeks. It's definitely a good change from earlier. What happened today sucked. No one deserves it. But this right here is what I needed.
Katie, honey, your phone.
Gil says, pushing it my way. While I was cracking up, probably thinking it was far too funny considering the situation we're dealing with, Hannah texted me back. Oh, crap. I shake out my hands. I'm kind of nervous.
Just read what she has to say, babe. You have nothing to worry about. None of this is on you, yeah?
Blowing out a breath, I straighten my shoulders. Yeah. Okay, you're right. Hannah. Things are great. Marriage is wonderful. How are you? What are you up to now? I read it out loud, and I hear a collective snort, making me giggle. Me. I'm great. I finished massage therapy school, got a job, found a new place to live, and I'm seeing someone. I'm so glad you're doing well, too. Anything new with y'all? Hannah. Oh, I hadn't heard any of that.
We totally need to get together for a glass of wine soon. Me. We should. Maybe I can introduce you to a new friend of mine. I think you'd have a lot to talk about. Hannah. Is this friend the guy you're seeing? Me. No, this is a different friend. Do you know Chase Stanton? He sings country music. You're evil. Johnny cackles. Me. He's actually a friend of my new boyfriend's. Brody snorts. Hate to say this, but Johnny might be right. Hey. Brody grins at his friend, and so do I. They've made all the drama of the day bearable, and I can't love them more for it. Hannah. For real? Who's the boyfriend? Anyone I know? She'd better check her pants because the liar's pants are on fire, Gil says, chuckling at his own joke. That was such a dad joke. I tease, and he winks at me. So much like his son. What do I say now? Be honest. I'm your man. We don't need to hide that. Never in my life would I have imagined Brody Redding telling me that he's my man, but it's true. He's mine. I'm his. And at the end of the day, no matter what's happened during the day, even if it's an absolute nightmare, I have that. Me. Actually, it's Brody. Hannah. My Brody? That bitch. Me. No, my Brody. He and I started seeing each other shortly after your wedding, and it's been perfection. Aside from you trying to ruin it by spreading not only lies, but a video of the two of us together earlier tonight. But I'll just let Chase's legal team take care of that for me. I don't wait to see if she replies. I turn my phone off and toss it aside. Sure, there's a video of Brody and me having sex on the internet, which is ironic because we were only reminding ourselves of something we'd created earlier, and it's awful that it's out there for the world to see. But in the end, Brody and I are together, and nothing anyone can do will change that.
Chapter 22. Brody. Is it bad that I just want to sleep? Katie asks. She's curled up next to me in bed after the longest day in history. I kiss her on the top of her head. I'm exhausted. Me too. What if... I interrupt her with, don't worry about what ifs, babe. Tonight we sleep and trust that Chase's team has this under control. Tomorrow we'll wake up together, and if I'm lucky, that will become a more permanent thing, and we'll cancel everything and stay in bed all day if we want. Nothing can bring me down right now, Katie. Even the fact that you and I having sex is on the internet. We weren't doing anything wrong. Some might think so. They'd be wrong. Hey. I squeeze her to get her attention, so she looks at me. You need to know this too. It's something I should have said earlier, but it's between us and not the rest of the guys. I meant it that without you, it doesn't matter. With you, though, everything makes sense. I love you, Katie. It might seem soon, and maybe you're going to panic because I'm freaking you out, but I want you to know that I do love you. I'll support you even if you decide to take that job with Chase, even if I'll admittedly hate being away from you. Her lips part, but nothing comes out. Instead, she leans up, pulls my head down, and kisses me hard. Her tongue sliding inside and twirling around with mine. I groan and turn us so she's under me. One of her legs wrap around the back of my thigh. Her fingers are on the back of my head. I love you too, Brody. Good words. Very. Might think about using those words with you for the next 50 or 60 years. It's a promise of what I hope is to come, but is too early, though a big part of me feels like it isn't. It's not as if I just met Katie. We've known each other for 16 years, even if we weren't close for that amount of time. I'm suddenly not quite as tired as I was earlier, she says quietly. Me either. I wiggle my eyebrows and kiss her again, reaching down and threading my fingers with hers, bringing our linked hands up and pressing them into the mattress above our heads. We kiss until our lips are bruised and our bodies are on fire, burning from within. Much later, when we're physically exhausted and thoroughly satisfied, we fall asleep tangled in each other's arms. The realization of what happened today isn't lost on either of us, but its sting is lessened a bit, knowing that we're in love. It's done. Already? Chase is sitting on the couch in my living room, having showed up at my home before 8 in the morning. Katie and I were barely awake when we heard banging on the door. Yeah, I told everyone they'd be fired if they didn't make it go away. I feel Katie breathe out a sigh of relief next to me. And that worked? I ask. Chase shrugs. Yeah, I made my statement already, and luckily the paparazzi in Nashville is nowhere nearly as ruthless as it is in Hollywood. They want to keep a good relationship with us, and y'all were right, it was Hannah Mitchell. We're bringing up charges on her because she's the one who stood outside your office and recorded y'all. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch is right.
I knew she was capable of petty stuff, but I had no idea she'd go that far. This came out of nowhere, Katie says.
She's not wrong, though I can't help but feel at fault for some of this. I shouldn't have gone to the reception that night. I started it.
No, you didn't. This is on her.
What about my mom? Was she involved? Can't be sure of that yet. Depends on what Hannah says when she's brought in, I assume. There was nothing in the uploads or photos shared that point to her aside from the one in the parking lot of the salon where her car was visible. It doesn't sound like she was in contact with the press, but it's possible your theory of her feeding information to Hannah is right. Just not sure what her motivation would be for that. She's your mom. Yeah, well, that's a term I would use very lightly when it comes to her. I'm going to leave you two alone. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused, too. It's a part of the job that I hate, having everything I do scrutinized and in public for everyone to see. If I hadn't kissed your cheek that day, none of this would have happened.
You can't know that, Katie tells him with a small shrug of her shoulders. It happened, it's over with. In a month, everyone will have moved on, and so should we.
Let's hope, he replies, standing up. Just want you to know, the job offer I made to you, I didn't only make it because I was crushing on you. Only, I grumble. Chase smiles. I'm not about to deny that, dude. Your girl's hot. I hold back a growl, but can't deny that he's absolutely right. But she's your girl, and I respect that. Just wanted y'all to know I'm not some sick bastard who was trying to hire her so I could sleep with her. I might have only had a half of a massage with you, but you're talented.
Thanks, Chase. That means a lot to hear that.
You're welcome. I'll see y'all in a month or two, yeah? You're still going to do that build for my foundation? Planning on it. I stand too and shake his hand, which he tugs on, bringing me in for a bro hug. Good luck. I'm only a phone call away if something isn't taken care of like we think. You got it? I mean that. None of this should have happened, especially that video and what the press was trying to say about you. We say our goodbyes and show Chase out the door. I want to ask him if he watched the video because I'm curious, but a bigger part of me doesn't want to know. Once we're alone again, I turn her in my arms. I love you.
I love you.
Just as we hear his vehicle pull out of my driveway, Katie's phone rings. She turned it back on this morning and replied to her parents, Cammie, and the few others who were genuinely concerned and not nosy about what happened, to let them know she was okay and we were taking care of it.
Benton Police Department,
Katie says nervously, looking at the screen. Answer it, I encourage. You've done nothing wrong. It's going to be okay, I promise, standing close. She nods.
Hello?
A brief pause before, yes, this is Katie Landers. I watch her as she listens to whatever they're saying on the other line, wishing it was on speaker.
Yes, we were made aware of the photos and video yesterday.
More listening, and her eyes meet mine.
Yeah, I know Hannah Mitchell. I was a bridesmaid in her wedding a few months ago, and my boyfriend is... Well, they dated a long time ago,
she adds, gripping my forearm and cringing.
Right, yes, we've heard that.
I'm dying to ask her what they're saying here.
I can be there. I'm with him right now. I'm sure he'll join me,
she says, and I nod to agree to whatever she needs.
Thank you. Yes, see you soon.
She hangs up and blows out a breath.
Hannah's in a bit of trouble.
The corner of my mouth ticks up. You don't say.
She sang like a canary the second the police showed up at her house. Chase wasn't lying when he said he had his team working on it. Apparently they're representing us as well, and informed the police that we wanted to pursue pressing charges.
Good.
Yeah, Hannah's the one who leaked everything. She claimed nothing was a lie, but did admit she sent the pictures and video.
Was she the one who recorded it?
Not sure. I think we'll find out more when we go.
My mom? Is she involved?
She shakes her head.
They didn't bring her name up, so I'm not sure. I rubbed my forehead. What a nightmare. It totally is, but you know what pisses me off the most? It's that people commenting were like, what a bitch, and I can't believe she'd do that to someone like Chase. Someone said they didn't see anything special about me to get two hot guys, but then you and Chase come out like rock stars, especially you because of the video of you having sex with me. I groan, both irritated that she read the comments when we promised not to, and pissed at the people who felt the need to share their opinion on something that has nothing to do with them. Why did you read the comments? I thought we decided neither of us would. She looked sheepish. I woke up in the night and had to pee. I grabbed my phone to use the screen for light to get into the bathroom, and I accidentally opened up my browser, looked up my name, and fell down the rabbit hole of temptation. Accidentally? How the hell do you... Damn it, Katie. It's a bunch of strangers who are keyboard warriors. I know that. Honestly, I do. I'm not even bothered, well, that much, by what the haters were saying. It was more about what they were saying about the female in comparison to the male. Does that make sense? Yup, it does. I agree that it's bullshit, but I need you to promise you'll stay offline from it all for a while. We can shut down our social media accounts if it'll help. There's no good reason for us to know what people are saying. I agree. Honestly, Brody, I'm surprised in myself, too, that I'm not letting their words get to me, but I think it's because I truly know that they don't matter. They can say I don't deserve you all they want, but you just told me last night that you're in love with me, so why would I believe some idiot over you? I cup her cheeks and lean my forehead against hers. You won't. You shouldn't. And I do love you. Very much. I love you, too. I told the policeman we'd be at the station as soon as we could, so we'd better get ready and head out. Got it. Let's get this over with so we can move forward. It doesn't take either of us very long to get ready because we took a shower together last night. 20 minutes later, we're leaving my house with travel mugs of coffee in our hands. It's getting colder, I notice, turning up the heat on my pickup. My garage is insulated and heated, but the heater isn't turned on for the season yet. The temperature gauge on my truck reads only 30 degrees, though, so I'd say it's time. Katie shivers a bit and zips up her coat. It is. I pull out of our street and head toward the police department. You want to start parking in the garage? I have plenty of room. She looks at me out of the corner of her eye. Are you serious? I glance at her, then return my eyes to the road. Of course, why wouldn't I be? I don't know, that's like your domain. My domain? I chuckle. It is. Isn't that where you started your custom build business? Custom build business? She giggles. Shut up, I don't know what else to call it. I'm not very creative with it. It's Red in Garage, but yes it is. And now I only use part of it because everything is in the shop. Might as well keep your car safe and warm. I reach for her hand across the console and she gives it to me. I lift it to my lips, kiss the back of her hand, and settle them back on the console. Thank you, she murmurs. A few minutes later, I pull into the parking lot of the police station. Is it weird to you that we've technically known each other half our lives, only been out on one date, slept together not nearly enough times? She giggles at that. And now we're getting ready to go into a police station so they can take our statement because my ex-girlfriend and your, well, now ex-friend uploaded a video of us having sex. And this has all happened in what, 2 months? Not even? If the last few months is any indication of what our lives will be like together, we'll never be bored. That's for certain. All right, you ready? Hopefully this won't take long, then we can go back to my house and get naked. I smirk and we climb out of the truck. I round the front and take her hand in mine. She rises up on her toes and kisses me. That sounds perfect, but maybe from now on we'll make sure the shades are drawn before we make love. Epilogue. Brody. I thought we agreed that public sex was probably not a good idea, Katie murmurs against my mouth. Don't care. Someone wants to record it, fine with me. Just so long as they zoom in on my ring that's on your finger for the rest of our lives. She lifts her hand in the air to admire the diamond I just placed on her finger only 10 minutes ago, while I continue trying to get her skirt lifted, underwear off, and my pants down. It's so beautiful, she sighs. Beautiful woman needed a beautiful ring, I explain. It's cheesy, but she likes it when I'm cheesy, especially since it's reserved only for her. I lift her up and plant her ass on the basin of the sink of the coffee shop we were reacquainted in for the first time. This is going to go fast, babe. I can't help that.
Everyone is going to think you're a quick draw, she teases, spreading her legs for me to step between.
I smirk and shake my head. Don't give a fuck. If we manage to get through the shit Hannah and my mother were pulling, we can get through anything. She spreads her legs wider, opening herself up for me, and then... paradise.
Yes, she moans. Yes.
Never stopping, I warn.
Good.
Watch us. She looks between us, and together we watch as we come together as one. I'm slick with her, and it's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. Her body clenches around me, and I use my thumb to move shit along, because I wasn't lying when I told her it was going to be fast. Seeing the ring I bought on her fourth finger, claiming her as mine for the rest of our lives, has me feeling all kinds of everything. Paradise, I whisper.
For the rest of our lives,
she whispers back. Those words. That's all it takes for me to go over the edge, pulling her right along with me.
Man alive, that was good,
she says on a long exhale. I help her down and we clean up. Good part about being in the bathroom already is easy cleanup.
True, and no windows,
she laughs. Ain't that the truth? No matter how long we live, we'll never get over the fact that someone made a sex tape of the two of us having sex and uploaded it to the internet within 30 minutes of us finishing. Hannah was working some warp speed magic there. I'll go out first and make sure the coast is clear.
Thank you.
Kissing her once more, I peek out the door, thankful that there's not a crowd around us. I'm a little surprised there isn't, though, because several people saw me get down on one knee and ask her to be my forever. I had this fear that we'd open the door to either a round of cheers or cops waiting to arrest us for having sex in public. Turns out no one in the coffee shop really cared that we celebrated our engagement in the bathroom. I open the door. It's all good. She slips through the door and I take her hand, the one with the ring, in mine, and usher her outside. There's a guy by the door looking down at his laptop. He glances up quickly, smiles, murmurs congratulations, and ducks his head. Thanks, man. Whether he's congratulating us on having sex in the bathroom or getting engaged, I don't care. One more stop, I tell Katie.
Okay,
she agrees without asking where. She's too busy staring at her ring to care anyway. I could be taking her to get a root canal and she'd probably smile, sigh, and hop in the truck excitedly. The entire time I'm driving, she's texting and taking pictures of her ring from different angles. My plan to surprise her is working out perfectly because she's so distracted by her new bling that she's not paying attention to what I'm doing anyway. I lift the console between us and hand her a long piece of black fabric. Picture time is done, babe. You need to put that on.
Put it on? What? Why? Like pull my hair back or something?
She's so adorably clueless right now. She's got engagement ring brain. Over your eyes, I explain. I need you to not see where we're going next.
What? Why?
Because it's a surprise? Come on, Katie, you're smarter than that. She rolls her eyes but listens to my instructions, covering her eyes and tying the fabric at the back of her head.
Now what? Oh, can we use this later tonight? Maybe I can tie you up, or you can tie me up first, actually. I'm going to be selfish and request that. I want all the attention and to be lazy and just lay there and take it.
If you don't stop talking, I'm going to get hard again, and then I'll have to pull over and risk getting caught for having sex in public for the second time in one day.
It'd be worth it,
she mumbles. You're not wrong. We'll circle back to your idea later tonight, though. I won't forget. She shimmies in her seat excitedly and claps.
Good. Now I'm even more excited. Okay, I can't see a blasted thing. Where in the heck are we going?
Hold on to your horses, babe. It's only another minute or so.
Should I be nervous?
Nope, I tell her honestly. But I am. A little anyway. I took a huge risk here, and I have no idea if it's going to pay off or if she's going to be pissed that I made this decision without consulting her. It's something we've talked about enough times that I don't think she'll be upset with me. Once we arrive, I place the truck in park. Don't want you falling trying to get out on your own, so I'll be right there. Just hang tight.
You got it.
She gives me a mock salute. Smart ass. I help her out of her seat and hold on to her as we move closer to the door. After unlocking it, I step back so she can see the front, then move behind her so I can remove the blindfold. Ready?
As I'll ever be.
I untie the loops and let it fall from her eyes. She gasps, covers her mouth with her hands, spins around and dives into my arms, and immediately starts crying. Shit, I don't think these are happy tears. They're too hiccupy. Is that the way to say it? She's sobbing, though, and I don't like it. Katie, what's going through your mind? Are you mad? What's happening here? She shakes her head, which tells me absolutely nothing. I let her get out more tears before I can't stand it any longer, and I move her so I can see her face. Using my thumbs to wipe away the wetness from her cheeks, I kiss her lips that are soaked with her tears. Sad? Mad? Happy? What is it? Normally I can read her so well, but this time I have no clue. Happy, she finally says, and I blow out a breath. Thank goodness. You did this? I did. It's yours. I don't know, she trails off, looking at the building in front of her in awe. Brody Redding, you're the most amazing man in the world, you know that? No, I'm not. It's just easy to be good with you. Agree to disagree, then. Will you show me around? Of course. Like I said, it's yours. If there's anything you want changed, you just have to say. Chad's ready to make changes if you want. Chad helped? Of course. Who else would I hire to build your future? My future. She starts crying again, and I jump into action, opening the door and walking her inside. Welcome to Benton Wellness Center, Katie. Brody, you like it? I ask her, looking around, trying to see it from her eyes. It's a blank canvas. Chad did all the major work, so now all we need to do is the design stuff. Figured you'd like a hand in picking out the furniture and all that jazz. Paint colors are neutral, but each room can be changed. Katie walks around the building, soaking it all in. I can't believe it. It's real. It is. You did all this? No, you're the one who dreamed it, Katie. I just got it started. This isn't me, it's all you. The fact that you wanted to build a wellness center here in Benton is incredible and necessary. She sits down in the middle of the floor, crossing her legs and biting her lip. I'm sitting in the main waiting area right now. That's what I figured too. A reception desk here. I walk to the side of the room, spreading my arms out. I remember you saying that you wanted it to be open and welcome, not like someone has to check in right when they come inside. She nods and I help her stand up so we can walk around to the rest of the area. Here I was thinking the therapy room, or maybe for the esthetician to do the facials you mentioned. Therapy, definitely. It has that south-facing window and won't let in glaring sunlight, but will give us enough. We walk to the next room and she announces before I can, Yoga studio. Yeah, exactly. Chad said he can do something different with the floor if you need. Obviously, we're a little ignorant when it comes to yoga, so that's your choice. When we get to the smaller room across the hall, I explain, so this would be the facial place? She grins. Facial place, that's definitely the technical term. Figured. What about your mom's room? Where's that going to be? The addiction resource room is in the back. There's a second door to that room, so if she wants to operate it separately, I think we can manage that. But this is your place, so it's your call. When we confronted my mother about working with Hannah, she broke down and said that she had lunch with her again after I told her not to, and told her about Katie and me dating. Apparently Hannah didn't approve and was angry that we hadn't come to her for her permission. That's right, she thought we should ask her if we could date. Anyway, Hannah had seen a picture of Chase on social media, recognized Katie, told the press who she was, and it all exploded from there. Hannah was like a madwoman chasing us around town, trying to catch images of us that she could exploit. Katie said she reminded her of the cartoon version of 101 Dalmatians, where Cruella de Vil chased around the dogs in her old Cadillac with fire in her eyes. I'm still not sure how she had time to do anything else, because the amount of video and pictures she had of the two of us was enough to add stalking charges onto her sentencing. In the end, though, Hannah was charged with a Class A misdemeanor for recording and distributing the video of Katie and me having sex. She was sentenced to a $2,500 fine and 30 days in the county jail. The maximum could have been a year, and while we both did feel a little bad for her, in the end we felt like it was a fair sentence. She deliberately tried to ruin not only our relationship, but also our reputations and careers. Hannah's now divorced and living with her parents. My mother, though, has turned her life around. She went through extensive counseling to work through her addiction, and now she's helping others. And this will be where she's working. It was Katie's idea, and if I hadn't already been in love with her, I would have fallen hard that day. The amount of forgiveness she holds in her heart is astounding. Want to see your room? Psh, nah, I'm good. I grin as we walk down the hall to her new massage room. There are 3 others here as well, along with a sauna and a room that will eventually be for a mud bath or possibly a hot tub. Katie's massage therapy room is the only place that's completed because I knew exactly how she wanted it. When I open the door, she gasps again.
Oh my gosh, Brody, it's so beautiful.
We did good?
You did amazing,
she corrects, walking inside and spinning around slowly. It's nothing fancy or out of the ordinary. A table, cabinet, plush chair, and all her stuff for giving people massages. I know the technical terms, of course, but really it's a bunch of stuff that she uses. I'm so glad you like it.
Gosh, Brody, how do I deserve this?
You're you. That's it.
It wouldn't be possible without you.
Now you know what I meant about Reading Garage, I explain. Nothing is worth it without you. This concludes Without You by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Tim Page and Sarah Puckett. Copyright 2020 by Jennifer Van Wyck. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jennifer Van Wyck and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.